Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 151 to 170. Yu Hang saw a golden flash out of the corner of his eyes. He looked closely and realized that it was the little yellow kitten that his youngest sister raised. When did this fellow come along? Would it trample on the melon seedlings while running around so recklessly? But, after a careful look, he saw that the little kitten very cleverly chose to run on the ridges on the fields and didn't touch any of the vines and seedlings at all. Ladle after ladle of water with a faint hint mystic stone water was watered into the melon fields. The watermelon seedlings stretched its leaves in the breeze, as if it was trying its best to grow. The tiny melons seemed to have quietly grew a little when no one was looking. They finished watering the 3 plots of melons fields when it was almost noon. The siblings carried the empty buckets and walked back to their house. When they reached the foot of the West Mountains, they noticed that the normally deserted Zhao residence was surrounded by many villagers. Uncle Zhao's family lived far away from the village, so they rarely interacted with the villagers. His house had always been very peaceful and quiet, but today, did something happen? Xiao Cao and her older brother looked at each other and quickly ran to the Zhao residence. When they arrived at the stone wall of the Zhao residence, they could hear the surrounding villagers discussing excitedly. Wow, did you see? That's an imperial decree. It's the imperial decree mentioned in the opera. Unfortunately, it's too far away to see what the imperial decree really looks like. I never expected that old Zhao was a great general of the former dynasty. Do you know about the official who often comes to his house these days? That's his disciple. He's a high-ranking official of the imperial court. Didn't you hear what the imperial decree said? The emperor cherishes and values talent, so he wants old Zhao to go back to be an official. What was the title conferred on him again? I can't remember. Zhengguo General 1. He's bestowed the title of a great general. Tisk tisk. Hunter Zhao's family is going to be amazing in the future. Isn't that right? The Zhao family is going to enjoy a happy life in the capital now. The person who announced the imperial decree doesn't have a beard. Is he the Taijian mentioned in the opera? Shish. Are you looking for death? Those eunuchs hate being called Taijian, too, the most. If he heard you, will be beheaded. Ellipsis. Yu Xiaocao felt completely relieved after she heard that. Things were finally working out for Grandpa Zhao. Before, when she visited the Zhao family, she often inadvertently saw Grandpa Zhao staring into the distance with a lost expression. One with civil and military talents shall serve the imperial family. It seemed like Grandpa Zhao was unwilling to live such a dull life despite living in seclusion for 30 years. Fortunately, the current emperor was wise sovereign who appointed people based on their merits. In the future, Grandpa Zhao and his family should be able to shine and thrive in their own positions. Hey, that little girl, stand right there. Just as Yu Xiaocao wanted to turn around and leave, a loud voice stopped her from behind. Yu Xiaocao looked around and realized that she was the only little girl around. Are they calling me? Who is it? Yes, you. The sound of footsteps came from behind and quickly arrived in front of her. A healthy and hearty-looking old man, who had a white beard and a fair and chubby face, looked at her warmly with a smile. Fifth Lord. Yu Xiaocao recognized him. He was dressed in clothing made of coarse cloth. Seeing his simple attire, she asked curiously, "Why are you here?" "Because I want to." With his hands clasped behind his back, the Emperor Emeritus looked around and saw verdant greenery everywhere. Even the air seemed fresher. He smiled and said, "This is a good place to live out one's life in retirement." With imaginary black lines on her head, Yu Xiaocao thought, "You must be too idle. You're choosing to wear patched clothing made of coarse cloth instead of silks and brocades. You're not living like a member of the imperial family, but instead you're wandering around in a barren and poor area. How in the world did you determine that this remote village was a good place to enjoy one's life in retirement? You didn't come with the imperial envoy who came to announce the imperial decree, right?" Seeing that he came over from the Zhao residence, Yu Xiaocao suddenly had this thought and asked. The Emperor Emeritus laughed and seemed to be in a good mood. I heard that head steward Zhang needs to go to Dongshan village to announce the imperial decree. Considering that we were going the same way and it was a good idea to look after one another on the way, we just came together. Going the same way. What did you come to Dongshan village for? Yu Xiaoxiao was holding the little golden kitten and gently stroking its fur. With an even bigger smile on his face, the Emperor Emeritus narrowed his eyes and looked at her, making her feel uncomfortable. Then he said, "Of course, I came to find you all." Find me? Why was he looking for her? Was it because he thought that it was a waste of money to spend 300 taels to buy her braised food recipe and wanted to get a refund? But then again, this fifth lord wasn't a businessman, nor did he plan on selling anything. So, spending 300 taels to satisfy his cravings was indeed somewhat wasteful. The Emperor Emeritus pretended to be mysterious as he smiled at her. He waved his hands at her and said, "Come, let's talk as we go." After saying that, he walked towards the direction of Xiaoxiao's house. Well, it seemed like he really made preparations before coming. He even knew her address. However, she didn't have that much cash at home. She had asked third young Master Zhou to help her invest all the money that she earned from selling the recipe, as well as subsequent earnings, into the stores at the harbor. The Emperor Emeritus walked slowly in the front, while Xiaoxiao followed him step by step, like a little minion. Yu Heng and the Emperor Emeritus's attendants were behind them. As soon as Yu Hai went out, he saw a group of people headed this way. He looked carefully and realized that his younger daughter was amongst the crowd. "Xiaoxiao, what is this? Oh, isn't this fifth lord? Why has the elder come to visit?" Yu Hai had also recognized the old man who walked in front and hastily went forward to greet him. The Emperor Emeritus pulled a long face and said with an irritated tone, "Is this lord that old?" "Little Yu Ah, if an honest person doesn't know how to speak, he will offend a lot of people. This lord is very angry. What do you think you should do?" Yu Hai knew that the person in front of him had an extraordinary background. If he accidentally offended him, who knew what he would do to powerless commoners like them? Even if that person just wriggled his pinky, the results probably wasn't something that he could withstand. Thus, for a moment, Yu Hai just stood there helplessly and didn't know what he should say. "Fifth Lord, don't bully my father, who's an honest man. Tell me, what do you want to eat? As long as we can afford the ingredients, I'll definitely make it for you. But, first of all, I only know how to cook homemade dishes, so don't ask me to make stuff like Fotiao Chang 3 and Bao Shen Kaidu 4. I'm just an ignorant little peasant girl, so I don't know how to make them." Yu Xiaoxiao felt that she still had some ability to handle a glutton. Sure enough, her rude words didn't provoke the distinguished guest from the capital, fifth lord. Instead, he guffawed and said, "I really like this little girl, Xiaoxiao. Then I, fifth lord, won't be courteous anymore. I want to eat pig head meat. I also want spicy pig intestines, shredded pig tripe in chili oil, duck blood soup with vermicelli." The Emperor Emeritus didn't have any reservations and ordered many dishes, which all fitted into the homemade food category that Xiaoxiao mentioned. But the last dish, duck blood soup with vermicelli, was somewhat difficult for Xiaoxiao to make. "Fifth lord, it's easy to get duck blood, but where am I going to get vermicelli? Is it all right to change it to duck blood and tofu stew?" At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already confirmed fifth lord's identity. He was in his 50s and had a lofty and hale figure. At first glance, it was obvious that he had served in the military before. Moreover, he could wear bright yellow, which symbolized the imperial family. Most importantly, he knew the dish, duck blood soup with vermicelli. Fifth Lord was the founding emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty and the current Emperor Emeritus. The Great Ming Dynasty was seriously too small. Two transmigrators had actually met just like this. But, she wasn't sure whether the Emperor Emeritus knew about her origin. Would she be able to fool him? Yu Xiaoxiao feigned a distressed expression and muttered, "Fifth Lord, all the other dishes are easy to make. But this, duck blood soup with vermicelli, what is a vermicelli? Where can I buy it? Don't act dumb and try to gloss over it. You, this little lass, are still too young to scheme against me. Even if others don't know what a vermicelli is, can you not know? I don't care. I'm definitely going to eat the duck blood soup with vermicelli." The Emperor Emeritus strode into the Yu family's courtyard in an imposing manner, and then sat candidly on the recliner in front of the house. It seemed like she couldn't avoid it. Seeing that the Emperor Emeritus didn't intend to perform the scene of fellows from the same hometown meeting each other, Yu Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't mention it either. She furrowed her little face and said, "Fifth Lord. I only know that vermicelli is made with sweet potato flour, but I have never made it before. I don't know how to make it ah." The Emperor Emeritus swayed leisurely in the recliner with his eyes narrowed, yet he didn't overlook nor spare her as he said, "Stop pretending. You know how to make roasted chicken and osmanthus duck, but you don't know how to make vermicelli. Who are you kidding? If you keep wasting time, I'm going to punish your father with the crime of disrespect and send him to prison." Humph. Xiaoxiao felt really helpless when facing the Emperor Emeritus, who was like an unreasonable old urchin. After looking at her startled father and confused mother, she summoned her courage and said, "Fifth Lord. Please don't frighten honest people like us. My parents are timid and get easily scared." After a pause, she said, "I reckon you won't be able to eat the vermicelli today. The process of making vermicelli is too complicated, so it's impossible to make right now. Also, pig head meat, intestines, and tripe were all taken to the docks to be sold. If you want to eat them, you'll have to wait until the evening." "All right, Fifth Lord, I'm not an unreasonable person either. Let's just have a casual lunch, and I will wait to eat the big feast in the evening." The Emperor Emeritus crossed his legs comfortably on the recliner, and then suddenly said, "Why didn't you make a rocking chair? It's so comfortable to rock in a rocking chair while basking in the warm sun. A big feast tonight. The Emperor Emeritus wasn't going back to town tonight. How could Dongshan village possibly accommodate this great Buddha?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked towards the lead Imperial Guard, who was beside the Emperor Emeritus. "Shouldn't you guys dissuade him?" The lead Imperial Guard pretended not to see Xiaoxiao's gaze and stood close behind the Emperor Emeritus with an icy expression on his face. In fact, he was actually having a mental breakdown inside. If he could choose, he would rather have his master obediently stay in the capital. That was the safest place within the entire Great Ming dynasty. But his master liked to run around. There were still supporters of the former dynasty remaining, so it was really dangerous outside awe. Yet he wanted to spend a night at this little mountain village. His master must think that he was still idle and wanted to give him some problems to solve. Unfortunately, head steward Liu had stayed in the capital. If he was here, he might be able to persuade him. As for them, the Imperial Guards, they could only stand to the side. Yu Xiaoxiao hid in the kitchen with a miserable expression. Madame Liu pulled on her hand and asked about the identities of the people in the yard in a low voice. Xiaoxiao was afraid of scaring her parents and didn't dare to reveal Fifth Lord's true identity. She just said that he was an esteemed guest from the capital, who even the county magistrate had to be polite to. From Madame Liu's perspective, the county magistrate was the highest-ranked official in Tanggu town. If the magistrate had to treat this man so politely, then he was definitely very high up the ladder. She needed to be more careful around him. There was a finite amount of resources at home. For the most part, they only had vegetables that were growing in the field. They only had one type of meat at home, and that was the portion of streaky pork that they had bought yesterday. Yu Xiaoxiao sliced off a portion of the streaky pork and chopped it up finely until it was finely minced. She then sliced some eggplants into discs and dipped them in egg and flour before she fried them into eggplant fritters. She had a hunch that the Emperor Emeritus liked strongly flavored food, so he would likely enjoy these fragrant and flaky eggplant fritters. As for the leftover pork, she used it to make the fatty but not greasy, full of delectable flavor, twice-cooked pork. She took string beans that had just been picked from the garden and dry-fried them with a bit of lard to make delicious, dry-fried string beans. To the tomatoes, she added several chicken eggs to make a plate of stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. Thus, she managed to put together 4 hot dishes for the meal. For the 2 cold appetizers, she used cucumbers and peanuts that had been cooked in boiling water. However, with only 2 cold plates on the table, she thought that it wasn't very presentable. After thinking a bit, Xiaoxiao took out 5 of the 5-spice duck eggs from the marinating jar and boiled them until they were cooked. Then, she sliced them and placed them onto a plate. The marinated duck eggs were full flavor and quite tasty. The egg yolks were bright yellow in color and small drops of glistening yolk oil oozed out. When eaten, they had a mildly salty taste that was very fragrant. Xiaoxiao calculated the time quickly and decided that the century eggs should be about done by now. She picked out one of the eggs that had been coated in the mud mixture and lightly pinched off the top of its mud shell. The eggshell, which had been gently cracked open, peeled off, revealing a glossy dark exterior. On the surface, there were white-colored, delicate designs, which showed the eggs' signature, pine flower, appearance. She lightly sniffed the egg and a special and exotic smell hit her nose. Xiaosao asked Xiaolian, who had just returned home, to ride their donkey to the neighboring village and buy some soft tofu. Century eggs with tofu was a simple dish that tasted delicious. This dish had a soft texture, delicate flavor, and melted in the mouth. Because they were entertaining high-ranked guests, she especially prepared a more highbrow dish. She first cut the soft tofu into small rectangular blocks and had Madame Lu to hollow out the blocks. Then, she finely minced the century eggs and mixed in aromatic vinegar, sesame oil, and other seasonings. Next, she stuffed the century egg mixture into the hollowed-out tofu pieces and sprinkled some finely chopped green and red chili pepper on top. The finished dish not only looked appetizing but also had a savory taste and smell. "Daughter, your godfather is home. What did you make that smells so delicious? I can smell it from far away." Needless to say, in the past month, General Fang Zizhen often returned from the docks to bum a meal off of the Yu family. His loud and clear voice could frequently be heard well before he stepped into the family's courtyard. This time, the resonant sound of his voice sounded like it had suddenly been cut off and screeched to a stop. At this moment, Fang Zizhen's eyes were opened wider than a bronze gong and were full of disbelief. He forcefully rubbed at his eyes, but the great and honorable person in front of him was still in the courtyard. This lowly official kowtows in greeting. Fang Zizhen went 3 steps forward and knelt in front of the Emperor Emeritus. It was as if a gold mountain had met a jade pillar. Just as he was about to complete his greeting to the Emperor Emeritus, he was interrupted. The Emperor Emeritus used a hand to wave at him in dismissal. "Mingzi ah. We're not at the capital, so no need to be so serious. Come, sit here and spend some time with Fifth Lord." Mingzi was Fang Zizhen's courtesy name. "EMP. Fifth Lord, why are you at Dongshan village? Did you hear that my master lives here? That can't be right ah. If that was true, then you should be at my master's home, so why are you at Brother Yu's residence?" Fang Zizhen cautiously sat down on the small wooden stool next to the Emperor Emeritus and placed his hands on his knees. He resembled an elementary school student who was receiving lessons from his teacher. Yu Hai was in the middle of the vegetable field in the courtyard, turning over the soil. When he saw a lofty third-rank official kowtowing to Fifth Lord, he knew that this Fifth Lord had an uncanny background. He was trying to guess just how exalted Fifth Lord was as he worked. However, since Fifth Lord apparently didn't have any ill will towards the Yu family at the moment, that was considered a huge blessing. Godfather, weren't you at Grandpa Zhao's place helping them take care of the matters relating to the imperial edict? How do you have time to come over here?" Yu Xiaosao came out of the kitchen to take a peek outside and smiled brightly at the men in the courtyard. Her luminous and pale little face had somehow gotten coated with some flour unbeknownst to her. Instead of looking sloppy, it actually made her look even more adorable and charming. In front of his sweet and cute adopted daughter, the expression on Fang Zizhen's face became so soft that it looked like one could squeeze some water out of him. His smile became gentle and his voice also softened. "Good girl. The eunuch who bequeathed the imperial decree is going to eat a meal over there, so I came over to pick some fresh vegetables for them." "What? The eunuch issuing the imperial decree is staying with the Zhao family to have a meal? Who gave him the right?" The Emperor Emeritus erased the amiable smile on his face and the sound of his voice seemed a bit more dignified and imposing. Fang Zizhen smiled carefully and said, Fifth Lord, it's noon and there's not any place to eat in the vicinity of Dongshan village. Should the eunuch return back on an empty stomach? Don't blame eunuch Zhang." The Emperor Emeritus frowned fiercely and replied, "Dongshan village is only about a 2 hours horse ride from town. It's not like Zhang Quan doesn't know the customs and rules. Is he not afraid of being accused of the crime of trying to get too close to officials?" Fifth Lord, it shouldn't be this serious, right? There's no one else in Dongshan village, so there likely wouldn't be anyone gossiping about this." Fang Zizhen felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. "Are you me that as long as other people don't see it's okay for him to privately become friends with court officials?" The Emperor Emeritus scowled deeply and commanded the Imperial Guard next to him, "Little Zhuang, go get Zhang Quan for me. Tell him that I'm having a meal here and I need someone to serve me." Understood. The Imperial bodyguard, Zhuang Mo, received the command and swiftly left. The courtyard quickly became tranquil again, but the atmosphere was somewhat awkward now. Yu Hai had long gone out of the courtyard and started working on the ground in front of the gate. He was afraid that he might hear something that he shouldn't. "Time to eat." Yu Xiaoxiao's bright and clear voice shattered the dead silence in the courtyard. Fang Zizhen suddenly felt that there was nothing more pleasing to his ears than his adopted daughter shouting, "Time to eat," at the top of her lungs. The frown on the Emperor Emeritus's face momentarily disappeared, and he sniffed, "Chicken stewed with mushrooms. This dish is quite good, I like it. Fifth Lord, do you want to eat in the room or in the courtyard?" Yu Xiaoxiao inquired. The Emperor Emeritus glanced at the Yu family's tottering, mud-brick house and curled his lip. "The rooms are a bit stuffy and the courtyard is so bright and spacious. Let's eat in the courtyard then." When Yu Hang heard the old man voice his opinion, he quickly moved the family's new dining table out into the courtyard and took out all of the stools in the house. He looked at the large men next to Fifth Lord, hesitated for a moment, and then asked Xiaoxiao quietly, "It looks like we don't have enough wooden stools for everyone. Should I go to Auntie Joe's and borrow some from her?" Although the Emperor Emeritus was no longer young, his hearing was still as keen as before. He laughed, "You don't need to go through that much trouble. These men won't be eating with us at the same table. Mingzi, earlier the little girl called you her godfather. You're quite fortunate. Previously I had wanted to adopt this lass as an honorary granddaughter but I had been summarily rejected by her." Fang Zizhen grinned widely and laughed a couple of times before he suddenly recalled something. The smile vanished on his face as he said, "Fifth Lord, don't blame her. Xiaoxiao is still young and is sometimes childish. Please excuse her ignorance. This servant, Zhang Quan, greets," a shrill and resounding voice echoed in the air. As a eunuch who was ranked highly enough to issue an imperial decree, Zhang Quan still knelt obediently on the ground as his body lightly trembled. "All right," the Emperor Emeritus shouted violently and stopped the eunuch from finishing his sentence. "Why do you look so confused? Why aren't you coming over now to serve? Are you blind and losing energy? Lu Fusheng must have been blind to take such an idiot like you as his adopted son." Zhang Quan had already discreetly asked the imperial bodyguard, who had given him the message, about the Emperor Emeritus's mood. At the time, his whole body had suddenly been drenched in cold sweat. A court eunuch becoming friends with a court official was a serious crime that could lead to beheading. He could only blame himself. Previously, the Emperor had repeatedly warned him to treat General Zhao with respect. He had gotten too proud and almost unexpectedly committed an overwhelming offense. Fortunately, the Emperor Emeritus had called him over. The Emperor Emeritus was truly like his second father and benefactor who had saved his life. Come, don't all just stand there. Mingzi, little you, and you, little girl, come over and eat with Fifth Lord." The Emperor Emeritus glared at Zhang Quan and then ignored his presence. His eyes had been attracted to the table full of delicious-smelling food that was all familiar to him. In his previous life, Zhu Weiyong had also been a brilliant and outstanding military official of his country. He didn't have any other interests, other than eating good food. After he transmigrated over to this world, he had been on the battleground for several years in a row. Being able to eat enough to fill his belly was already considered quite good, so how could he be picky about the food? After he ascended the throne, he found that the imperial palace's chefs were all decent. Perhaps he still missed his previous life, but he always felt like the food here didn't taste quite right. However, he and the current emperor were both men who didn't know how to cook. Thus, he was even more attached to finding the taste of his previous life in this world. Decades passed and the memory of those familiar foods of his previous life had slowly faded. He had originally believed that he would never be able to have a taste of his homeland again in this lifetime. However, he didn't expect that in this impoverished, tiny courtyard, he would finally be able to satisfy his long-standing desire. These are all just some home-cooked dishes, so please don't dislike them because of that, Fifth Lord. Please eat your fill. Yu Xiaoxiao took a hold of a plate of century eggs with tofu and lightly placed the dish in front of the Emperor Emeritus. Zhu Weiyong's eyes lit up even more brightly and he smiled slyly like an old fox. Little girl, you even know how to make century eggs and you claim that you can't make bean vermicelli. Don't try to trick me. Fifth Lord's eyes are still sharp. Century eggs. Daughter, our family's century eggs are ready to eat. Fang Zizhen had been quite busy on the docks and had almost forgotten about these eggs. He stared at the plate of delicate and delicious century eggs with tofu that was in front of the Emperor Emeritus. He almost couldn't control his desire to try some now. Xiao Xiao had finished serving all of the food to the table and was about to go to the kitchen to serve food to the imperial bodyguards when the Emperor Emeritus stopped her. Little girl, you've been busy for a while. Come, sit next to Fifth Lord and eat some. They all have working limbs. If they're hungry, they'll be able to find food to eat. The Emperor Emeritus had already ordered that only Fang Zizhen, Yu Hai, and Yu Xiaoxiao had the honor of accompanying him for the meal. Zhang Quan stood on the side and held a new pair of chopsticks. He picked up an eggplant fritter and was about to taste it. Stop, you don't need to test the food for poison here. Go into the kitchen where Commander Zhuang and the others are and eat the meal there. The Emperor Emeritus trusted the Yu family and having someone taste the food before he tried was not essential. He refused to permit another person at the table to eat his precious food. Zhang Quan perceptibly made a noise in assent. In his heart, the Yu family had risen ranks. There probably weren't many people who could make the Emperor Emeritus trust them so much, right? Century eggs with tofu. It's been decades since I've last had these. I've almost forgotten what they taste like. The Emperor Emeritus carefully picked a piece of tofu stuffed with century eggs and opened his mouth wide. He shoved the whole piece into his mouth. The tender tofu with the savory flavor of the century egg spread through his mouth. Being able to taste food that he hadn't had for years almost made Zhu Weiyong let out a couple tears in joy. Fang Zizhen watched the Emperor Emeritus earnestly. When he saw the obvious pleasure on the older man's face and some faint signs of moisture in his eyes, anxiety rose in his heart. Was there really something so delicious that would make the Emperor Emeritus cry? How come all of you are just watching me eat? If you all don't start eating, I'm going to finish off this table. The Emperor Emeritus took another piece of century egg with tofu and stuffed it into his mouth as he delicately enjoyed it. This was the first time in his life that Fang Zizhen was sitting at the same table for a meal with the Emperor Emeritus. Sure enough, the Emperor Emeritus was an amiable and approachable person. In history, how many emperors had sat at the same table as their officials? Although he was a bit nervous, he couldn't resist the tempting lure of the delicacies and carefully picked up a cube of century egg in tofu to eat. A special flavor combined with the exquisite light taste of the tofu slowly bloomed inside his mouth. It provoked his taste buds. He had eaten the food that Xiao Xiao made for over a month now, but she surprised him with something new every time. Even if it was the exact same ingredient, she had the ability to make it into something completely different. He suspected that even the famous chef at Zhengshou restaurant would not be able to recreate the same flavors that she cooked. Xiao Xiao sniggered. Thanks to the mystic stone water. Fang Zizhen immediately fell in love with the slippery texture and fresh, savory taste of the century eggs. Once he had finished reflecting on the taste in his mouth, he wanted to grab a second bite and discovered that the plate was completely empty. The Emperor Emeritus, on the other hand, had a longing expression on his face, as if he wished he could eat more. Daughter, the portion size of this century egg with tofu is really too small, right? I only ate one piece and the plate is empty. This doesn't satisfy my craving. Didn't you make 20 to 30 century eggs? Slice a few more for us. Today Fifth Lord is here, so don't be petty. The expression on his face and words coming out of his mouth made it seem like Fang Zizhen was advocating for the Emperor Emeritus, but, in actuality, he just wanted to eat more himself. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the Emperor Emeritus and secretly sneered within her heart. I've never seen someone at your age eating this much alone. A whole plate of century eggs with tofu had been gobbled up by you, old man. As for Godfather, you're lucky that you got to try a piece off. My biological father hasn't even picked up his chopsticks. Despite her less than flattering thoughts, she still had a sweet smile on her face. Fifth Lord, there should be tomatoes in the capital, right? Try some of the stir-fried tomatoes with eggs that I made. How does it taste? The Emperor Emeritus obligingly went with her request and picked up a portion of eggs as he said, tomato seeds were only recommended for growing last year. Not a lot of people are growing them in the capital, but you have already done so. You have a pretty good way of doing things. Ah, good. Fifth Lord will taste how it is. Just as he finished talking, he placed the eggs into his mouth and chewed. His long beard moved up and down with his mouth movements. Xiao Cao couldn't help but face him and stare at the long whiskers for a bit. Not bad, not bad. The colors are bright and appetizing, the taste is fresh and sweet, it's better than the food made by Palace's imperial chefs. Little girl, are you sure you weren't a chef in your previous life? This seemingly simple statement made by the Emperor Emeritus made Xiao Cao extremely nervous. She glanced over at her somewhat reserved father and laughed hollowly, perhaps. Ah. Who can remember their previous life after drinking Granny Meng's soup? However, everyone tells me that I have a talent for cooking. Maybe I was truly a famous chef in my past life. Probably also one who specialized in the dishes that commoners eat. This child doesn't know how to be humble. Are there any famous chefs who are female? Yu Hai glared at her in warning. Someone who was able to eat the food the imperial chefs made was absolutely not low in rank. His little daughter frequently liked to blabber thoughtlessly, but she absolutely should not offend Fifth Lord. The Emperor Emeritus was in an exceedingly good mood and grabbed a chopstick full of chicken stewed with mushrooms. He ate it heartily and smiled. I don't know if there were any famous female chefs in history, but I believe that our great Ming dynasty can have a famous female chef show up. As he talked, he even looked at Xiao Cao for a bit. Xiao Cao calmly ate the rice in her bowl. Since she transmigrated over here, she hadn't been able to eat plain white rice. When she heard what he said, she finally became more modest. Fifth Lord, you're overestimating my abilities. I only know how to make a few homestyle dishes. You've probably gotten tired of eating fancy dishes with lots of meat and seafood. Now that you get to taste some homestyle cooking, you think it's fresh and unique, that's all. If you had to eat this style of food every day, then you wouldn't think it's tasty anymore. Fang Zizhen was gobbling up his food with head plastered to his bowl when he coolly interjected, I think my daughter's skills are just plain good. I've eaten the food you made for over a month and haven't gotten tired of it. My family's daughter could make even vegetables boiled in plain water taste good. Daughter, go slice up a few more century eggs. Ah. Xiao Cao looked at her godfather, who had fattened up a few inches around his waistline, somewhat helplessly. Luckily, Grandpa Zhao would force him to practice martial arts every day. Otherwise, she was afraid that he would have become a rotund fatty at this point. At the rate that he was gaining weight, she wasn't sure whether her godmother would still recognize him the next time he went back to the capital. She grinned as she looked at Fang Zizhen and then spoke to the Emperor Emeritus. I also made some century eggs out of chicken eggs and they should be ready to eat. I'll slice up a few to let everyone try some. The uncle bodyguards over there. Don't bother with them, they're fine eating anything. As long as they can eat until they're full. The Emperor Emeritus knew that Xiao Cao didn't make a lot of century eggs in her first batch, so he obviously couldn't bear to let that bunch of brats eat his food, right? He was still planning on bringing some back to the capital with him. The imperial bodyguards were sitting at the table in the kitchen. On the table, other than the century eggs and tofu which had been switched for tofu mixed with shallots, the rest of the dishes were the same as the ones for the table outside. The imperial bodyguards had been on the road for the whole morning and had long felt their stomachs sticking to their backbones out of hunger. In front of a table full of tasty dishes, they gorged themselves without any inhibition. They usually had a good relationship with one another, but today, for the sake of a piece of twice-cooked pork, they almost started fighting. When Xiao Cao entered the kitchen, the imperial bodyguards had already completely finished the table full of food in record time. Every plate on the table was completely empty, even the sauce from the vegetables had been poured onto their rice and eaten. The commander of the guards felt his face flush with embarrassment when he saw Xiao Cao enter the kitchen. He silently cursed the soldiers underneath his command for acting like a bunch of starving refugees. Weren't they going to be laughed at by this little girl? Uncle bodyguards, did you guys eat to your fill? If that wasn't enough, I can cook a few small dishes for you all. Xiao Cao exclaimed in astonishment when she saw how much food the four men ate. They had unexpectedly eaten enough for 8 people and cleared all of the plates. Perhaps those who practiced martial arts used more energy, so their capacity for food was larger. The 4 imperial bodyguards along with a court eunuch all became excited at the thought of eating more food. However, after rubbing their rotund, stuffed stomachs, they could only shake their heads in regret and tell her that they were full. The commander of the group couldn't look Xiao Cao in the eye when he saw how shameless his soldiers were. Xiao Cao retrieved a few mud-coated eggs from the corner, tapped off the mud shells, and peeled the century eggs. In her previous lifetime, at her hometown, century eggs made out of chicken eggs were also called biandan. These few biandan were all ready to be eaten. The egg white part of the eggs looked like jelly and were sparkling and translucent. The yolk part of the eggs resembled a ball of sugar. When cut open, liquid drops of oil flowed out and made the eggs look extremely appetizing. The courtyard wasn't very large, so the imperial bodyguards had naturally heard what the Emperor Emeritus had said previously. Were these the century eggs that the Emperor Emeritus had mentioned? What did they taste like? Everyone could tell that these were extremely delicious. Otherwise, why else would the Emperor Emeritus, who had tried every delicacy under the heavens, protect these eggs from them? The more restricted something was, the more the heart thirsted for it. Unfortunately, this was not a desire they could satisfy right now. The imperial bodyguard stared at Xiao Cao intently as she peeled and sliced the eggs. Their gaze made her feel a lot of pressure and she felt like her back was burning under their relentless stares. She accelerated her movements and also chopped up some garlic cloves and green peppers. Vinegar and sesame oil were added to season the dish and then everything was sprinkled on top of the century eggs. She quickly carried the dish out. If she didn't leave soon, then she absolutely would have collapsed from being stared at by this pack of hungry wolves. This cold plate of seasoned biandan naturally received unanimous, generous praise from everyone who tried it. Fortunately, the Emperor Emeritus had pretty much eaten his fill, so this allowed Fang Zizhen and Yu Hai the opportunity to try some. After Yu Hai tasted a slice, he lightly nodded his head. This is a dish that probably goes well with alcohol. That's right, such a delicious dish, how come we don't have any alcohol with it? Commander Zhuang, where did I hide that bottle of Zhenyang when I left? Quickly take it out, the Emperor Emeritus yelled at the commander in exhilaration. The stony cold expression on the commander's face didn't change a whit as he calmly replied in an even tone of voice, before we left, the Emperor had inspected our luggage while you were unaware. That bottle of Imperial Zhenyang had been confiscated by him. When the Emperor Emeritus was young, he loved to drink alcohol. After ascending the throne, he felt that he had a lot of responsibility, so he very rarely drank until he was dead drunk. Once he abdicated, he immediately invited a bunch of old officials over and drank alcohol with them every day. The old internal injuries left behind from the war as well as his advancing age caused his stomach to bleed after drinking too much. He vomited blood everywhere and scared the group of old officials until they were pale from fright. Fortunately, it wasn't his time to go, and after being treated by all of the imperial doctors in the palace, he was able to keep his life. Since then, the emperor strictly prohibited him from drinking alcohol. He not only sent people over to watch over him but also set down rules for guilt by association. Whoever accompanied the Emperor Emeritus in drinking alcohol or witnessed him drinking without reporting would also be sentenced to go down a rank. If they weren't an official, then they would have to be imprisoned for 3 months. The pitiful Emperor Emeritus with his alcohol-loving heart was no longer able to find any alcohol to drink. When he did get his hands on some, he couldn't find anyone to accompany him. It was truly a calamitous situation for him. The smile on the old man's face disappeared, and he snorted furiously a couple of times. Don't drink, then I won't drink. Without alcohol to accompany the meal, it doesn't feel right. Oh right, little girl. Have you any fermented grape wine or fruit wine of any sort? Yu Xiaocao could sense the commander's anxiety and looked at him reassuringly to placate the man. She smiled. You also know that we had separated from the main family at the end of last year. Other than receiving this run-down old house, we didn't even get any furniture to go with it. How would we have any tools to ferment wine? That being said, even if I had the tools, how could I have made any without any of the ingredients? In the dead of winter, where would I find any grapes and fruit then to ferment wine for you? The Emperor Emeritus pursed his lips and replied irritably, Little Yu Ah. I really don't like that stepmother of yours. The rest I won't mention, but she had taken Zhao Bufan's 300 taels from selling that bear, yet she didn't even give one tael to your family. Also, that younger brother of yours. From my standpoint, he's not suited to be a scholar. And he's living in town like a young lord, eating good food. All of it is funded by her. She's so biased that she doesn't know what's right and proper anymore. I really feel annoyed about this, very annoyed. How about I call her over and scare her a bit? A waterfall of cold sweat poured down Yu Hai's body. Why was this fifth lord meddling with his family's matters? In regards to Madame Zhang, he didn't feel any hate or rancor towards her, only a bit of resentment. After all, Madame Zhang had raised him and her sister after his mother had passed away. He already understood Madame Zhang's personality. She was the perfect example of a tyrant at home but a coward outside. She was only a little brazen, that's all. Now that she was older, he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to tolerate being frightened. Yu Hai hurriedly stood up and bowed. Thank you, Fifth Lord, for your benevolence towards us. As the proverb says, the son cannot criticize his parents' actions. After all, she's the wife that my father had legally married, and she also raised me and my older sister. Thus, you, as a person, all other qualities are good, but you are foolishly filial. If you never set your boundaries, then be prepared to be taken advantage of. Should you continue to go down this path, then I'm afraid that your wife and children will need to suffer more. The Emperor Emeritus shook his head out of disappointment. To him, Yu Hai was like a piece of iron that refused to strengthen into steel. Fang Zizhen had long understood the complex relationships within the Yu family and looked at Yu Hai. He slightly frowned. If my goddaughter gets mistreated, don't blame me for not warning you. When that moment comes, I will take my daughter to the capital to live comfortably and make sure that you will never be able to see her again. When Yu Hai heard this, the look on his face immediately changed. In regards to this fellow, who was constantly trying to steal his daughter, he already felt unhappy. For the past month or so, he felt like he was the stepfather in this relationship and Fang Zizhen was the true father. Whenever Fang Zizhen was around, he felt like he had to take a step back. However, General Fang truly treated his daughter well. Clothes, jewelry, and other expensive articles for daily use were all moved into his daughter's room as if they didn't cost any money. His daughter's east room had almost been stuffed to the brim. If it were not for Xiaoxiao making a fuss, Fang Zizhen would have given her even more. Without someone to compare to, then there would be nothing showing his deficiencies. Now that there was a comparison, he, as the biological father, not only couldn't give his daughter everything she needed, but she also had to constantly deal with the avaricious and greedy Madame Li and Madame Zhang too. Arg, as a father, he truly wasn't a qualified and good one. However, with the pressure of filial piety above him, he didn't want to cause any trouble for his children. If he had a bad reputation for being disobedient to his parents, that would mean his children would be subject to the gossip of others as well as create a bad reputation for his youngest son, who was studying in town. This was truly like being between a rock and a hard place. Xiaoxiao stepped next to her worried father's side and secretly pulled at his calloused and large hand. She comforted him. Father, don't worry. I won't abandon our family and live in luxury by myself in the capital. If I want to go, then our whole family needs to go together. Father, trust me, I will definitely lead our family to live happy and prosperous lives together. We'll make those other people be envious. The rims of Yu Hai's eyes suddenly became red. He was so useless that he needed his barely 9-year-old daughter to comfort him. He lightly grasped his daughter's small and chubby hand. Ever since they separated from the main family, not only did his youngest daughter gain some weight but also the rest of the family members. Compared to their original stick-skinny figures, they looked a lot healthier now. Such a good daughter. Daughters are still more considerate and loving. No wonder everyone says that daughters are their parents' warm, little winter jackets. Fang Zizhen's heart felt sour as he watched the father and daughter pair interact with each other. Why did the heavens not have eyes? Such a good daughter should have been born in his family. If he had such a sweet daughter, he would absolutely pamper her, give her the very best, and absolutely not allow anyone to bully her. After they finished eating lunch, the Emperor Emeritus left with his group of guards and the court eunuch to visit the Zhao family. Before he left, he said, "Tonight, I'm coming over to eat braised pig head meat and duck blood vermicelli soup. That old fellow, Zhao Zimo, had fought with him several years in the past. Had the previous dynasty not had that imbecile on the throne, it wouldn't have been easy for him to seize the throne. Zhao Zimo's strategies and tactics were godly, and he had long itched to exchange ideas with him. Yu Xiaoxiao felt very helpless. Making bean vermicelli by hand was very complicated and difficult. This Emperor Emeritus was seriously too much. He never let a person relax for even a second. Because there had been outside visitors earlier, Madame Lu had stayed inside. She had just finished her meal when she came out and noticed the worried expression on her daughter's face. She asked out of worry, "The vermicelli that Fifth Lord kept mentioning, is it difficult to get the ingredients for it? We already have all of the ingredients at home, but the process to make it is quite complicated." Yu Xiaoxiao acted spoiled and held on to Madame Lu's arm as she softly inhaled her mother's warm smell. Madame Lu stroked her daughter's lustrous and black hair. Her younger daughter's body was becoming healthier every day, and she hadn't even gotten a cold since they split from the family. Her previously dry, messy, and yellowing hair had also become glossy and dark after receiving more nutrition. As for her face, it used to be wan and sallow, but now there was plump flesh to be pinched. Madame Lu felt deep satisfaction within her heart. If she had known earlier that her children would all become like this, she would have fought harder for them despite the risk of being labeled unfilial. She rubbed at her younger daughter's rosy and tender face and softly said, "It doesn't matter, mother will help you. And there's also us." Yu Heng and Shaolian, who had just finished cleaning and putting away the plates and chopsticks, came in and grinned at the rare sight of their younger sister acting spoiled. It was only in times like this that their younger sister actually seemed like a 9-year-old child. Many hands make light work. With her whole family there, Yu Xiaoxiao felt energy surge her body. She waved a fist in the air in excitement and loudly exclaimed, "Okay. Let's work together then." Shaolian, scrub the large pot on the stove until it's completely clean, then boil a whole potful of water in it. Older brother, go to the cellar and bring up a bag of sweet potato powder. Mother, help me wash the large basin clean, then prepare a bolt of gauze for me. Father, can you drill some evenly spaced holes in the bottom of this wooden basin? Yu Xiaoxiao ordered everyone around in succession. Although they were all busy, everyone felt happiness bloom within their hearts. Having the whole family work together towards one goal, it really felt amazing. Xiaoxiao instructed her brother to pour the sweet potato powder into the large basin and added water until it became viscous and sticky. After that, she used the gauze cloth to filter out any impurities. By the time she finished with that, the water on the stove had started boiling. They poured the hot water into another pot and dumped the filtered sweet potato powder into it. A rolling pin that was as thick as a person's wrist was used to agitate the contents. Naturally, this job fell to Yu Hai, who had already finished drilling holes into the small wooden basin. As he stirred, more filtered sweet potato powder was added. The pot was then put on the stove at a low heat, and they had to use a lot of force to knead the sweet potato mixture. Kneading was exhausting work and required a lot of strength and endurance. Yu Hai naturally wouldn't let his wife and children do this type of work, so he followed his younger daughter's instructions and kneaded with a lot of effort. After the kneading was done, Xiaoxiao had her mother stand next to the stove. Then, she grabbed the wooden basin with its newly drilled holes and poured the kneaded sweet potato powder into it. Madame Lu stood on a stool and pounded the wooden basin with a lot of force. The sweet potato mixture slowly went through the holes. Due to gravity, the strands of sweet potato dough became long and slender. When they fell into the boiling water, they immediately became cooked. Shaolian then took a long wooden dowel and stirred the pot full of vermicelli incessantly. At exactly the right time, Xiaoxiao used a sieve in her hand to fish out the cooked vermicelli. The scalding hot vermicelli was then put into a large vat full of cold water. The quality of the cold water directly influenced the taste of the vermicelli. Thus, the vat was not only filled with spring water from the mountains but also had a few drops of mystic stone water mixed in. Once the vermicelli cooled down, Yu Heng carefully fished it all up. At this time, the vermicelli was still a bit sticky and required Yu Heng to separate each strand by hand. This work was quite laborious and tiring. Because pounding the sweet potato dough through the holes also required a lot of endurance, before long, Madame Lu's arms became very sore and she couldn't bring them up again. Yu Hai felt bad for his wife and hastily took over the task for her. Madame Lu couldn't stay idle, so she went to take the cooled vermicelli and hang them from bamboo poles and lay them flat on wooden planks to dry. They couldn't let the vermicelli dry in the sun as that would ruin the final product. In addition, while they were drying in the air, they also needed to sprinkle water on top to prevent them from sticking to each other. Thus, not only did they have to sprinkle water on top but also continuously separate the strands by hand. After repeating this process over several times, they could finally take the wooden planks away and set up the bamboo poles. The vermicelli could then hang from the poles and air dry. During the drying process, it required someone to flip the vermicelli over until they were completely dry. With the whole family working on this, they were busy for a whole afternoon to make 20 or so caddies of sweet potato vermicelli. The reason why Xiaoxiao knew how to vermicelli was because in her previous life, there was a woman who married into her village who was from a family that knew how to make sweet potato vermicelli. For a time, the woman had made handmade vermicelli to sell in town. Xiaoxiao, as Lin Xiaowen in her previous life, had helped that woman make them, and thus that was how she became so familiar with the whole process. Although this was the first time she had independently completed the process, the vermicelli all turned out okay. However, the finished product wasn't uniform in thickness. Making vermicelli was a process that required skill and practice. The more she made them, the better they would turn out. Nevertheless, the work required to make vermicelli was quite tiring and exhausting. Especially Yu Hai's task. He had to hold up a rather heavy wooden basin and constantly pound it to let the sweet potato mixture come out. After all that work, his arms didn't feel like his own anymore. They were so sore that he couldn't raise them up again. Xiaoxiao used the multicolored stone to massage his arms for a long time, and only then did they recover a bit. As the night slowly crept over the sky, the Emperor Emeritus finally came back with Zhao Zimo's entire family. He walked in, immensely pleased. From the look of the expression on his face, it was obvious that his discussion that afternoon had been very fruitful. Many strategies and tactics of war had been lost throughout the years as they were transferred through generations. With the Zhao family's arts explained to him, a lot of things he used to have trouble understanding suddenly became clear to him. Although it had been a long time since they had last been on the battlefield, the Emperor Emeritus and Zhao Zimo were soldiers to their bones. While the two were discussing strategies with each other, they had some people retrieve some sand from the beaches to make a sandbox. Using the sandbox, the two dueled each other for an entire afternoon and didn't permit others to bother them. Both won and lost, and both gained a new understanding and enlightenment of the art of war. The two old men enjoyed themselves immensely. Once they finished, the Emperor Emeritus especially invited Zhao Zimo and his family to use Xiaoxiao's home to try some delicacies. He even mysteriously hinted to Zhao Zimo, "Today, that little girl Xiaoxiao has created a whole new dish. I guarantee that you've never eaten it before. If you don't go, you'll never be able to eat it again when you return to the capital." It was easy for him to flap his lips and say that, as just a single sentence of his had caused the whole Yu family to be busy for an entire afternoon. He had already started boasting, but wasn't even a bit afraid that Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to figure it out. Zhao Han sneered on the side and inwardly thought, with my family's good relationship with Xiaoxiao's family, how could I possibly not be able to eat it? Every time she makes something delicious, she always sends some to us. However, then he thought, today, grandfather received a position from court. Within a few days, he'll need to go to the capital and claim his post. Father has also been given a general of the 4th rank position, and it's rumored that the tribes in the northwest have not been very peaceful lately. Grandfather is getting old, so if father wants to continue the Zhao's family traditions, then he absolutely cannot avoid going to the battlefield. At his age, his father had already fought on the battlefield with his grandfather. Zhao Han was certain that he would also be going to the border to gain experience. Every man had a dream that he wanted to pursue in his heart. As someone who had learned martial arts at a young age, he was no exception. One of his longtime dreams was to go on the battlefield to kill the enemies of his country, so he should be happy right now. However, when the thought of not being able to try Xiao Xiao's foods for a long time in the future, as well as not being able to see her hit him. Zhao Han immediately became gloomy. Ha ha, Zhao family youngster, how come you suddenly look so sad? Don't worry, today, you'll all enjoy the reflected glory from me, Fifth Lord. All of us can be the first ones to try a new delicacy. Come, come, I can't wait anymore. The Emperor Emeritus took the lead and swiftly walked down the mountain road. He wasn't even afraid that he might twist his ankle. In the afternoon, Xiao Xiao had gone over to Madame Mao's to buy 2 ducks. She let the duck blood flow into a small basin and used the duck offal to braise along with the pig intestines. At this moment, the braised food had just finished cooking and the whole courtyard was enveloped in its tantalizing smell. As the Emperor Emeritus entered the residence, he forcefully breathed in the air and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "This is the exact smell. The only braised pig head meat that tastes authentic is the one that this little girl makes." When he saw the vermicelli drying in the courtyard, he guffawed heartily. "I knew that the little lass would be able to make it happen. Isn't that right, girl? Little girl, add a pork stewed with vermicelli to the table." Yu Xiaoxiao came out of the kitchen to see the fuss and greeted both the Zhao family members and the Emperor Emeritus. She then rolled her eyes at the person who had added another request. "Fifth Lord, if you can conjure up some pork right now, then I will make you some pork stewed with vermicelli." "Look at you, you're claiming you're poor in front of this lord. Last time I gave you quite a bit of money for that recipe, don't tell me you can't afford to eat pork then. Hey, you're becoming more and more gutsy nowadays, little girl, ah. You even dare to roll your eyes at this lord, Although the Emperor Emeritus wasn't young anymore, his eyes and ears were still quite sharp. He naturally didn't miss Xiao Xiao rolling her eyes at him. By now, Yu Xiaoxiao already had a good idea of what the Emperor Emeritus's personality was like. If he truly wanted to punish her for her transgressions, then she already would have been punished a billion times by now. She daringly made a funny face at the Emperor Emeritus and grinned provokingly. "How so? You're old, so you must have been seeing things. The duck blood and vermicelli soup will soon be done. Fifth Lord, please sit down for now." Fang Zizhen was stunned silly by his adopted daughter's reckless conduct. She was being impudent to the highest authority in the land, the Emperor Emeritus, who was known for being brutal and callous when needed. In order to preserve his adopted daughter's life, he hurriedly pleaded for leniency. "Fifth Lord, this little girl doesn't know the consequences of her actions. She's still a child, please don't lower yourself to her level." The Emperor Emeritus imitated Xiao Xiao's conduct and rolled his eyes at Fang Zizhen. "Do you really need to butt in? For the sake of the duck blood and vermicelli soup, I'll forgive you this time. Cut a portion of the braised pig head meat and pig ears for now, and mix in some garlic paste too." Yu Xiaoxiao was so busy in the kitchen that she couldn't do much else, so Xiaolian took out the braised pig head, pig ear strips with chili oil, pig intestines with scallions, spicy and numbing pig tripe, stir-fried pig liver, and 5 spiced spicy duck to the guests. Every dish was piled high and there was even enough for the imperial guards to eat too. As for the court eunuch who brought the imperial decree, Zhang Quan, he had been ordered back to the capital by the Emperor Emeritus after lunch. Originally, the amount of food that was prepared was quite abundant. However, both the Emperor Emeritus and Fang Zizhen had ultra-sized stomachs. In addition, there were 4 people from the Zhao family there too, so it was a bit lacking. The 2 burners on the kitchen stove were both on high heat. One of them was stewing some duck soup and the other one was being used by Yu Xiaoxiao, who was brandishing a spatula, to sauté a few vegetable dishes. "Come in, come in, come in. Don't be polite, try some of the fruits of the little lass Xiaoxiao's labor." The Emperor Emeritus had taken charge of this meal as he sat on a simple and crude wooden stool. His eyes stared at the table full of food, and he started wielding his chopsticks without regard for the others. The Yu family's new dining table wasn't very big, so it was a bit crowded from seating 6 large, brawny men. With the imposing Emperor Emeritus at the table, the rest of the people couldn't fully express themselves. Luckily, the Emperor Emeritus didn't have many heirs and the way he ate increased other people's appetites. When he was pleased from eating the food, he would even grab a chopstick bite of the dish for General Zhao Zimo to share. General Zhao felt quite overwhelmed by his favor. With his mouth full of delectable pig head meat, crispy pig ears, and fatty intestines, the Emperor Emeritus felt like he had finally tasted the flavor he had been craving for. He really wanted to settle down at Dongshan village as a longtime resident. When he had eaten almost to his fill, the Emperor Emeritus looked at the vermicelli drying in the courtyard. He remarked with emotion in his voice, "I really miss the taste of pork stewed with vermicelli. It's been on my mind for decades, and I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to taste it again in this lifetime." General Zhao Zimo looked at the former chief of the volunteer army, who had once been vigorous and full of energy. Now, the man's hair had turned completely white and there were a lot of wrinkles on his face. His back also wasn't as straight and brawny as before. A sorrowful feeling settled in his heart and the thought of a hero who was past his prime flickered through his mind. He quietly asked, "Is it difficult to make pork stewed with vermicelli? I know what pork is, but I've never heard of vermicelli." This official is ignorant and inexperienced, so this is the first time I've heard of that. Look, the Emperor Emeritus faced the bamboo poles that held the drying strips and pouted, "That is vermicelli. I didn't expect that by just mentioning it, the little girl really figured out how to make them. Although I can tell that the thickness of the noodles are not very even, the taste should still be the same. Now that everything else is prepared, we only lack the pork. If we had some fatty streaky pork, that would be even better. Dongshan village is still a bit too desolate, it doesn't even have a place to buy meat from." Fang Zizhen was also quite interested in the pork stewed with vermicelli that the Emperor Emeritus kept mentioning. He suddenly had an idea and smiled, "Fifth Lord, although there isn't a place to buy meat from in Dongshan village, there are still people who raise pigs here. If you really want to eat some, we could buy a big, fat pig and then slaughter it." Mingzi, Zhao Zimo wasn't quite sure what to do with his occasionally unreliable apprentice. He really didn't know how this confused man managed to survive decades during the chaos of the start of the dynasty. The man didn't know how to keep his mouth shut and use his brain. Fang Zizhen lowered his head sadly like a child who had said something wrong. He stealthily glanced at his master and then quickly looked down again. Zhao Zimo glared at him fiercely. What kind of rotten idea did this dumb schmuck come up with? The current emperor promoted being frugal and economical and had a great reputation among the commoners. If they especially slaughtered a pig right now and the word came out, that would damage the imperial family's reputation. This stupid rascal, did he want to become a conniving favored official? "Grandfather, we have a piece of pork cooling in the well in our back courtyard. However, it's not fatty, streaky pork and is a more balanced piece of leg meat." Zhao Han's mother usually didn't leave the house often, so most of the family's goods were purchased by Zhao Han or his father. Thus, Zhao Han usually had a good idea of what ingredients they had at home. The Emperor Emeritus slapped his hand down and laughed heartily. "Leg meat is also okay. As long as it's pork, it's fine. Youngster Han, go get the pork now. Today, I'll finally be able to eat some pork stewed with vermicelli. Originally I was planning on staying an extra half day tomorrow in order to not leave with regrets." In the other room, the leader of the Imperial Guards heard the Emperor Emeritus's remark as he ate his meal. He felt his heart tremble. Before they left, the Emperor had given an order he could not disobey on the pain of death. They had to bring the Emperor Emeritus safely back to the Imperial Palace within 5 days. A one-way trip to Dongshan village already took 2 days, and they had already spent an entire day in the village today. Originally, the plan was to go back to the prefectural city tomorrow, rest half a day, and then go to the capital the day after. If they delayed an additional day, then who knew if the Emperor Emeritus would have another brilliant idea on the way home and delay them further. Should the Emperor Emeritus be prompted by a sudden impulse to do something else, then his mission to bring him back within 5 days would be impossible to complete. Hearing what the Emperor Emeritus just said made him want to cry tears of despair. Fortunately, the Zhao family had some pork. He had never been so ecstatic and happy over a piece of pork. That evening, the Emperor Emeritus had finally satisfied his long-standing craving for good food. Not only did he get to taste duck blood and vermicelli soup, but he also got to eat some authentic pork stewed with vermicelli. Although he wished he had some wine to accompany him, he was still extremely content. At night, the Emperor Emeritus stayed over at the Zhao family's residence. The Zhao family trembled with fear as they cautiously made preparations for the night. They were afraid that even the wind blowing over the grass might alarm the Emperor Emeritus. The imperial bodyguards were even more miserable. Because there weren't enough rooms available, they had to spend the night in the middle of the cold courtyard with blankets wrapped around their bodies to keep warm in the chilly spring night. Luckily, the night passed without any problems, and the Zhao family and bodyguards were able to sigh in relief the next day. The next day, before he left, the Emperor Emeritus especially went to the Yu family, and bought all of the remaining vermicelli and the braised food they were planning to sell at the docks that morning. Once he got back to the capital, he certainly wouldn't have another chance to eat such authentic-tasting braised food. Should he build a mansion residence on the West Mountain? When he returned, he planned on asking Chief Steward Liu if his budget had enough money for this. If not, maybe he should borrow some money from his numerous sons and grandsons to get this done. Right at this moment, within the capital, the imperial and royal princes all sneezed a few times by chance. A cold chill ran through their bodies. This is a sign of bad luck coming their way. The little royal prince, Zhu Junyang, who was far away drifting somewhere on the ocean, also let out a large sneeze. He rubbed his nose a couple of times and looked back towards the motherland. He thought, it must be Mother who's thinking of me. I've already been out at sea for almost half a year. It's quite boring and dull being out here in the distant seas. Luckily, this group of ships has already been improved. Not only are they much more sturdy, but they are also a lot faster than before. He was convinced that before long, he would be able to smoothly head back home. If he was lucky, he could even accompany his father and mother to the Dragon Boat Festival. When he was by their side he never thought of it, but when he left, he really couldn't help but worry about them. Zhu Junyang was looking forward to the day he would get back. After they saw off the esteemed honorable guest, the Emperor Emeritus, Yu Shaoxiao didn't get to rest for a few days before it was time to say farewell to the Zhao family. In order to send them off properly, Yu Shaoxiao prepared a grand table full of delectable delicacies. She even ordered some roasted chicken and osmanthus duck from Junshou restaurant and also got a jar of good wine from them. That day was coincidentally the day that little Shido had his day off. The little boy sat at the table and looked at Zhao Han pitifully. He didn't want the older youth to leave, so he spoke with a voice choked with emotion. "Brother Han, can you not leave? I will miss you a lot." Before they had split from the main branch, he had lived a life where he starved day in and out. Zhao Han, who knew how to hunt, had become a ray of sunlight for him during those dark times. Brother Han had taken him and second sister deep into the forest to set traps, roast game in the valley, and catch fish in the creek to stew into soup. Although his life now was much more pleasant and comfortable compared to before, those memories had become some of the best ones he could remember. When they split from the family, Brother Han had also delivered some game to them from time to time in the beginning. It was his help that enabled them to survive that dangerous period of time. Later on, second sister used her talents and skills to send their family into prosperous times. However, within his heart, Brother Han was still a tall and lofty figure. For him, the ensemble of Brother Han and second sister had become a heavenly, perfect match. If only Brother Han didn't have to leave, wouldn't that be great? Zhao Han rubbed the little fellow's head. After studying in town for a few months, the little guy not only fleshed out but also grew quite a bit in height. In addition, he was also dressed in the robes of scholar, so it really made him seem like a promising young youth. At this moment, Zhao Han's heart was also filled with regrets. Dongshan village was the place where he was born and grew up in. Although life here was poor and honest, it was a peaceful life. This place held all of the sweet memories of his youth, and this place also held the people who he cared and worried about. Zhao Han looked towards the direction of Yu Shaoxiao for a second. Once he went to the capital, he wasn't sure when he would see her again. He believed he would always remember the thin and weak, yet simultaneously strong figure. Even in the pits of suffering, that little girl always had a sweet smile on her face, and she always managed to bring people hope as well as create many surprises. He didn't know whether he would be able to see her again in the future. After they finished their meal, the old general, Zhao Zimo, left early to go back. Zhao Bufan and Yu Hai gazed at the moon together as they drank small sips of alcohol. Their eyes were hazy with drunkenness and they chatted incoherently amongst themselves. Auntie Zhao pulled Madame Lu into one of the rooms to discuss some private womanhood matters. After Zhao Han and Yu Heng finished their conversation, he noticed Xiao Xiao busily putting away the bowls and chopsticks. At last, he couldn't help himself and advanced a step to say, "Xiao Xiao, do you have time to talk for a bit?" Xiaolian noticed the complicated look in Zhao Han's eyes and grinned, "Little sister, go ahead. I'll finish up here myself." Yu Xiaoxiao washed her hands clean, used a cotton towel to wipe them dry, and then headed towards Zhao Han. "Tomorrow, I'll be leaving here. Can you go on a walk with me?" Zhao Han lowered his head and looked at the delicate little girl in front of him who only reached the height of his chest. His voice was soft and gentle, as if he was afraid he might startle her. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and took the lead, walking towards the gate. The cool and refreshing evening breeze blew merrily through the trees. The newly grown foliage rustled gently in the wind. At night, the West Mountain seemed to be a giant, black monster, and it towered over the edge of Dongshan village. At times, it also seemed like the village's protector, with its head lowered watching a small child. Two figures could be seen in the gloomy light of the stars, one tall and one short, one sturdy and one weak. They slowly strolled along the rugged dirt road. Zhao Han lowered his head to look silently at the quiet Xiaoxiao. He ended up being the first to break the silence. "I'm about to go, do you have anything you want to say to me?" At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao's heart was full of sorrow and reluctance. It could be said that Zhao Han was one of the first friends she had since she transmigrated over to this world. It was he who taught her how to set traps and helped her acquire her first bit of wealth. It was he who protected her and her younger brother from the strong bully, Haitzi, and became their patron saint. It was he who trusted and pardoned her despite her many odd actions and idiosyncrasies, and who never doubted or questioned her. Having a friend who supported her unconditionally, it was unlikely she would find another one in the future, right? All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart, and out of all of the thousands of words in the world, only one came to mind at this moment, and that was precious. As Zhao Han gazed at that tiny, pale, little, smiling face that was raised up towards him and had two bright, large eyes full of regret, he had a sudden, reckless impulse to hug Xiaoxiao and carry her away. However, reason prevailed in the end and prevented him from taking that crazy action. Zhao Han said with a bit of hope in his voice, "Xiaoxiao, come with us to the capital. Over there, you can fully use your talents and start a new career. Haven't you always held Zhang Xiniang's exquisite garments as an example of women showing their talents?" Yu Xiaoxiao's large, limpid eyes seemed to speak stories to him as they looked at him. In them, he could see his eager and earnest reflection within her pupils. However, in the end, Xiaoxiao slowly shook her head. Then again, what sort of qualifications did he have to ask her to go with him? Yu Xiaoxiao had managed to sense Zhao Han's feelings of loss of disappointment. She softly pulled on his sleeve and said, "Brother Han, I know you don't want to be apart from me, Shido, and the rest of us. We also don't want to see you go. However, in the capital, you and Uncle Zhao, and the rest of your family can become who you were all truly meant to be and achieve your dreams and aspirations. We can only silently support and bless you here." She paused for a second as she turned her head around to look at the dark shadows of Dongshan village. A light sigh came out of her before she continued, "I am not the same as you. My godfather had previously tried to persuade me to go to the capital and accompany my godmother. He said he wanted to give me a good life there. However, Dongshan village is my home, my parents, brothers and sister are all here. I can't give them up and live a luxurious life on my own. If there's a day that I leave Dongshan village, it will have to be by my own skills and achievements, so I can bring the entire family over. That way, we can all enjoy a comfortable life together. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" Zhao Han's mother was a nobly born miss from a wealthy family in the previous dynasty. From childhood, she had been instructed in the 3 injunctions and 4 virtues. Thus, Zhao Han had always seen women as weak, delicate, sweet-tempered people who relied on their husbands completely. In front of Xiaoxiao, who constantly strove for improvement, he suddenly realized that women, too, could be independent and strong. They could also, for the sake of their families, work to support the sky as well. Under the dim starlight, Yu Xiaoxiao's confident little face seemed to emit a slight fluorescence. It illuminated the dark mountain forests and also lit a light that couldn't be extinguished within Zhao Han's heart. Okay, I respect your decision. Then I hope, in the not-so-far future, that we will meet again in the capital. I still believe that in the capital, you will be able to develop much more rapidly. Zhao Han drew back his gaze and buried the disappointment he felt deep within his heart. He didn't know when they would be able to meet again. Yu Xiaoxiao revealed a brilliant smile that seemed to be brighter than the full moon. The sound of her voice seemed to echo endlessly within the forest thickets. We absolutely will. Let's clap our hands together and make an oath. Meet again at the capital. A sturdy and stiff palm crisply hit against a fair and soft palm, causing a sharp and clear sound to appear. That noise seemed extremely loud within the night and startled a bunch of birds that were resting in nearby shrubbery. The news that the Zhao family had become an important general's family and was going to the capital to take post had long traveled throughout Dongshan village. When they left, Fang Zizhen summoned a squadron of men and horses to take them. There were even 6 horse carts that came over. In order to show how much he esteemed the Zhao family, the emperor had granted them a mansion with lands. Other than some precious and personal items, they didn't need to bring much with them. However, this ostentatious display was the subject of many conversations for the Dongshan villagers for a long time. On the day the Zhao family left, the whole village came out to see them off. The village chief, who represented Dongshan village, stammered as he expressed his thoughts and sincerity. Those who had dealings with the Zhao family also came up to say a few words and give them a few local specialties in hope that they wouldn't disdain these gifts. What a joke! The Zhao family was now a hot commodity in the emperor's eyes and highly ranked to boot. If they could have some relation with a high-ranking official, even if it was merely saying a few words, then in the future they could still brag for a long time. Those who didn't have much contact with the Zhao family or perhaps had a few problems, could only timidly stand at the side, watching the rest enviously. As for the Yu family, who were the ones closest to the Zhaos, they were merely helping them put away their luggage on the carts. The thoughts they wanted to say were already said the previous night. Madame Li watched with envy as Madame Lu helped the Zhao family's daughter-in-law to carry a suitcase. She slowly came up to try to exploit an opportunity. Second sister-in-law, the suitcase is probably very heavy. Let me help you. No need, there's not much in the suitcase. I'll carry it myself. Zhao Bufen's wife didn't have a good impression of Madame Li. However, for the sake of Madame Lu's face, she didn't treat the other woman rudely and only politely refused her helping hand. Madame Li pulled back her hands in embarrassment and continued to try to worm her way into the Zhao family's good graces. Zhao family's daughter-in-law, in the future you can live comfortably in a large house in the capital. You'll probably even have servant girls and senior servants to help around. Tisk tisk, feels like you've fallen into a honey pot. I've long said that you had a face full of good fortune. Thank you for your kind words. The other woman replied neutrally. She then turned and pulled on Madame Lu's hand and repeatedly reminded her that, if she had the opportunity to go to the capital, she needed to remember to visit them too. Madame Lu held back her tears as she nodded. Although she didn't believe that she would ever have the chance to go to the capital in this lifetime, she still gently promised the other woman. Madame Li watched the two women, who seemed as close as two sisters, with pure envy and jealousy. Her eyes flickered around, as if she was suddenly plotting something. Under the earnest stares of their fellow villagers, the Zhao family finally set out on their journey. Their house by the mountains was sturdily built and, before they left, they gave it to Yu Hai and his family, which made many villagers feel envious and jealous. Fang Zizhen took a squadron of men and horses with him to personally escort the Zhaos. He sat steadily on a high horse and looked into the crowd for that familiar little girl. He suddenly hollered out in a loud voice, "Daughter, how about you take this opportunity to come with Godfather to the capital and see your godmother? Your godmother has long wished to meet you in person." This one shout made Yu Xiaoxiao and the rest of the Yu family immediately become subject to the stares of everyone else around them. The fact that General Fang Zizhen was here as an imperial envoy and was in charge of supervising the construction of the port was news that had long spread throughout Dongshan village. For the past month or so, this Lord Imperial Envoy frequently appeared at Dongshan village. General Fang was General Zhao's disciple, so it wasn't surprising that he came over frequently. However, This high-ranking imperial envoy seemed to go to the Yu family's residence even more often, and it caused many in the village to not understand the situation. In fact, he had even tactfully declined several invitations from the village chief to visit his home. So just what did this Yu family have that made official Feng treat them with such importance? Other than the Zhao family and the few who had a good relationship with the Yu family, no one else knew that Feng Zizhen had taken Xiaoxiao as his adopted daughter. In addition, the few outsiders who were aware also weren't chatterboxes and knew how to hold their tongues. Without the Yu family's permission, they absolutely would not broadcast this information. Thus, the true relationship between Feng Zizhen and the Yu family was not known at Dongshan village for a whole month. The fact that he shouted wasn't important, but it caused all of the villagers to look at the Yu family with complicated feelings within their hearts. Ever since Yu Hai split from the main family, it seemed like everything was going his way. Not only did his leg, which the doctor had previously recommended amputation for, recover fully, but his life seemed to get better and better with each passing day. First, they came out with the 1 copper coin per portion of braised food that was extremely popular at the docks. It was rumored that now their income from selling food was around 100 copper coins a day. Furthermore, they could now produce vegetables a whole month earlier than other people as well as become the sole provider of Junsho restaurant. Yet, previously, no one knew that Yu Hai was an expert in farming and planting. The income just from selling vegetables was also not a small sum. They also heard that the master of Junsho restaurant also had a good relationship with the Yu family. Now, it seemed as if Yu Hai had obtained 8 generations worth of fortune from his previous life, as his youngest daughter had somehow caught the Lord Imperial Envoy's eyes and was now his adopted daughter. This was such a large fortune. The youngest daughter of the Yu family had almost lost her life several times in her childhood due to illness, but no one expected that after calamity would come good fortune. Now, her body was healthy, she also had the talent with cooking braised food, and she had been taken as an adopted daughter by an official. The villagers all looked at her with fiery excitement in their eyes. Those who had male descendants around Xiaoxiao's age all started to make plans in their mind. Yu Xiaoxiao endured the pressure of everyone's stares and pouted at her godfather. "Godfather, I won't go with you this time. Please help take good care of godmother in my stead." Feng Zizhen had long predicted she would reply this way and grinned craftily at her. He was afraid that, when he left, his goddaughter might get bullied by others, so he did this to give her some support. Early in the morning, a large red sun rose from the sea to the sky. The sea breeze gently blew on the waves, which softly beat against the golden beach. At this time, the tide had receded, so the hard-working villagers of the fishing village had brought along their tools to search for seafood by the sea with their friends and family. In the spring, the sea water felt cool and refreshing as it brushed against the fisherman's bare feet. The selfless sea had nurtured generations after generations of fishermen. At this time, there were countless gifts from the sea on the shore, waiting to be excavated by the fishermen like treasures. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao. Zhou Shanyu's clear voice had crossed over the high wall and traveled into the Yu family's courtyard. The little girl's slender figure quickly appeared at the entrance of the yard. Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian, who were busily working in the vegetable garden, looked at her at the same time. Zhou Shanhu was slightly stunned as she looked at the two identical faces. She blinked her big eyes and laughed awkwardly and said, "Xiaolian is also at home. That's even better. I have good news for you guys." Xiaolian pursed her lips and asked, "What's the good news that made you so happy? Did your mother also arrange a good marriage for you?" Zhou Shanyu's older sister Zhou Linglong had just gotten engaged last month. Her fiancé was the son of a general store owner. This general store owner also started out as a street peddler like Linglong's father. He was a clever man, so he had quickly saved up a fortune and rented a shop in town to sell general goods. The general store owner had a good relationship with Zhou Linglong's father, so the two families had a close relationship. Right now, most of the goods sold by the Zhou family were supplied by the general store. There was a son in that family who was around the same age as Zhou Linglong, and they had also met before when they were younger. He was a good-looking young man. It was almost a matter of course for the two families to become in-laws. Zhou Linglong was now embroidering her dowry at home and waiting to get married. Zhou Shanhu wasn't someone who could stay idle, so she often came over to the Yu residence to bother Xiaoxiao. Well, who knew what trifling matters she was going to exaggerate about now? Zhou Shanhu was a year older than Xiaoxiao and her sister. The 10-year-old girl already knew when to feel embarrassed. She glared at Xiaolian with a flushed face and said, "Xiaoxiao, you're always bullying me. I'm going to tell Auntie Yu." Xiaoxiao, who was bending over to gather vegetables, felt like she had been shot while lying down. She pursed her lips and said, "I say, Shanhua, before you go complain, shouldn't you make sure who the other party is? I haven't said a single word since you came in. How did I bully you?" Madame Lu, who had put the vegetables into the basket, smiled warmly as she looked at the three flower-like young girls. She felt that, no matter how much she looked at them, they were pleasing to the eyes. When Zhou Shanhu heard that, she realized that she had mixed up the two sisters again. She smiled embarrassingly and said, "Iya, you guys look too similar, so I made a mistake again." "Xiaolian, when did you learn to speak so recklessly?" "Okay, so what she means is that I usually speak with a filter ah." Xiaoxiao immediately retaliated, "Xiaolian and I are twins, but we're not exactly the same. Your older sister has never mistaken us before. It seems like you have a worrisome IQ ah." "IQ? What is an IQ?" Zhou Shanhu widened her eyes and asked with a foolish expression. Xiaoxiao picked off a lettuce, gently shook off the soil, and said with peeved expression, "You won't understand even if I told you. Anyways, you don't have that thing, so what's the point in asking about it?" Xiaolian was laughing her head off beside them. Zhou Shanhu finally realized that Xiaoxiao must had said something bad about her. She puffed up her cheeks and said, "Xiaoxiao is always bullying people. Xiaolian, tell me, what exactly is an IQ ah?" Xiaolian pointed at her own head and laughed, "Think about it yourself." Zhou Shanhu wrinkled her brows and thought hard about it. Then she suddenly revealed an angry and embarrassed expression and shouted, "Okay, you Xiaoxiao, you actually said that I'm brainless. I'm not stupid, I'm really smart." Madame Lu watched as the girls made a racket. Though it was very lively, she was afraid that her daughter would actually anger Shanhu. So, she hastily said, "Xiaoxiao, you're not allowed to bully Shanhu anymore, do you hear me? Shanhu ah, didn't you say that you have some good news to tell us?" Zhou Shanhu smacked her own forehead and shouted, "Iya, I almost forgot about proper business. Xiaoxiao, Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall came to our village in person and said that he wanted to collect spoonworms for a high price." With a face full of doubts, Xiaolian asked, "Collect spoonworms? What does he need that for? Is spoonworm also a type of medicinal herb?" Xiaoxiao had studied many books on medicine with Dr. Yu, so she immediately said, "Spoonworm is also known as sandworm. It is cold in nature, and has a sweet and salty taste. It has the effect of nourishing the yin, decreasing internal heat, and clearing the lungs and restoring deficiency. According to the medical books, sandworms are the most suitable food for symptoms such as hectic fever, night sweat due to yin deficiency, asthmatic cough, tightness in chest, phlegm, postpartum lactation insufficiency for women, and so on. For symptoms such as tuberculosis cough, neurasthenia, spleen deficiency or dryness in children, it is an effective treatment to drink soup brewed with sandworm, ginger slices, and lean meat. Sandworm can nourish the yin and kidney, so the consumption of sandworm congee will have good therapeutic effect for children with kidney deficiency and people who suffer from frequent nocturnal urination." Iya, so spoonworms are actually so useful. It's no wonder Tongren Medicine Hall offered to buy them for 100 copper coins per caddy. "Xiaoxiao, Xiaolian, let's quickly go. Otherwise, all the good spots on the beach will be taken." Before Zhou Shanhu had even finished speaking, she already ran home to get her tools like a gust of wind. Xiaolian pouted and didn't seem very optimistic. It's not that easy to find spoonworms. They're all hiding in the sand, and as soon as there's any movement, they would swiftly hide in an even deeper place. Even after digging for a long time, we still might not necessarily be able to find even one of them. Madame Lu looked at her pair of daughters with a smile and said, "Go and take a look with Shanhu. Just think of it as getting some fresh air." Her two daughters, one usually stayed at home to tend the vegetable gardens and watermelon fields, while the other one was always selling braised food at the docks. They seldom had the chance to interact and play with their peers. Madame Lu felt pleased, yet her heart also ached, to have two sensible daughters. Fortunately, her husband's leg had recovered now, and her eldest son had also recuperated from his injuries. Their family wasn't like before when they wished that each person could split in half and work like two people. It was time for her daughters to relax and make some friends. Yu Xiaoxiao was quite interested in the sandworms. She knew that, in addition to its medicinal value, sandworm also had high nutritional value. If they were cooked well, they would definitely taste very good. Although sandworms weren't as valuable as sea cucumbers, shark fins, and abalones, they tasted delicious and tender. They weren't inferior to sea cucumbers and shark fins. She enthusiastically took the little spade from her father, picked up a little bucket, and called Shaolian to go to the seaside with her. Shaolian decided to accompany her upon seeing her younger sister's rare sense of excitement. Zhou Shanhu had been waiting with a basket near her house. Her older brother, Zhou Xiaohua, one who was usually out selling goods and rarely home, was standing beside her. Zhou Xiaohua was around the same age as Qian Wen and third young master Zhou. It might be due to him following his father around throughout the year, but his skin was slightly tanner than the other two. Also, with the Zhou family's more prominent facial features, he looked a little older than his actual age and had a slight feeling of a young man. But of course, he was still slightly lacking when compared to Zhao Han. It had been over 10 days since Brother Han returned to the capital. She really did somewhat miss the days when he was around. Quickly, if Tongren Medicine Hall collected enough, then all our efforts will be in vain. Zhou Shanhu had a slightly eccentric personality. She talked in a noisy and bustling manner, like a little sparrow. Under the little girl Shanyu's urging, the four people quickly reached the seaside. There were many busy figures on the beach along the coast. It's so cold. Zhou Shanhu frowned and complained. She was wearing straw sandals, so her feet quickly got wet from the seawater. Xiao Sao was wearing the deerskin boots that she asked third young master Zhou to get for her. The boots were well made and completely waterproof. However, the deerskin boots being soaked in the seawater was seriously a little distressing. Shaolian wore boots made of shark skin, which were also quite water resistant. Zhou Shanhu looked at the sisters enviously and whispered to her older brother, "It would be great if our father can also catch a shark and make a pair of boots for me." Zhou Xiaohua chuckled and said, "Stop dreaming. There are less people over there. Let's go there." Yu Xiaoxiao had never dug for sandworms before, so she took a shovel and randomly dug in the sand. Shaolian didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she stopped her. There's a trick in digging for spoon worms. You can't dig so recklessly. When looking for spoon worm, you need to find the small holes caused by the worms first. Look, those tufts on the beach are the holes made by the spoon worms. When digging, walk lightly and dig fast. Otherwise, the spoon worms will swiftly hide even deeper at the slightest movement. Also, don't dig straight down. You should dig at a large angle from the surface of the beach. Xiao Sao picked up the shovel and worked hard to dig into the worm hole. She had to dig very deep before she managed to dig out a plump sandworm. The sandworm had a slippery body, like a fatter version of an earthworm, and looked quite creepy. We were too loud earlier, so this spoon worm hid very deeply. Let's spread out. Be careful when digging. Shaolian put the sandworm into Xiao Sao's little bucket, picked up another basket, and walked towards another direction. Xiao Sao continued to walk along the seaside, and soon found another hole in the sand. She put down her bucket and dug hard. After dug a very deep hole, she prone on the beach with her face against the sand and stretched her hand to search inside the deep hole. Her body and face were covered in sand when she finally caught the sandworm that was trying to slip deeper into the sand. So hungry. If only the sandworms could come out by themselves. Wait. Don't I have a cheat? The little divine stone, in my hands. Humph. You're giving me such a low-level task again. It's such an insult to my dignity as a god. A golden light shone from the multicolored stone on Xiao Sao's wrist, and it slowly transformed into a cute miniature kitten. It held its head high as it paced on the beach in a haughty manner. Xiao Sao touched its head with her sand-covered hands, but her hand was slapped away in disgust. Its golden pupils were widened as it screamed, "So dirty. You actually touched my holy and pure fur with such dirty hands. You're seriously looking down on this divine stone. Dirty. It is a little dirty. Wouldn't it be clean after taking a bath? Yu Xiaoxiao grinned mischievously. While the little golden cat wasn't paying attention, she picked it up by the back of its neck and threw it into the sea. Yu Xiaoxiao, this divine stone will make you regret what you did to me today. The little golden kitten couldn't use its power in front of so many people, so it flew in a parabola and fell into the sea. Zhou Shanhu, who was nearby, was slightly worried as she watched the little fellow fall into the water. She asked in a low voice, Xiaoxiao, can your kitten swim? It won't drown, right? It won't. Little glutinous dumpling loves to swim. Don't worry. Yu Xiaoxiao saw the little golden kitten paddling with its little paws and had almost reached the shore, so she went to look for sandworms without worry. The little golden kitten's entire body was wet when it got ashore, and appeared to be in a very embarrassing state. The little divine stone snorted as it approached Yu Xiaoxiao, who was currently lying on the beach and digging for sandworms in the sand. It shook its body vigorously and shook the seawater onto Xiaoxiao's face. Then, it raised its head and walked away briskly. While no one was paying attention to it, it secretly used its power to dry its hair. Xiaoxiao deliberately moved farther away from the crowd. She found an area with more wormholes, and then used the spade to dig a square pit that was half a meter big. After that, she submerged the multicolored stone on her wrist into the seawater inside the sandpit. The little golden kitten, who ran out of nowhere, saw its true form being soaked in the muddy seawater. It walked around her anxiously and said, "This seawater is too dirty. This divine stone likes to bathe, but you can't use fishy and dirty seawater." Yu Xiaoxiao squatted beside the sandpit and watched a sandworm come out of the sand on its own initiative and slowly approached the multicolored stone. She replied nonchalantly, "What else could I do? I want to use your spiritual energy to attract the sandworms. If you don't want to soak in it, then give me a better method." The little divine stone angrily threw a tantrum at her, and then helplessly said, "Take my body out. I can release my spiritual energy at will now." "Oh, your power advanced again. Congratulations." Yu Xiaoxiao sincerely congratulated it because she knew that she would be the one who benefited the most from the improvement of the little divine stone's power. The little divine stone watched her take its body out of the sandpit, and then it supervised her to wipe clean the multicolored stone. After she put it back on her wrist, it lazily stretched out its little paw and emitted a little bit of golden light into the sandpit. "So little, will it work?" Beside it, Xiaoxiao expressed her doubts. The little divine stone rolled its eyes at her and said, "It's enough. If I released any more, these ugly bugs will explode from the overconsumption of spiritual energy." As they spoke, all the sandworms in the sandpit rushed out one after another. Xiaoxiao happily picked them up one by one and put them in the bucket. After she picked up all the sandworms, the little divine stone waved its paw again and retrieved the remaining energy, lest it attracted other marine creatures. The little divine stone could now control and freely retrieve the spiritual energy it produced. For example, it had filtered and screened the mystic stone water used to water the Yu family's watermelon fields so that it would only be useful for plants. If they used the mystic stone water that could attract game like before, the watermelon fields would definitely be completely devoured. Yu Xiaoxiao chose another place and dug an even bigger sandpit. Although it was bigger, it wasn't very deep. She was able to dig the sandpit with ease even with her small body. During this time, Xiaolian had came over to take a look. She thought that her younger sister had given up digging for sandworms and was digging the sand for fun. But Xiaolian didn't force her younger sister to keep working. Tongren Medicine Hall offered a high price, but with the Yu family's current income, it wasn't really that attractive to her. When Xiaoxiao finished digging, the little golden kitten came to the pit and waved its paw while also complaining, "That damn seawater made my paws wet. It feels so uncomfortable. How can you be a master like this? Can't you just put me in your pocket?" Yu Xiaoxiao sewed a pocket inside her jacket, which was originally made for her to put her valuables when going out. Thus, it was more than enough to carry a miniature cat. The tide had just receded at the beach, so it was still wet. There were also small puddles at some low-lying areas. The little golden kitten was super miniature in size and wasn't even as big as her palm. It was really quite hard for it to walk on such a wet beach with its short legs. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the kitten mercifully, let it dry its wet paws, and then stuffed its tiny body into her jacket. The little golden kitten held onto her collar with its claws, revealing a glittering little head. Sandworms crawled out one by one and wiggled their fat bodies into the sandpit. Xiao Xiao counted the sandworms. There were over 10 plump sandworms in this sandpit. After washing the sand off the sandworms with seawater, it still looked rather disgusting to see all the fleshy worms gathered together. But when she thought of their value, she could endure it. 2 hours swiftly passed just like this. Zhou Shanhu waved her hands at her and shouted in the distance, "Xiao Xiao, Dr. Sun has started to purchase the spoon worms. Come here quickly." As she shouted, she ran towards a direction along the shore. She needed to occupy a good position, lest Tongren Medicine Hall collected enough and they ended up working in vain. Xiao Xiao carried her heavy bucket, so she definitely couldn't walk very fast. Xiaolian had already quickly arrived at that place, but when she saw her younger sister's slow and struggling appearance, she ran back to help her. She had originally thought that with Xiao Xiao's speed of playing while working, she surely wouldn't get much harvest. But she hadn't expected that when she took Xiao Xiao's bucket, she almost couldn't carry it due to its weight. There was a lid on Xiao Xiao's wooden bucket. She couldn't see the contents inside, so she assumed, "Younger sister, sandworms aren't fish. They won't die quickly after leaving the sea. Putting so much water in the bucket makes it really heavy. Let me help you pour some out." As she spoke, she leaned the wooden bucket to one side and took the lid off with her other hand. "Don't." Xiao Xiao didn't expect her to move so quickly. When she tried to stop her, some of the sandworms in the bucket had already slid out of the bucket and landed on the beach. She quickly squatted down and picked up the sandworms that had fallen on the sand and put them back into the bucket. Xiaolian was obviously stunned. She looked at the sandworms crowding in the bucket. There was actually more than half a bucket. She roughly weighed it with her hands and realized that there were at least 20 or 30 caddies. No wonder her younger sister was struggling with the bucket. Earlier, she had been paying attention to her little sister, but she didn't see her digging seriously. How did she dig out so many spoon worms in such a short period of time? It was obviously her younger sister's first time digging for spoon worms when she first started. Was this the so-called, just like being helped by the gods? Xiaolian remembered that her younger sister's abilities had always exceeded all expectations after they separated from the main family, so she stopped thinking about how she was able to catch so many sandworms. She didn't want to let her younger sister hold something so heavy, so she said, "Younger sister, you run faster and wait in line. I'll carry these sandworms." Since someone was willing to help her carry it, Xiao Xiao was naturally very happy to comply. With her thin arms and legs, she had never really done any heavy labor since she was reborn. Xiao Xiao swiftly ran at full speed towards the long queue. Zhou Shanhu, who stood closer to the front of the line, saw Xiao Xiao running over while panting, so she waved her hands and said, "Xiao Xiao, come quickly. I told my older brother to save a spot for you. Why are you and Xiaolian so slow?" Xiao Xiao looked at Zhou Xiaohua, who gave up his position, and then looked at the long line behind him. She felt that it seemed somewhat unethical to cut in line. In the midst of her hesitation, Zhou Xiaohua pulled her arm and led her into the line. He whispered, "I gave this spot to you, so it doesn't count as cutting in line." Xiao Xiao gave the person behind her a slightly apologetic smile and noticed that it was an acquaintance, Auntie Xuanju. In fact, most of the people lining up to sell sandworms were the fishermen of Dongshan village. As fellow villagers, even if Zhou Xiaohua didn't give her his spot, they could still forgive a little girl for cutting in line. There were around 10 caddies of sandworms, which were cleaned very well, in the basket that Xuanju's wife carried. She looked at the kitten's little head in front of Xiao Xiao's chest and laughed, "Oh, Xiao Xiao, this little kitten that you're raising looks very spirited and has a very bright color. Xiao Xiao, you're standing in line, but where are the sandworms that you dug out?" Xiao Xiao smiled bashfully and said, "Xiaolian is carrying it. She's over there and will come over soon. Auntie, you got a good harvest today. You can probably sell them for 1 or 2 taels. Xuanju's wife beamed with delight and said, "That's right. Your uncle Xuanju went out to the sea, so I was idle at home. I heard that someone was buying sandworms, so I came out to earn some money. I didn't expect myself to be so lucky." It wasn't the first time Tongren Medicine Hall collected sandworms. Dr. Sun came with quite a few workers and had even brought 3 or 4 scales over. Each person's harvest was weighed one by one, and there was a person responsible for bookkeeping and paying, so their working speed was quite fast. By the time Xiaolian arrived, there weren't that many people in front of her. When it was Zhou Shanyu's turn, the little girl and her older brother dug out a total of 12 caddies of sandworms and earned 1 tael and 2 mace. Zhou Shanhu held the silver bits happily and smiled like a blossomed flower. When it was Xiaosao and her sister's turn, the smile in Dr. Sun's eyes deepened. He had a very deep impression of the Yu family. He had been a doctor for decades, and there were very few instances in which he had misdiagnosed and made the wrong judgment. But it was different for the Yu family. Yu Xiaosao was born with a weak constitution. Even if she was nourished with medication, it would still be difficult for her to live beyond the age of 10. However, this little girl, who was already 9, was not only alive and kicking, but after diagnosis, all her previous symptoms had disappeared. Half of Yu Hai's body had been severely bitten by a bear. Other people would have died a long time ago, let alone keep that fleshless leg. Yet, he not only recovered well, but he could also walk with ease now. Yu Heng, who worked as an apprentice, was beaten until he had internal bleeding, and even several of his sternal ribs were broken. For cases of internal bleeding like this, 90% of them ended up being hard to save. However, with Yu Heng's body constitution, his bleeding was quickly stopped, and his bones also recovered very quickly. It usually took 100 days to recover from serious injuries. But Yu Heng was able to follow his father to the town market in less than 2 months. After taking his pulse, he noticed that not only had his bones recovered, but Yu Heng's body had also gotten stronger. He was seriously perplexed by all these cases. Could it be that the Yu family's physique was different from that of ordinary people? But there didn't seem to be anything different from their pulse. With this thought, Dr. Sun took the initiative to greet her. "Little girl, how's your harvest today?" "Hello, Dr. Sun." Whether it was in her past life or this life, it was necessary to have a good relationship with doctors. Yu Xiaosao greeted him politely and said, "Should be pretty good. Will your pharmacy be able to use so many sandworms?" Sandworms. Worms in the sand. This little lass was really out of the ordinary. Actually, this name was quite vivid. Dr. Sun smiled and said, "After the spoon worms are cleaned and dried, it won't be very heavy. Tongren Medicine Hall has branches in the capital, prefectural city, and several cities in the south, so there's a high demand for them." Xiaolian gave the 5 to 6 caddies of sandworms that she dug out to the staff in charge of weighing, and then carried Xiaosao's bucket to the front. Xiaosao was afraid that she would sell everything, so she hastily stopped her. "Xiaolian, save some for me. I'll make a sandworm feast for lunch." "What? Sandworms can also be made into food? It looks so disgusting. Who would dare to eat it?" Zhou Shanhu, who had already received her payment, came over and wrinkled her nose as she looked at the soft, fleshy sandworms with disgust. She pursed her lips and said. Yu Xiaosao smiled at her mysteriously and whispered, "If you haven't tried it, you won't know. But once you eat it, you won't be able to forget it. Let me tell you, sandworms are not only delicious, but they are also nutritious. They aren't inferior to sea cucumbers and abalones." Dr. Sun asked with interest, "Oh, do you know how to prepare these sandworms? You can make soup with it. It can also be steamed, stewed, and stir-fried. Of course, it can also be eaten raw with a sauce." Yu Xiaosao had a confident smile on her face as she talked about it. Zhou Shanhu had an even more disgusted expression on her face. "How can it be eaten raw? Who can even eat that? Like eating raw fish fillet, you just need to dip it in sauce. Wouldn't it be fine if you don't think about what it looks like when you're eating?" Yu Xiaosao pinched her wrinkled-up face and laughed. Dr. Sun stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "Although raw fish fillet is a dish hand-picked by the current emperor, it's not a dish that most people can get used to. We're still used to cooked food." That's right. Raw fish fillet doesn't taste good." Zhou Shanhu nodded in agreement. Xiaolian had also heard that villagers used to eat spoon worms to fill their hunger during the years of famine. When there was food to eat, no one would actually eat it. However, Xiaolian was still rather confident in her younger sister's culinary skills. She turned her head and asked, "Younger sister, how much do you want to keep for cooking?" "Keep half of it. 10 caddies only cost 1 tael, which wasn't much to the current Yu family." But Zhou Shanhu got anxious. She stomped her feet and said, "Why are you keeping so much? You can't keep sandworms for a long time. If you don't finish them and it goes bad, wouldn't that be too wasteful? I think you should just keep 2 to 3 caddies. That's enough for a meal at noon. If you want to eat more tomorrow, I will accompany you to dig some more when the tide ebbs." For most families in Dongshan village, 1 tael of silver was considered a lot of wealth. It was enough for the entire family to eat for several months. To keep the sandworms that were worth 1 tael as a cooking ingredient, that person was either a fool or a spendthrift. Yu Xiaosao, who had always kept a low profile, noticed the probing eyes around her and hastily said, "All right, I'll listen to Shanhu and just keep 2 to 3 caddies. It's my first time using sandworms as ingredients to cook, so I wanted to keep more for training." In the meantime, the worker of Tongren Medicine Hall had already finished weighing their harvest. The sisters dug out a total of 28 caddies of sandworms, which was much more than many of the adult workers. Xuanju's wife repeatedly praised the sisters for being so capable. After removing the 3 caddies of sandworms that Xiaosao wanted to keep, Tongren Medicine Hall gave the sisters a total of 2 taels and 5 mace. Under everyone's envious gazes, Xiaosao and Xiaolian carried their tools and went home. As luck would have it, they encountered Madame Zhang on their way back. It had been a while since they had seen Madame Zhang. The old lady's hair had gotten a lot whiter and she seemed to have gotten thinner. Her cheekbones became more prominent, and there was a gloomy look in her saggy eyes. She had naturally heard the news about Tongren Medicine Hall purchasing sandworms. But, old Yu and Yu Dashan had gone out to fish in the sea, and Yu Haitzi had left for the docks before the sky had even lit up. That brat was becoming more and more slick. After Madame Zhang seized more than half of his first income, he didn't bring money home anymore. Instead, he just put it on account and waited until it reached a certain amount before withdrawing them all at once. The only ones left at home were Madame Zhang and her daughter, and the lazy and gluttonous Madame Li. Madame Zhang wasn't originally from the fishing village, so she didn't know how to dig for sandworms. Yu Katie was someone who rarely left the house and stayed at home the whole day, and Madame Li was someone who was even less reliable. Seeing others bringing home hundreds and even thousands of copper coins home, Madame Zhang felt as if there were 25 mice on her heart, 100 claws were scratching her heart. She heard that Xiaolian and her sister had also gone to the beach, so she deliberately waited on the path that they would definitely walk by on their way home. "You're back," Madame Zhang asked insidiously. "Did you get a good harvest today? How many taels did you get?" "A few taels. Grandmother, do you think that spoon worms are just blown over by the wind? Did you go look at the beach? It takes a long time to dig up 1 sandworm. Xiaolian and I have slender arms and legs, so it's already pretty good that we can dig out a few of them." Yu Xiaosao knew that nothing good would come out of seeing Madame Zhang, so she used the tactic of morning soldiers first. Madame Zhang got choked off by her. After a while, she glared fiercely at her and said, "You little wretch, you have become bolder after separating from the family. You actually dare to talk back to me, your grandmother. Is that what your parents teach you?" Yu Xiaosao feigned a smile and said, "Grandmother, I'm just telling you the truth. How did it become me talking back to you? Or is it in your eyes? As long as I don't go along with you, it is considered rebutting and disobedience. As the ancient says, an unkind mother should not blame her child for being unfilial. What are your thoughts after hearing that? You damned brat, useless wretch. Aren't you just indirectly saying that I'm unkind? Who talks to their elders like you? You think that you're so great now just because I haven't been disciplining you." Madame Zhang took off her shoe and prepared to beat her up. Xiaolian swiftly went forward and blocked her younger sister. Yu Xiaosao pulled her back a few steps. Suddenly, she covered her chest, breathed heavily, and weakly said, "Grandmother, my health isn't very good, so I can't be frightened. If I get ill from you scaring me, I'm going to have to rely on you. I'm going to eat and live with you, and you will have to take care of my medical fees." Madame Zhang was stunned by the speed at which she changed her face. She was actually timid inwardly, but she put up a fierce front and said, "Stop pretending. Don't think that I don't know the trick you're playing. You're deceiving others by pretending to be sick. Who would believe you are? Unless you die in front of me, or else. Who dares to curse my daughter? Do you want to die? Madame Zhang was scared by a rough, thunderous voice and she almost sat on the ground. Yu Xiaoxiao turned around and saw her godfather, Fang Zizhen, and Yu Hai, who jumped off the donkey cart behind him. Fang Zizhen's face was full of anger, and even his beard had curled up. He used every ounce of his energy to control the horsewhip in his hands in order not to lash it at Madame Zhang. Yu Hai's eyes were red as he stared at Madame Zhang with a gaze filled with grief, indignation, disappointment, and unfamiliarity. His stepmother hated him so much that even his children had been implicated. His daughter, who he loved so dearly, was cursed viciously by her grandmother to die in front of her. Such hatred, such resentment. He believed that he had a clear conscience towards the Yu family and Madame Zhang. It turned out that his tolerance and sacrifice before they had separated from the main family were done in vain. He could never warm up Madame Zhang's ice-cold heart. Yu Hai's heart was like dead ash in an instant, so be it. In the future, I will give them everything that I'm supposed to give them, not 1 penny less. But for things that I don't need to give them, I won't even take out a single coin. He wouldn't be concerned about that side of the family anymore just because his family was eating and living better. Because it wasn't worth it. Madame Zhang was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing the furious General Fang, she immediately became listless. She stammered, my lord. I'm not cursing her. I just said it carelessly. Fang Zizhen whipped the horsewhip that he was holding in the air several times, and a clear and crisp sound could be heard. Madame Zhang trembled, in fright and nearly wet her pants. Careless remark. Then why don't you also tell yourself to die? Why don't you tell your own son to die? Our Xiaoxiao used to be in poor health. It must be because you cursed her. If I hear you cursing my daughter again, be prepared to go to jail. Fang Zizhen felt that there was a need to frighten this stupid woman. Even with his support, she still dared to fearlessly bully his family's Xiaoxiao. If he wasn't around, then his dear daughter would be bullied to death. Pa. Why was this word mentioned again? How inauspicious. Madame Zhang shivered and muttered, I'm her elder, so it's not considered a crime to scold her. What kind of elder are you? Which family's elders would refuse to pay for their sick granddaughter's medical fees and force them to borrow money in order to treat her illness? What kind of parents would take the 300 taels that their son exchanged his life to get, and then force them out of their home with barely anything? Whose elders would hate seeing their son's family living well and come cause trouble for them from time to time? Madame Zhang, you're only a stepmother, and you're a vicious and biased stepmother. The law will never tolerate people like you. Fang Zizhen glared at her fiercely. His dignified aura caused Madame Zhang's legs to go soft and she kneeled down. Yu Hai turned his face to one side and solemnly said, Brother Fang, please spare her this time. Madame Zhang, when we divided the family, it was clearly written on the contract that I just need to give you guys 200 caddies of grain every year or convert it into money. In the future, I won't pay even a single coin more. Please don't come and bring disgrace upon yourself again. When facing Yu Hai, Madame Zhang's imperious temper flared up again. She sat her butt on the ground, smacked her legs, and cried, the heavens don't have eyes, giving me such a unfilial descendant. How shall I live in the future? Suddenly, her voice stopped abruptly as if someone had strangled her neck. It turned out that she had been frightened by Fang Zizhen's furious expression. Fang Zizhen said impatiently, Brother Yu had given you the food according to the agreement without missing anything. So how is he being unfilial? In my opinion, he's much more filial than your good-for-nothing son who only knows how to stretch out his hands and ask for money at home. Daughter, if this wicked old lady bullies you again, tell me. Godfather will avenge you. After he said that, he bent down to hold Xiaoxiao under his arm. Then he lifted her onto his own tall steed. He, on the other hand, acted like an extremely caring father and guided the horse in front. When Madame Zhang saw Xiaoxiao being doted on by the official, her heart beat like drums, for fear that the official would remember all her past mistreatments towards the little lass and come get even with her later. In the following days, she became much more quiet and well-behaved. Under the envious eyes of the villagers, Yu Xiaoxiao sat on the back of the tall horse. Her godfather was so cool today. There was finally someone who could stop that wicked old lady. It should be a lot more peaceful for her family in the future. Godfather, When did you return from the capital? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have prepared a feast for your return. Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed happily. She must treat this great god, who could subdue Madame Zhang, with great care. Under his adoptive daughter's admiring gaze, Fang Zizhen said in a somewhat smug manner, I got back last night. It was too late, so I rested in town. I went to the docks this morning and got hungry from smelling your family's braised food. After I hastily listened to the reports, I hurriedly rushed over. During the past few days when I was at the capital, I really missed my daughter's cooking. Yu Xiaoxiao feigned a troubled expression and sighed, Godfather, I didn't know that you were going to come back early, so I didn't prepare enough ingredients. What should I do? Fang Zizhen couldn't stand seeing his goddaughter being unhappy, so he quickly said, Good daughter, Godfather loves to eat anything that you make. Like lettuce with oyster sauce braised eggplants stir-fried eggs and tomatoes just casually pick some vegetables from the fields, and my daughter can make the most delicious dishes. Yu Hai's heart felt slightly sour as he looked at their benevolent father and filial daughter appearance, as if his most beloved treasure had been robbed from him. Actually, it was also pretty good that Brother Fang became his daughter's godfather. There would be another person to dote on her and protect her. It seemed like his daughter had rarely enjoyed a day of happiness with him. He was really useless, he couldn't even protect his own daughter. Xiaoxiao seemed to have sensed her father's depressed mood. She turned around, smiled brightly at him, and said, Father, why did you come back so late today? Did the braised food not sell well today? Yu Hai hastily sorted out his emotions and smiled at his daughter. The braised food sold out very quickly. Didn't I just happen to meet Brother Fang at the docks? Considering that there was nothing good to eat at home, I went to the market to buy a few caddies of pork belly, as well as your favorite spare ribs. During this era, people usually chose the area with more fat when buying pork. Spare ribs were mostly bone and didn't have much meat. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoxiao, who liked spare ribs, Yu Hai wouldn't have bought them. Fortunately, spare ribs weren't expensive. With the money for one caddy of meat, he could get more than 2 caddies of spare ribs. There's spare ribs. That's great, we can have spoon worms and spare rib soup for lunch. The delicious soup will definitely make you guys want second servings. Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to be very happy in order to lift her father's dejected mood. Yu Hai's expression slightly relaxed and he asked in a soft voice, Spoon worms. Oh right, you guys went to dig spoon worms today. How was it? Xiaoxiao has never dug for spoon worms before. It wasn't easy, right? Xiaolian, who was next to him, laughed, Father, you're looking down on younger sister. She dug out more than me. We dug out the most in the entire village and got over 2 taels from selling them. We earned more than you, who had been working all morning at the docks. Yu Hai looked at his pair of daughters approvingly and said with a smile, My daughters are really capable. That's right, just look at whose daughter I am. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head with her nose pointed towards that sky as if unbeatable. Fang Zizhen guffawed and said, Yes, that's right. You're definitely worthy of being Fang Zizhen's daughter. You take after me. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately feigned a look of disdain. She looked at his beard-filled face and said with a scrunched-up face, Godfather, why do I have this feeling that you're not praising me? If I take after you, will I still be presentable? As she spoke, she touched her own face with a worried expression. Her funny expression and humorous words amused everyone. Fang Zizhen laughed the loudest and refused to concede, Daughter, do you know why your godfather, grew out a beard? When I was young, I was also a very handsome and good-looking man, and had the nickname, Jade-Face Young General, on the battlefield. I felt that it was too feminine, and my face didn't look intimidating enough, so I grew out a beard. Once your godfather, I shave my beard. I definitely won't look inferior to that of your Uncle Zhao. I don't believe you, you're just saying it and there's no proof. You can only prove it by shaving off your beard. Yu Xiaoxiao's disbelieving expression of, You're bluffing, caused Fang Zizhen to nearly have the urge to shave his beard on the spot. They laughed and chatted all the way back to the Yu residence. Yu Heng, who had just finished watering the melon fields, put down the carrying pole in his hands and heard the sound of laughter coming from behind him. He said with a gentle smile, Uncle Fang is back. Quickly come sit and have a drink. Xiao Cao carried the basket of sandworms to the well in the backyard and prepared to make lunch after cleaning them. Madame Lu, who was washing clothes beside the well, saw the fat and fleshy worms inside the basket, and the fine hair on her body nearly stood up. She chided in a low voice, "What did you dig these worms for? It looks so creepy." Xiao Cao stirred the basket of squirming sandworms, like it was a treasure, and excitedly said, "Mother, these sandworms might look disgusting, but they're very tasty. In addition to cooking, it can also be dried and grinded into powder, which can enhance the taste of food. I'll go find some bamboo sticks and teach you how to clean the sandworms." Yu Xiaoxiao ran back into the front yard and asked her father to cut a few bamboo sticks that were half the thickness of chopsticks. Then she pulled Xiaolian and ran back to the rear yard. Yu Hai cried behind her, "Do you want me to help?" "No need. You should go and drink tea with Godfather." Yu Xiaoao's crisp voice could be heard from the backyard. Madame Lu looked at the sandworms, resisted the discomfort in her heart, picked one up and asked, "What do I do with this thing?" "Just wash it in the water." "No, sandworms have sand sacs and sand in their stomach. If they're not cleaned properly, then you can't eat them. I know one of the most convenient ways to clean sandworms. Look, first put the sandworm inside the water, insert the bamboo stick from one end, and poke it out from the middle. Then, slowly invert half of the sandworm. After that, insert another stick inside the other end and poke the stick out from the same place, and then flip the other half inside out. See, this is the guts and sand in the sandworm. You just need to wash them in water." Yu Xiaoxiao demonstrated while explaining. She worked skillfully with her little hands, and swiftly cleaned a sandworm. Xiaolian had already picked up one in her hands and followed Xiaoxiao as she demonstrated. Although her movements were a little clumsy, she still completed the task of turning out the internal organs of the sandworm and washing it carefully in water. Madame Lu wasn't an unreasonable person either, so she swiftly overcame the obstacles in her heart and skillfully flipped the sandworms inside out. The three of them were all swift workers, so they quickly finished cleaning the 3 caddies of sandworms. Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that the sand inside had not been completely cleaned, and rinsed it several times with clean water. When she appeared in the front yard again, she noticed that there was an extra person in the courtyard. After looking closely, she realized that it was Zhou Zixu, 3rd young Master Zhou, who she hadn't seen for a long time. During the past month or so, he had been staying at the site of the harbor construction, and had even gotten a shade tanner. However, his hard work and efforts weren't in vain because the construction of the oyster sauce factory had finally been completed. After being simply furnished, it should be ready for use next month. "3rd young master, such a rare guest. What sort of wind blew you over today?" Yu Xiaoxiao joked with him. As if he was guarding as a thief, Fang Zizhen examined 3rd young Master Zhou from head to toe. What kind of relationship did this youngster have with his goddaughter? Why did his daughter sound so familiar with him? 3rd young Master Zhou chuckled and said with a smile, "The authentic northwest wind. I just came back from the docks. Our factory should be able to start operating soon. I must share this good news with you as soon as possible. What delicious food did you make today? I specially came at this time." "Ah, stinky brat, talking so familiarly with my daughter, he wouldn't have some improper intentions, right? No, such a good daughter, I must keep an eye on her." "General Fang, you think too much. Xiaoxiao was only 10 years old. What kind of inappropriate thoughts would a little kid like her arouse? He wasn't a pedophile." Fang Zizhen raised his composure as a government official, coughed twice, and said, "You are the 3rd young master of the Zhou family, who built a factory at the docks. Have you been approved to build a factory at the docks? The harbor is being reconstructed right now, so everything must be properly arranged." 3rd young Master Zhou was able to obtain his present achievements in the business industry at such a young age, so he naturally had his own connections. Knowing that the person in front of him was in charge of the harbor constructions, he hastily bowed and greeted him. "The location of this youngster's factory is still a certain distance away from the harbor, so it won't interfere with the construction of the port." "Oh, how do you know that your factory won't interfere with the planning of the new harbor?" Fang Zizhen didn't like this weak-looking youth and decided to make things difficult for him. 3rd young Master Zhou was puzzled about when he had offended this lord, the imperial envoy. He seemed to be picking on him on purpose. He continued to speak in a humble and respectful manner. Before this youngster prepared to build the factory, I have made several confirmations with the county magistrate, so. Fang Zizhen frowned and said, you started to prepare for the construction of your factory several months again, right? At that time, the detailed regulations for the harbor construction hadn't come out yet. So, who gave you the confidence that your factory won't affect the construction of the harbor? Just as third young Master Zhou was drenched in sweat from being interrogated by the imperial envoy, Yu Xiaosao, who had heard a few words in the kitchen, poked her head out and asked, Godfather, our factory affects the planning of the port construction. What should we do? It wasn't easy to build it. Do we have to wait a few months and rebuild the factory again? Our factory. What does that mean? This was a sign that his daughter was helping the outsider off. No, he had to nip that thought in the bud. Fang Zizhen moved closer and whispered to Yu Xiaosao, daughter, what do other people building a factory have to do with us? You don't have to worry about this matter. How can it be none of my business? I have 20% of the shares in the oyster sauce factory. Delaying the operation by a day means that I will get my dividends a day later. Godfather, quickly think of a solution. Yu Xiaosao actually wasn't short on money these days. Junsho Restaurant's osmanthus duck was selling very well, so she received at least 1,000 taels every month. But who would dislike earning more money? Of course, it would be better to get more of the shiny, white silver off. Fang Zizhen widened his eyes in anger. This good brat is giving my daughter 20% dividends for no reason at all. Who the heck would believe that he doesn't have any malicious intentions? He wants to deceive my precious daughter with a mere 20% bonus. Don't even think about it. Not only is there no door, there won't even be a window. Fang Zizhen glared fiercely at third young Master Zhou, and then bent down and did his best to advise, daughter, we shouldn't take shares that some weird people randomly give you for free. If you need money, Godfather has it all. When the harbor construction is completed, Godfather will buy several stores for you in the best locations. It's up to you if you want to open a shop yourself or rent it out. Let's not take those shares, okay? With her eyes widened, Yu Xiaosao looked at him strangely and said, Godfather, the shares weren't given away for free. I invested 100 taels in the recipe for the oyster sauce, so I kind of feel that getting 20% dividends is still too little off. This is something that we deserve. If I don't take it, wouldn't that just benefit that fellow, third young Master Zhou? Fang Zizhen finally realized that he had misunderstood the situation. He laughed to conceal his mistake and said, so it turns out that the shares are something that we deserve to receive off. My daughter is so capable. You're already investing in a business at such a young age. Very good, very good. You're definitely worthy of being my, Fang Zizhen's, daughter. Yu Xiaosao was still concerned about the matter regarding the location of the oyster sauce factory, so she worriedly asked, Godfather, is there really nothing we can do for our oyster sauce factory? Since it was his daughter's business, Fang Zizhen naturally wouldn't continue to deliberately cause trouble. He pretended to think for a while, and then said, I just recalled the blueprint I have seen. When I go back, I will discuss it with the people at the Ministry of Works and do my best to keep your factory. Don't worry, Godfather will help you. Only then did Yu Xiaosao smile and said, thank you, Godfather. If it's too difficult to handle, then forget it. We can't delay the progress of the harbor construction just because of our factory. It's not difficult, not difficult. Your godfather is still capable of putting a word in. Daughter, what are we eating for lunch? Don't we have pork belly? Let's eat red braised pork. The red braised pork you make is fragrant and soft, and fatty but not greasy. It really suits Godfather's taste. Fang Zizhen deliberately shifted the topic to the dishes for fear that his clever daughter would notice something. Third young Master Zhou, who was beside them, seemed to have noticed something. But this young boy also didn't understand why the imperial envoy seemed to be quite unsatisfied with him. Today, if it weren't for Xiaosao, he probably wouldn't be able to keep the factory that he worked so hard for during these past few months. Although the Zhou family were imperial merchants, they could only concede to government officials who had real power and authority. The problem was solved, so Yu Xiaosao returned to the kitchen. First, she baked a small portion of the sandworms over a small fire to make dried sandworms. Then she assigned a task to Yu Hang. She asked him to take the dried sandworms to Madame Mao's house and borrow the small stone mill, and then grind the dried sandworms into powder. Sandworm powder can enhance the taste of food. It was much safer and more environmentally friendly than the MSG in her previous life. With the remaining sandworms, she made a plate of garlic steamed sandworms, a bowl of sandworms and spare rib soup, and also stir-fried some with chives as a side dish. In addition, there was also the oil-dripping braised pork and several plates of stir-fried vegetables seasoned with sandworm powder. Although they didn't make preparations in advance, it was still a sumptuous feast. The dishes made with sandworms received unanimous praise from everyone. Fang Zizhen especially favored the garlic steamed sandworms, which was mostly eaten by him. The tasty and crisp sandworms, complemented by the unique taste of garlic, was simply too delicious. The sandworms that Yu Xiaoxiao keep were big, meaty, and of high quality. The sandworms and spare rib soup was as white as milk. It tasted very delicious, refreshingly sweet and nourishing. Even Madame Lu, who was afraid of the worms, drank a full bowl. The sautéed vegetables seasoned with sandworm powder was also much more delicious than usual. Even third young Master Zhou was very surprised and thought that Xiaoxiao's cooking skills had improved again, exceeding that of head chef Wang, who had decades of experience. Before he could speak, Yu Xiaoxiao said mysteriously, "I just came up with another seasoning recipe. You just tried it, so give me some feedback. If you think it's good, we can mass-produce it in our oyster sauce factory and sell it throughout the country." Third young Master Zhou's eyes lit up and said in surprise, "You mean, the unique taste of these vegetable dishes was due to the usage of your newly developed condiment? Xiaoxiao, you're a genius among geniuses. I was just about to ask you why the greens taste even more delicious today. Quickly write down the recipe, and I'll give you another 10% of the shares." In this way, she would possess 30% of the shares for the factory. Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if she could see little silver ingots continuously flying towards her. She was so happy that her eyes narrowed into a seam. She immediately nodded without any hesitation, "But I want to ponder over the recipe again and try to make it even more perfect." With just sandworm powder alone, others would quickly see through the recipe and imitate it. She prepared to add in kelp powder and a small amount of spice. In fact, she really did have some talent for cooking. She was able to find the best ratio in a few days, and it was far more delicious than the simple sandworm powder. While she was experimenting, she also churned out the recipe for 5-spice powder, which she also handed to third young Master Zhou. As a result, their factory wouldn't just be an oyster sauce factory. All the condiments produced by them would be called Haitian, which included Haitian oyster sauce, Haitian MSG, Haitian 5-spice powder, and Haitian fermented bean curd. Later, under Yu Xiaoxiao's suggestion, they added 2 more condiments, Haitian soy sauce, and Haitian vinegar, which made Haitian's production of condiments even more complete. This would be recounted later. At this time, Fang Zizhen was somewhat dissatisfied with the brat from the Zhou family talking cheerfully and humorously with his daughter, causing her to laugh merrily again and again. From time to time, he would shoot daggers at third young Master Zhou, which made third young Master Zhou slightly restless. He wondered if he should ask Xiaoxiao what he did to offend the imperial envoy so he could have the chance to make up for his mistakes. In the future, when his business grew bigger, there would be a lot of times when he had to deal with government officials. If he didn't find out the reason, he was afraid that there would be future troubles. Fang Zizhen listened to Xiaoxiao enthusiastically talk about the prospects of the factory. He found the perfect opportunity and interjected with a smile, "Daughter, the sandworms taste really good. It must have been hard for you to come up with these dishes." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at him and said, "Godfather, if it's delicious, then you should eat more. The sandworms not only taste good, but their nutritional value isn't any less than shark fin and abalones. On another day, I'll make some more sandworm powder for you to bring back for Godmother when you return to the capital. I'll write down the cooking methods so Godmother can also try the delicacies of the seaside." Fang Zizhen drank a big mouthful of the sandworms and spare rib soup and nodded, "Your Godmother really liked the tomatoes that you told me to bring back last time. She especially likes the method of eating it with sugar after heating it slightly. By the way, your Godmother made several sets of clothing for you, and she also told me to bring over some snacks from the capital." They're all in my luggage. I'll go get them for you. Xiao Sao quickly stopped her godfather, who was about to stand up, and smiled. Godfather, it's not like it's urgent. You should eat first. This is your favorite red braised pork. Here, this piece has the perfect ratio of fat and lean meat. Fang Zizhen's face was full of happiness as he ate the piece of braised pork that his goddaughter personally gave him. He said, "My daughter is so considerate. Father didn't dote on you in vain." Yu Hai looked jealously at the piece of braised pork in Fang Zizhen's bowl. He coughed twice and looked at his younger daughter. After Yu Shakuo also gave him a piece of meat, he finally showed a slight smile on his face. Madame Lu, who was beside him, watched her husband's immature behavior and couldn't help but smile with her head lowered. He was already such a grown man, yet he was still competing with others for favor. Moreover, it was for their younger daughter's attention. Why didn't she know that her husband had such a cute side? With her chopsticks, Madame Lu picked up some stir-fried sandworms with chives and put it in Yu Hai's rice bowl. Yu Hai looked up at her. Usually, his wife seldom got food for him in the presence of outsiders. What was going on today? When he looked up and saw his wife's gentle and understanding gaze, Yu Hai's face instantly flushed. What was wrong with him? Xiao Sao was his own flesh and blood. Even though she had a godfather now, it still wouldn't change the fact that they were blood-related family. How could he feel uncomfortable just because of a piece of braised pork? He was seriously becoming more and more childish as he got older. In the days that followed, the Yu family became busy again. Except for those who went to sell braised food at the docks, everyone else was mobilized by Xiao Sao to go dig sandworms at the beach. At times, when Fang Zizhen wasn't working or little Shito came back during break, they would also be ordered to work at the beach. With the little divine stone as her secret weapon, Yu Xiaosao was the person who caught the most every day. Sometimes, even if all the sandworms that the entire family caught were together, it still wasn't as much as Yu Xiaosao alone. In order to not catch all the sandworms on the beach, Xiaosao constantly changed the area where she catches the worms. The other villagers were perplexed by the family frequently digging spoon worms. Tongren Medicine Hall wasn't accepting spoon worms anymore, so why were they still digging them? Several families, who were more acquainted with them, came to inquire one after another. Yu Xiaosao didn't hide it from them and taught them several simple methods of eating sandworms. When they saw the dried sandworms in the Yu family's courtyard, they had already gotten the urge to hoard some dried sandworms. After all, the fishermen of Dongshan village depended on the sky to make a living. If the weather at sea was terrible for a period of time, most of the villagers of Dongshan village, who relied on the sea to make a living, may lose their source of income. Most of the villagers were poor. The impact of them not going out to the sea for several days might not be very apparent, but if they didn't go out to the sea for half a month, or for the entire month, many families would go hungry. Being able to dress warmly and eat one's fill had always been the pursuit of the villagers of Dongshan village. Disregarding the taste of the sandworms, they had learned from the Yu family that the sandworms were definitely edible. It wasn't easy to store sandworms, but dried sandworms would be fine. If they ran out of food one day, they could resolve this urgent matter by using dried sandworms to stew soup. For a while, a unique scenery appeared along the coast of Dongshan village. Villagers of Dongshan village with various tools were either bending down, sticking their butts out, or laying on the sand, and looking for the traces of spoon worms. Junsho restaurant also immediately introduced several dishes with spoon worms or dried spoon worms as their ingredient. Their unique taste won the praise of many customers. As soon as the Junsho restaurant in the capital opened, it received unanimous praise from customers for their 5 specialties: roasted chicken, osmanthus duck, braised food, spoon worm dishes, and oyster sauce dishes. It even attracted many of the customers of several long-established restaurants in the capital. Junsho restaurant became an instant success and swiftly gained a firm foothold in the capital with its endless specialty dishes. At this time, Haitian Condiment Factory had also began operating. Marine products like oysters and sandworms were needed for oyster sauce and sandworm powder MSG. Junsho restaurant using sandworms as a cooking ingredient also increased the demand for sandworms. As a result, Third Young Master Joe sent people to various fishing villages to purchase and collect these marine goods. In Dongshan village, Third young Master Joe had solemnly entrusted Yu Hai to help him purchase those items. Of course, he would not let Yu Hai work for nothing. Junsho Restaurant would give him 10% of the profit as remuneration. Dongshan Village wasn't the only fishing village around the area, so Junsho Restaurants had also selected a staff member to be responsible for that task in the other fishing villages. Seafood like oysters and penis fish were too common in the coastal region, and there weren't many people who eat it, so very few people would buy them. Even with occasional acquisition, it was hard to sell them for a high price. However, the price that Junsho Restaurant offered for these goods was higher than the market price: 10 copper coins for a caddy of oysters and 20 copper coins for a caddy of spoon worms. Although offered a much higher price for spoon worms, it was only a temporary acquisition for the medicine hall. Junsho Restaurant, on the other hand, were purchasing spoon worms all year round. After the news came out, there was an endless stream of people who came to visit the Yu family's residence. They were all inquiring about the purchase and the prices of the oysters and spoon worms. After they received reliable information from Yu Hai, both the old and young villagers of Dongshan Village all began to dig for spoon worms and gather oysters. The sea's gift to the people was selfless. Every time the tide went out, people would flock to the beach and leave when the tide rises. Even if there was low tide at night, people would still carry a lantern and work hard throughout the night. As long as one was willing to work, there would definitely be a harvest. An average adult could dig at least 10 caddies of spoon worms in a day. The old, weak, women, and children could also harvest a few caddies of oysters. In this way, as long as someone from each household in Dongshan Village was willing to contribute, they could earn a few hundred copper coins in a day without any problem. There was a steady flow of oysters and spoon worms being purchased. Yu Hai had already taken in over 1,000 caddies of seafood. These seafood products were all transported to the workshops at the dock. The employees of the condiment factory were all servants who had signed a death contract with the Joe family. Whether it was oyster sauce or MSG, the formulas must be kept a secret. So, the core employees must have served the Joe family for many generations. 50 people were carefully selected from the servants to work in the workshop, but when faced with the endless orders, they still lacked manpower. Cleaning the sandworms was a labor-intensive job. Thus, third young Master Joe set down a new purchasing rule: the prices for cleaned oysters and spoon worms would be twice as high as those that hadn't been cleaned. Of course, the seafood must still be fresh. What did the villagers not lack the most? It was labor and time. Although the oysters wasn't bad, there wasn't much profit to be earned after the shell was removed. In contrast, the spoon worms wouldn't lose much weight even after the sand was removed from it. The price of the spoon worm was more expensive than pork, so even if it took more time, the villagers were willing. For a while, Yu Hai had more work than he could handle. All the clean seafood and the unclean seafood had to be separately weighed and paid for, and they must also be stored separately. The Yu family had planted their entire courtyard with vegetables. In order to prevent the people who came to their house to sell seafood from damaging their garden, Yu Hai specially set up a wooden shed at the west side of the fence to be used for the purchase of seafood. It was too much work for just one person, so he asked Yu Hang to help out. The father and son were frantically busy and barely managed to handle everything. Yu Hai had become stricter with the purchase of seafood ever since he found out that his daughter owned a part of the shares of the condiment factory. He didn't accept spoon worms that weren't cleaned properly, seafood that weren't fresh, and also if they practice fraud by putting water inside the spoon worms to increase its weight. Although he offended some people who wanted to take advantage of him, Yu Hai's reputation in the village was still pretty good. No matter where Madame Zhang went these days, she would always hear, XX family earned XX amount of money from selling seafood. XX family was able to pay back their debt owed for several years from famine in just 10 days. XX family didn't have anything to eat or wear in the past, but now they can afford meat. Thus, the old lady's heart began to waver. Of course, she couldn't go cause trouble at the old residence. The imperial envoy was now living in old Zhao's old house and would eat all of his 3 meals at the Yu family's house. With such a big Buddha there, even if Madame Zhang was given 3 times more courage, she still wouldn't dare to look for trouble. But at her house, old Yu and his son had to go out to the sea every day. So, She put her mind on Madam Li and Yu Haitzi. Yu Haitzi would diligently run to the dock every day, but he wouldn't even bring back 1 copper coin. If they are all as greedy as this grandson of hers, where would she get the money for her daughter's dowry? Where would she get the money to pay for her younger son's education? She couldn't bear to let her daughter, who was going to marry in the autumn, to go to the seaside under the sun and wind. So, she forced Madam Li and Yu Haitzi to go to the seaside to dig for spoon worms. 1 caddy of clean spoon worms was worth 50 copper coins. With both Madam Li and her son working, it shouldn't be a problem for them to earn 200 or 300 copper coins in a day. Yu Haitzi wasn't someone who was obedient. Although he could earn money by digging spoon worms, he knew that he wasn't going to receive any of the money he earned. So why did he have to waste so much effort to get them? After a month of physical exercise, Yu Haitzi didn't look like the short and fat Yu Haitzi from the past. Although his skin was still dark, he was a lot stronger, and he didn't have much body fat on him. He had also grown taller, so now he looked like he was full of vigor. In order to hide from his grandmother, he would run away every day before the sky turned bright. Madame Zhang couldn't catch Haitzi, who was as slippery as a mudfish, so she had strictly watched over Madame Li, forcing her to go to the beach every day. But with Madame Li's gluttonous and lazy character, how could she be the type of person to work? After digging only a few times, she would start lamenting to the heavens while bawling with tears in her eyes and snot dripping from her nose. However, Madame Zhang wasn't a soft-hearted person. What's more, she had also taken tools and gone to dig for spoon worms at the beach with her head lowered. How could she allow Madame Li to slack off? Seeing that her mother-in-law was also working, she couldn't find any reason to slack off, so she could only accept her misfortune and dig a little here and there. Both the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law had no experience in digging for sandworms. Furthermore, Madame Li wasn't very reliable since she would take every chance she could to slack off. In a day, other people were able to dig about 10 caddies of spoon worms, but it would already be considered pretty good if the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair could dig up 2 to 3 caddies of spoon worms. When Madame Zhang saw that other people had harvested a lot compared to them, she felt extremely unhappy in her heart. When she got home, she scolded Madame Li for being worthless, old Yu for having no abilities, and Yu Dashan for being a good-for-nothing who couldn't even control his wife. The entire Yu family was shrouded in her shadow of rage. Yu Dashan was wedged between his mother and wife, and he was also bad at conveying his feelings. To return peace to the family, he would take the initiative to dig sandworms with Madame Zhang when the tide recedes after he returned from the sea. There was a strange phenomenon in the Yu family. The more they worked, the less they got in return. In Madame Zhang's eyes, this was all right and proper. Yu Hai was like this in the past, and now Yu Dashan was also experiencing the same thing. They worked more, but they also received more complaints. Madame Li wasn't like Madame Lu, who was willing to bear hardships without any complaints and watches all the hard-earned money that she and her husband earned went into her mother-in-law's pocket. It would have been fine if the money was used for them all. They now earned at least a few hundred copper coins from fishing and gathering seafood at the sea, which should be about 3 to 5 taels of silver a month. Yet, they were still eating dark and coarse flatbread and boiled vegetables without oil. Madame Li soon became discontented with this situation. She looked at her suffering husband and touched her big tanned face. She complained to Yu Dashan, who was behind her, "Haitzi's father, we worked ourselves to death, but none of the money we earned is spent on us. It's all spent on Katie and Zhaobo. What is the point of us doing all this hard work?" Yu Dashan didn't have any strength remaining in his body as he lay on the Kong bed. His eyes were half closed, and he looked like he was about to fall asleep. He was an honest man, so in a low muffled voice, he responded, "You can't talk like that. Isn't my younger sister about to get married? The condition of my future brother-in-law's family is not bad, so if the dowry is too unsightly, she would be mistreated after she gets married. My third brother needs to take the exams during these 2 years, so he can't be delayed in his studies." Madame Li was so angry that she pinched his arm and said, "Well, good for you, only thinking about your younger siblings. But have you thought about our child? Haitzi is 14 this year, it's about time for him to start looking around for a suitable wife. However, your mother hasn't mentioned this at all. She even wants Haitzi to hand over the money he earned. As their older brother, you're earning money to raise your younger siblings, but it makes no sense for the nephew to earn money to support them. Yu Dashan rubbed the arm that got pinched and turned around. Haitzi is still young. It's not too late for him to start looking for a wife next year. Besides, when Haitzi marries, the betrothal gifts will be taken out from the public account. Don't worry about it. Go to sleep. I still have to go to the sea early tomorrow morning. Madam Li had numerous thoughts on her mind, so how could she fall asleep? She said resentfully, I won't say anything about your brother since he has to study every day. But your younger sister has arms and legs, so why can't she work? Your mother treats her like a noble young lady. When she enters her husband's household, she won't know how to do anything. It would be a wonder if she doesn't get beaten. Yu Dashan couldn't fall asleep from the noisiness, so his tone wasn't good as he said, you don't know how to do anything, but did anyone beat you? You dare. I have a few brothers at home who will support me. Over the years, my maternal family has subsidized our family a lot. With just the food we eat at home, it would have been a miracle that we didn't starve to death. How did you think we were able to stay so plump and healthy? When Madam Li talked about her maternal family, her waist and back would straighten. Yu Dashan looked at the fat that had accumulated on her body and snorted, I don't think it's bad for you if you lose some weight. Look at our son, Haitzi. After he slimmed down, he looked more and more like me, like a real man. Madam Li touched the fat on her waist. Author's note, where's the waist? Do you have a waist? And sighed. She said, looking at it now, it seems like it wasn't a bad idea for the second branch to move out. Look at how they're living. I heard that he earns at least a few hundred copper coins in a day just by helping Junsho restaurant's owner purchase seafood. If our branch had also moves out at that time. Don't even think about it. Mother won't allow us to move out. It's not like you don't know about the situation when second brother moved out, they were driven out and abandoned. Second brother was able to endure it because of his fate, he is also someone with a good fortune at all. Yu Dashan's mood was very complicated when he thought of his younger stepbrother, who was only a few months younger than him. Yu Hai's capabilities made him look mediocre. He had also worked very hard, but he could never catch up to Yu Hai's footsteps. At one point, when Yu Hai was injured and the doctor said that Yu Hai wasn't going to survive the injury, he had felt relieved for a long time. He thought that the large mountain that was pressed against his head would finally fall down. However, the second son still withstood that hard-pressed situation. The second son's family now lived more comfortably than they had before they separated from the main branch. This made his mood unbalanced again. Especially at the beginning of the spring when they went out to the sea, the amount of fish he caught was less than that of Yu Hai. The amount of money he earned was much less, at least half of what Yu Hai earned before. His mother always complained that he had no ability and that he couldn't even compare with half of Yu Hai. These iron-like facts made him recognize the gap between himself and Yu Hai. The boulder that he had put down for a while once again pressed against his heart. He went out fishing early in the morning, and he gathered seafood at the sea in the afternoon. Sometimes, he would go out in the middle of the night to dig for sandworms. He worked himself tirelessly to prove to his family that he wasn't worse than Yu Hai. However, reality still made him feel dejected. He had worked tirelessly without a moment of rest, yet he was only able to earn 200 to 300 copper coins a day. Yu Hai didn't have to go out to the sea or dig in the sand, but he was able to earn 2 to 3 times the amount he earned. If Yu Dashan could read, he would surely have the feeling, there's always someone better than you. Yu Hai, who didn't know that he was envied and hated by his older brother, was currently anxiously discussing some matters with his family. They were discussing whether or not he should give the job of purchasing seafood to someone else. Fang Zizhen patted Yu Hai's shoulder. Using a loud and clear voice, he said, why are you hesitating? If you want to do it, then do it. If you don't want to do it, then throw it at someone else. What's so complicated about that? Yu Hai's mood was currently very complicated. The family only had a lot of the businesses due to his youngest daughter's effort. He was only a supporting role in all her efforts. He had allowed a child younger than 10 to work busily every day for the family's livelihood. As a father, he felt guilty and distressed. Through a stroke of luck, Junsho Restaurant gave him an opportunity to increase the income for the family. Even if he was busy, bitter, and tired, he was happy in his heart. However, the 3 mu of watermelon in the fields were about to ripen. In order to look after the melons, harvest the melons, or sell the melons, he wouldn't be able to leave the fields. Therefore, he was struggling to decide whether he should continue the job of purchasing seafood or manage all the matters regarding the melon fields. When Yu Hai heard that, he bitterly smiled and said, "Brother Mingzi, it's easy for you to say that, but I earned 3 taels of silver from that in just a day. In 1 month, I can earn 100 taels of silver, so how I can just toss it away? However, we need people to tend to the melon fields at home right now." Yu Xiaosao finally understood why her father had a worried frown on his face these past few days. She softly laughed and said, "Father, the melon fields and the purchase of seafood won't clash with each other. I know that you must feel that we need more people to work at home, yet you can't balance both jobs simultaneously. I have an idea. I don't know if you will think it's feasible or not." Yu Hai had a whole new level of respect for his youngest daughter after the first half of the year. He never dared to treat her as a child. Yu Hai was full of hope as he said, "Cower, tell me what good idea you have." Xiaosao organized her speaking points, and, after thinking about it, she said, "Our family's watermelons are about to ripen, so we really need someone to look after them. Although it's fine in the morning, the watermelon fields definitely need someone to tend to during the night. I don't think anyone else is as qualified as you to look after the melons." Fang Zizhen smacked his lips, making his existence known, and said, "It's just looking after melons. I can call Li Li or Wu Yun back to look after the melons. Won't that solve everything?" Yu Xiaosao smiled sweetly at her godfather and said, "Godfather, both big brothers are already very busy on the dock. How can I trouble them with my family's personal matters? Besides, it takes more than 1 or 2 days to watch after the melons and sell them. Your idea is not going to work." Fang Zizhen glared at her and said, "They should be honored to manage personal matters for this old man. In the past, these 2 new and young recruits were rescued by me from a mass of dead people. Godfather, I know you're amazing. However, we shouldn't coerce them to do things in return for your kindness. Even if Brother Li and Brother Wu take the initiative to come here and help me, I still wouldn't agree." Yu Xiaosao definitely didn't want her godfather suffer from other people's criticism. Fang Zizhen was also aware of this point, and he felt very touched by her thoughtfulness. It was a blessing to have a daughter like her. Yu Hai wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. Yu Xiaosao said to her biological father, "I know that my big brother won't be able to handle the purchasing of seafood by himself." Yu Hang opened his mouth, but he unwillingly closed it. What his younger sister said was the truth. He was only 11 to 12 years old. Besides, the problem was that people in the village might not trust him as he also needed to weigh the goods and collect money when it came to purchasing seafood. He would also need to put the collected goods in the correct places. It was definitely not a one-man job. Yu Xiaosao gave him a soothing glance and continued, "There's more work than we can deal with, but we can hire someone to help us. It's not the harvesting season right now, so the villagers have plenty of free time. We can find someone trustworthy to help father do his job. We won't make him work for free either. If he works for a day, then we'll pay him a day's pay." "Do you mean you want to hire someone to work for us?" "However, we're all villagers, so it might not be appropriate." Yu Hai felt like hiring someone to help him do his job would make him the same as those wealthy old landlords exploiting poor farmers. It didn't feel good at all. "Father, why would it be inappropriate? It's the same as when we hire people to build our house. Feeding someone for helping you is the same as giving someone wages. Plus, we aren't making him work for free." Yu Xiaosao was very puzzled by her father's reaction. Yu Hai thought about it and her reasoning seemed to make sense. He replied hesitantly, "Then, who do you think we should hire? How much should we pay him in a day? This person must have a good and honest character as well as be steady and capable." Yu Xiaosao said with a smile. She already had a candidate in her mind. Yu Hang pursed his lips. He hadn't said anything throughout the exchange, but now he finally spoke up. "I think third uncle is a suitable candidate for this job. Whenever our family is busy, he would always come over to help. We all know about his honesty and good character. Father, if you still feel guilty about it, you can just pay third uncle a little more money." Yu Hai thought about it. His younger cousin, Yu Zhong, had a flexible mind and he was a great friend to the family. He was indeed a good candidate for the job, so he nodded his head in agreement. It was a sunny day the next day. The sun shone warmly on their bodies. Yu Hai went to his uncle's house early in the morning and told his uncle's family that he hoped that Yu Zhong could help him out. He was a little embarrassed when he briefly mentioned that he was planning on paying him. Yu Hai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, was very angry in the beginning. He felt that since they were relatives, it would hurt their relationship if one party paid the other party for just helping out. Yu Zhong also repeatedly stressed that he would go help them, but he won't accept any money for the work. Yu Hai's heart was very touched by them. He received the family love that was missing back home from his eldest uncle's family. He stood up to his uncle's preaching and explained everything patiently. "Eldest uncle, I'm not inviting little Zhong over to help out for a day or two. Instead, I'm planning on working with him for a long time. Let me tell you the truth, I receive a 10% profit by helping Junsho restaurant purchase seafood. How can I make my little brother work for free while I take the money all for myself? Don't get angry yet, let me finish explaining first. Junsho restaurant's condiment factory requires a long-term supply of seafood. Having one person from each family working on it can be considered as two families cooperating together to do business. I'm also taking advantage of your family because our Xiaoxia is still half a child." Yu Zhong thought that it was a feasible idea for the two families to cooperate together to do business because his cousin's family couldn't deal with all the work they had. When he heard this, he quickly helped Yu Hang get some justice and said, "Older cousin, although Yu Hang is young, he can do an adult's work. Even if Yu Hang didn't use an abacus, none of the accountants in town can beat Yu Hang when it comes to calculating accounts." Of course, Xiaoxiao already taught the multiplication tables to her brothers and sisters, so it wasn't difficult for them to calculate using their heads. Yu Lichun finally agreed after Yu Hai's repeated his request sincerely. However, no matter what, he didn't agree with Yu Hai about splitting the earnings equally between the two families. Yu Lichun understood in his heart that Yu Hai was able to get a profitable job because of his friendship with Junsho restaurant. In the end, they agreed on a 40-60% split. Yu Zhong was going to receive 40% of the earnings and Yu Hai was going to receive 60% of the earnings. Yu Hai felt very embarrassed by this as he felt like he took advantage of his uncle's family. Yu Zhong showed up early in the morning. It coincided with the time the tide receded today, which was early this morning. There were already villagers coming to sell their oysters and non-processed sandworms. Yu Zhong had helped out a few times before, so he was able to deal with them very quickly. He was in charge of weighing and placing the seafood they purchase, while Yu Hang was responsible for bookkeeping and settling the bill. Yu Hang had followed his younger brother for several months, learning how to read and write characters. Now, he could read and write most of the commonly used words. The two people worked together very well. Yu Hai family's purchase of seafood had always been honest. They never gave people less for what their seafood was worth. They also weren't like the people in charge in the other villages where they would lower the purchasing price of the seafood. Therefore, not only did the villagers in Dongshan village sell to them but also some of the fishermen in several nearby villages would walk a little more to sell their seafood. As a result, the amount of seafood the Yu family purchased steadily increased each day. Although it was hard work, their income had increased a lot. At night, when they calculated their earnings, Yu Zhong was surprised when he found that he had earned 1 to 2 taels of silver. An able-bodied man's labor in town was only worth 10 or so copper coins. He didn't have to do any heavy labor, and, when there were fewer people, he was able to rest for a while. However, in one day, he was able to earn more than 1 tael of silver. Yu Zhong wasn't convinced and even suspected that his cousin had given him more money. Yu Hang explained the accounts to him, and Yu Zhong couldn't help but become speechless. He thought that he was only going to earn a little money by helping out his cousin with his business. But who would have thought that he would be able to earn 40 to 50 taels of silver in a month? This was something he never dared to think about before. He didn't have a skilled trade, so if he worked all year round by doing unskilled labor, he would be able to earn 5 to 6 taels of silver in a year if he worked tirelessly. That was already considered to be quite a sum of money. Now, He didn't need to do any heavy labor and was able to earn 40 to 50 taels of silver in a month doing light labor. He would be able to earn 500 to 600 taels of silver in a year. Yu Zhong suddenly felt dizzy as if he was in a dream. On his way home, Yu Zhong held the broken silver bits that added up to 1 tael and 300 copper coins in his hand tightly. The skin on the palm of his hand had red marks from gripping the money too hard. Yu Lichun was tending the vegetable garden, and his older brother, Yu Shi, who was chopping firewood, noticed his restless appearance. They stopped what they were doing and looked at him with concern. "What happened? Didn't you go help your second brother out? Why did you come back so early? Is your body feeling uncomfortable?" Yu Lichun wanted to touch his palm, but he realized that Yu Zhong had his hand in a tight fist. Yu Zhong finally recovered his wits and spread his fist out in excitement, revealing the pieces of silver inside. Yu Hai's eldest uncle's family didn't have anyone who could fish, so they relied on about 5 mu's worth of sandy land to make a living. Yu Shi and Yu Zhong also occasionally went into town to find work or to the docks to move cargo. Their family's circumstances were not very comfortable. Earlier that morning, Yu Zhong had left home empty-handed, yet came back with more than a tael in his hands. Yu Lichun and Yu Shi looked at him, flabbergasted. Apparently, they were waiting for him to explain. Yu Zhong stammered somewhat emotionally, "This is from the seafood purchasing business today." "You bastard." Yu Lichun was stunned for a bit before he burst out into rage. His beard stuck up in the air as he snarled, "Didn't we agree that we will only take 40% of the income off? You took all of the money your elder brother earned. Quickly send it back." Yu Shi also regarded his younger brother with disapproval. "Younger brother, it's not that I'm scolding you. But, when Dahai gave you money, you just took it. Did you not calculate it out yourself?" No. In front of his father and older brother, Yu Zhong didn't quite know what to say and felt a bit depressed. He did his best to explain what happened. "This money is 40% of what was earned today. I even looked at the account book." However, he left out that he didn't quite understand what was written in the book. Arg. Yu Lichu and Yu Shi still didn't quite believe him and asked, "So you're telling us that today, in one day, they earned almost 4 taels? That's not possible, right? How could buying gathered seafood be that profitable?" Yu Zhong analyzed the situation for them. Junsho Restaurant set a price for second brother and his family's labor. "Do you know how much seafood they took in today? Over 1,000 caddies off. On average, 1 caddy is about 30 copper coins, so isn't 1,000 caddies around 30 to 40 taels? For the work of our 2 families, we got around 3 to 4 taels as our fee, so me taking at least 1 tael home isn't a problem." After he heard his son calculate out everything, Yu Lichun finally was convinced. The money that his son had earned today equaled the amount that the whole family used to make in a month doing temporary work off. When he started to think about the total income his son could make in 1 month and then in 1 year, he immediately became lightheaded. If they continued with this and earned a whole year's worth of money, they could buy more than 10 mu of good land, or even buy a pretty good house in town. With a few more years of work, wouldn't his family become one of the wealthiest families in Dongshan village then? Yu Lichun forcefully swallowed down his saliva and spoke in a trembling voice, "Zhonger, in the future, you absolutely must remember your brother Dahai's benevolence. If we didn't have him, then our family couldn't even dream of making so much money in 1 day off. You must work hard for him. Father, believe in me. My older cousin is basically my biological second brother. Xiao Sao and the kids are now my full-blooded nieces and nephews." In the past, when there wasn't anything to be given in return, Yu Zhong was able to help Yu Hai's family whenever they had difficulties. Now, it was a given since they were collaborating together in business. Yu Lichun suddenly frowned and remarked, "Remember, you absolutely cannot broadcast this news outside. This will prevent your third uncle's family from finding out and causing problems for Dahai's family." Yu Zhong also realized that second brother asked him to help with that eye-popping business and not Dashan and the others. This meant that Dahai trusted him explicitly. He absolutely could not cause trouble for second brother's family. Xiao Sao had no idea what had just occurred at eldest granduncle's house. She lifted her small bucket, which had her exclusive fertilizer in it. Yu Hai was behind her with 2 buckets of water on a shoulder pole. From time to time, he would remind her to be careful where she was walking. After they finished watering the fields, Yu Xiaoxiao walked around the watermelon fields. Under the prompting of the little divine stone, she discovered there were 2 watermelons that were already ripe. These 2 melons were large and round, and both of them weighed around 20 catties each. Their outer skins were a vivid green-blue and looked so fresh that one could pinch water out of them. "Father, these 2 watermelons are ripe already. Let's pick them and bring them back home to taste." Yu Xiaoxiao took one off the vine and held it in her arms. She toddled over on the ground. When Yu Hai saw his daughter struggling, he hurriedly strode over in large strides and took the watermelon from his daughter's hands. The 2 watermelons, which didn't weigh over 40 catties altogether, were considered small weights to Yu Hai. He held one under each arm and took them to the edge of the field. He then softly spoke to Xiaoxiao, "I'll send you home first and then come back to build the melon shed." Watermelons, to the villagers of Dongshan village and other neighboring villages, were considered to be very rare and strange objects. When they first planted them, they attracted a bunch of curious people who came over to look. Now that the melons in the field were on the eve of ripening, there needed to be someone in the fields watching over them. Yu Hai had already chopped some bamboo in preparation for building a melon shed. "Father, do what you need to do now. In a moment, Godfather will return and I can have him help us bring them back." Yu Xiaoxiao watched from the side as her father swiftly built the shed. She would occasionally help with some smaller tasks and propose a few suggestions. Before noon, the outlines of the shed could already be seen. Surely enough, Xiaoxiao's prediction came true. After finishing up some tasks at the docks, Fang Zizhen rushed back home on horseback. When he found out that his adopted daughter was helping build a wooden shack in the melon fields, he felt bad. A little girl should be pampered in life. How could she possibly be doing such hard labor? "That's not okay. I need to go over there now to help." With the addition of another strong man, the melon shack, which would have taken 2 days to complete, was finished in less than a day. Yu Xiaoxiao also had her 2 fathers construct a bamboo bed in the shed as she was afraid that her father might become chilled while watching the melon fields. That evening, little Shito came back on his rest day and the whole family sat together in a circle to eat dinner. They prepared to share the first ripe watermelons amongst each other. At this period, watermelons were not a common crop. The fruit was not only rare for the Yu family, but even in the capital Fang Zizhen had also rarely eaten watermelon. "Xiaoxia, send the other watermelon to your grandfather. Let your grandfather taste some too." Yu Hai saw that the watermelon, when cut open, had brilliant red flesh. The bright red juice flowed along the knife and the smell of sweetness hit his nose. When he was happy, he also thought of his aged father and hoped that he could also try some of this. Yu Heng scowled slightly and softly replied, "If my grandmother thinks it tastes good and wants us to send some over every day, should we give in to her or not?" Technically, Yu Hai could send them a watermelon every day. However, he had previously heard Fang Zizhen mention the prices of watermelons in the capital. They were even more expensive than meat. On the cheaper side, one watermelon could go for a couple hundred coppers. If they sent over one every day, what was the point of their family growing watermelon then? Were they still planning on earning money? The excitement in Yu Hai's eyes immediately dimmed, and he slowly sat down on a stool. He let out a deep sigh. The originally happy atmosphere had also fizzled out at the mention of the main branch. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want her father to look so confused and stood up. Her clear voice broke the silence, "Why don't I go deliver the watermelon to grandfather?" "No, what if your grandmother makes things difficult for you? Actually, even if we don't send any, it's okay. Tomorrow, we'll invite your grandfather over to have a piece, that also works." Yu Hai was afraid that his daughter might become injured, so he immediately changed his plans. "It's okay. With grandfather around, my grandmother wouldn't have the guts to do much. That being said, she should be as happy as a clam when she sees me sending her some watermelon. How could she possibly try to make things difficult for me?" When Yu Xiaoxiao got an idea in her head, it was very difficult to convince her to do something else. Fang Zizhen promptly stood up and stooped over to grab the other large watermelon. "Daughter, the watermelon is heavy. I'll help you carry it. Let's go. The faster we get there, the faster we'll get back. You can all wait for us to get back and then eat." Yu Xiaoxiao knew that her godfather was afraid that she might get bullied by the main branch, so he was coming with her as support. She was touched by his kindness and naturally allowed him to go with her. As expected, when they got there, Madame Zhang found out that watermelon was a very expensive fruit. She not only wasn't grateful but she also insinuated that they brought over too little. Old Yu glared at her for a long time and only then did she quiet down. In addition, Fang Zizhen was also there, so Madame Zhang didn't dare to throw a tantrum. As they were leaving, Yu Katie escorted them to the gate. She stated somewhat shamefully, "Xiaoxiao, my mother is just that type of personality, so don't take it personally. Please thank my second brother and second sister-in-law for me. Thank you for thinking of us whenever you guys get something good." Before they split from the family, this youngest aunt of hers was probably the only one in the family besides old Yu who had good intentions towards them. Although her youngest aunt had a weak personality and was somewhat squeamish, Yu Xiaoxiao still had somewhat of a good impression of her. She pulled on Yu Katie's hand and softly said, "Youngest aunt, I heard that your wedding date is already set. Congratulations. When the moment comes, my mother and I will come over and add to your dowry." Yu Katie flushed red as she lightly patted Xiaoxiao's hand before she quietly replied, "Please thank my second brother and second sister-in-law for me." When she finished, she turned around in embarrassment and fled back inside. On the side, Fang Zizhen remarked, "Your youngest aunt is very similar to a lot of the noble young maidens in the capital. She gets shy and embarrassed too easily. Her personality isn't as good as my daughter's, confident and calm. That really goes well with my personality." Yu Xiaoxiao pulled at the sleeve of his official's uniform and grinned until her eyes turned into small crescents. "Godfather, you think everything your daughter does is good. Perhaps in other people's eyes, they think I don't resemble a little girl at all. Who said that my daughter isn't good? Just watch me beat them up until all their teeth fall out." Fang Zizhen made a giant fist with his hand and waved it around fiercely. The two of them chattered happily as they walked into the old residence when they suddenly saw that there were two additional people in the courtyard. With a closer look, they realized it was the Wang Ergo couple. Ergu's wife was currently pulling on her husband's ear and had an apologetic expression on her face. She said, "Second brother Yu, I am truly sorry. Ergozi picked a watermelon from your field without asking for permission. Tell me how much it is, we'll take it as if our family bought it from you." Because their fields were close together, Madame Lu had some interactions with Ergu's wife in the past and had a good impression of her. She replied, "We're fellow villagers and neighbors. If you want to eat some watermelon, just tell us, no need to mention money." Ergu's wife resolutely shook her head, "Yu Hai's wife, even if you didn't tell me I would know that this watermelon is a rare fruit. It's absolutely very expensive. Ergozi, how could you? I've warned you so many times. If our family is poor, then we have to be honest and poor. Didn't you promise me that you were going to be an honest man now? How could you go back to your old, rotten ways? You truly disappoint me too much." When Wang Ergo saw that his wife was so mad that tears were pouring down, he immediately panicked. He repeatedly apologized, "Wife, I know I was wrong. This is the last time, I absolutely won't do this again. How many times have you told me, this is the last time? I was stupid to believe that you might change your ways. Now, I see clearly, a dog can never change its desire to eat poop. Tomorrow, I'm going back to my parents' house. I'd rather my child not have a father than have a father who idled around and steals other people's things. A father that would make my child ashamed to raise his head in this world." Ergu's wife had an expression full of despair on her face as she pushed aside his hand. Wife, I will truly change this time." When Wang Ergo saw that his wife had made up her mind, he almost fell to his knees. He sullenly continued in a soft voice, "I only did this because I noticed that you looked tired due to pregnancy and didn't have an appetite, right? So, I wanted to pick this watermelon and have you try some." A faint spark appeared within Ergu's wife's dead-looking eyes, and she snarled angrily, "You stupid wretch. Do you think I could possibly eat the watermelon that you stole? I was wrong, I truly did the wrong thing this time. Wife, please forgive me this one last time." Ergozi saw that his wife was still willing to leave him, so he apologized profusely in hope that she might understand his reasons. He truly regretted his actions now. Ergu's wife sniffed her nose a couple of times and said, "What are you apologizing to me for? It's not like I lost anything. You should actually be apologizing to second brother Yu. There hasn't been much rain this year, so these two siblings, Xiaosha and Xiaosao, have been hauling water into the fields to water them. You should know how hard it is. You've seen it with your own two eyes. You should actually be apologizing to these two siblings. Why do you think second brother Yu's family decided to plant watermelons? The people you should be apologizing to is them, not me." "Yes, yes, yes. Don't be angry, wife. I'll apologize right now." Wang Ergo immediately turned into his wife's slave. If his wife said to go east, he absolutely wouldn't go west. Wang Ergo hung his head as he guiltily faced the Yu family. He softly yet honestly said, "Second brother Yu, I'm so sorry. Brother, I was confused and stole your family's watermelon. I'm willing to compensate you guys for this watermelon. Please forgive me." Yu Hai walked over and slapped him on the shoulder. "I understand your feelings. When your second sister-in-law was pregnant with Xiaosha, she also didn't have a good appetite. At that time, I snuck out of the house late at night to go hunt in the hills in order to make your second sister-in-law some chicken broth to drink. A man who knows how to treat his wife well is a true man. However, in the future, if your wife wants to eat watermelon, give us a holler and don't hurt your wife's feelings anymore. Go and comfort your wife. It's not embarrassing to bow in front of your wife." Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but let a peal of laughter come out. Her father's love towards his wife could clearly be seen by his words. Apparently, he was destined to be a henpecked man. "You're back, cower. Did your grandmother make things awkward for you?" When Yu Hai heard his daughter's snicker, his entire face felt hot, yet he still solicitously asked her about her trip. Fang Zizhen's laughter was even more prominent as he replied, "With me there, who would dare to have the guts to bully our daughter? However, brother, I never would have thought that you were someone who treated your wife so well. What you said was right. Treating your wife well isn't embarrassing at all. Wah, here was another guy who pampered his wife." Xiaosao sniggered endlessly. Fang Zizhen felt embarrassed by her laughter and gently knocked on her head with a fist but then tenderly rubbed the part he hit with a hand. Xiaosao spoke to the Wang Ergo couple, "In the future, if you want to eat watermelon, come and find me. This watermelon isn't ripe yet, so it won't taste good. Come, try some ripe watermelon here." Wang Ergo had been able to smell the melon's sweet scent from where he was standing and stealthily swallowed down the pooled saliva in his mouth. "I don't need to eat any. Give my wife 2 pieces to try, yoch." The pitiful Wang Ergo had just been pinched by his wife again. Yu Xiaosao took 2 pieces of the already sliced melon and gave it to him. She grinned, "Uncle Ergo, this watermelon has a cold nature, so pregnant women can't eat too much. If they do, they might have a miscarriage." When Wang Ergo heard her warning, his face immediately paled. He almost harmed his own wife. He was truly too stupid. He solemnly apologized again to everyone in the Yu family and promised that he would never touch their watermelon fields again. "Uncle Ergo, our family's watermelons will soon become ripe. Do you have any interest in taking some to sell at town or the docks?" Yu Xiaosao considered for a bit and realized her family was short on working hands. With her cheat, the mystic stone water, their melon fields would absolutely have a large output. Even a good wine was afraid if there was no market. This was their first year in attempting to sell watermelon, so she wasn't sure how it would go. They couldn't let the ripe watermelons just rot in the fields, right? Sweet niece, what do you mean by this?" Wang Ergo felt faintly excited inside. His eyes brightened as he looked at Yu Xiaosao. Yu Xiaosao smiled sweetly at him. "We will sell these watermelons to you below the market price, so you can sell them at market price in town. That way, you can keep the difference." Wang Ergo's eyes revealed an excited yet emotional look. He hesitated for a bit before he admitted, "Niece, you also know what my family's circumstances are like. I'm afraid that we don't have enough money right now to buy them." "Not a problem. The first time you can just take the melons from my family and then pay the bill after you sell the melons." Wang Ergo definitely wouldn't have enough money to pay for 1 whole cart's worth of watermelons. Yu Xiaosao had also thought of this problem. Wang Ergo's lips trembled as he softly replied, You trust me. Why wouldn't I trust you? My father said earlier, any man who treats his wife well can't be a bad person. Yu Xiaoxiao winked at him teasingly. That being said, whether or not I trust you isn't the point, but how could I possibly not trust Auntie Wang Eh? Ergu's wife's eyes became wet with tears as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. No one knew how hard it was for her after she married over. She had used a lot of energy ordering her idle husband around, but the rest of the household also required her to be present. Everyone said that she was competent and capable. However, if she had a husband that she could lean on, did she have to work so hard day in and day out? Ergo, this time you have to do the job well. Second brother Yu's family trusts us and is taking care of us, so you absolutely cannot let them down. If you slack of this time too, then I will definitely. Wang Ergo hurriedly grabbed his wife's hand and promised, "Wife, believe in me. I, Wang Ergo, will absolutely do my best and not let you down, otherwise I will no longer be surnamed Wang. And the child can also have your surname instead." Wang Ergo had lost both of his parents and he was their only child. When his father was on his deathbed he had held his hand but didn't close his eyes. Only after he vowed to take a wife and have kids did his father finally peacefully close his eyes. Thus, he was very attached to carrying on the family name. Therefore, when he said that his child could take his wife's surname, that meant that he was making a serious vow. After they escorted the extremely grateful Wang Ergo couple out, Yu Xiaoxiao and her family, along with Fang Zizhen, sat down to enjoy the sweetness of the watermelon. Because they had used the mystic stone water to irrigate their plants towards the end of spring, the Yu family's watermelons had all become ripe before the regular season. In other words, the watermelon plants in the capital had only just flowered on the vine while the Yu family's watermelons could all be brought to market. A summer fruit becoming ripe at the end of spring, that was absolutely out of season. In her previous life, watermelons easily weighed more than 20 catties, and that size wasn't considered rare either. However, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know that, in this era, the largest watermelon that could be seen was usually around 10 catties. In addition, watermelon grown in ancient times had flesh that alternated between red and white, and the white parts couldn't be eaten. More than half of the watermelon had to be thrown out when being consumed. What a waste. As for the Yu family's watermelons, after being improved by the mystic stone water, they were pretty much the same as the ones found in modern times. The white parts of the melon flesh, that couldn't be eaten, had completely receded and only the red parts were available. Out of all of the people here, only Fang Zizhen had eaten a watermelon before. He was a crude person, so how could he possibly care about what a watermelon looked like? In the past, the watermelon he ate had all been carefully prepared by his servants, who only gave him the edible parts. This was also the first time that Fang Zizhen was able to eat watermelon that had been cut into slices. He picked up a very thick slice and opened his mouth very wide to take a bite. The sweet and fresh juice flowed into his mouth. To someone that was thirsty, the refreshing cold and sweet juice was absolutely something that could quench thirst. Sweet, so sweet. This tastes 100 times better than the watermelons I've eaten before. Fang Zizhen didn't stint on his praise. The biggest reason was this. His daughter was the one who had proposed planting watermelons and the watermelons were also personally taken care of by his daughter. However, this watermelon was truly extremely delicious. Yu Xiaoxiao gave Yu Hai and Madame Lu each a piece. At this moment, little Shido could no longer wait and impatiently grabbed a slice. He licked his lips. The expression on his face showed that he desperately wanted to eat a bite but couldn't bear to. It was quite adorable. Xiaoxiao rubbed his head and also picked a piece. She lightly bit off a small mouthful and slowly chewed it. She couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh, so sweet. Little Shido copied his sister's method and also bit a tiny crescent from the watermelon. His large, cute eyes immediately crinkled into a smile. The juice from the watermelon dripped down along his mouth, and he used his pink little tongue to lick it up. The Yu family normally couldn't even bear to buy sugar, so how could they possibly eat something that was as sweet as this juice? They simultaneously ate as they exclaimed compliments. Fang Zizhen polished off a slice quickly and put the remaining rind with skin in front of the little roe deer, who was pitifully staring at them. He then started on his second piece. The little roe deer hastily lowered its head and gnawed at the light rind on the skin. It ate with extreme pleasure. After being raised at home for over half a year, the little roe deer, for whatever reason, still didn't get any larger. The Yu family members were all busy, so the little roe deer had been given free range. When it was hungry, it would eat the fallen leaves from the vegetables. When it was thirsty, it would drink its water from its special bowl. The water had been specially prepared by Xiaosao and had a few drops of mystic stone water in it, which frequently attracted birds who wanted to steal it from the deer. Whenever the little roe deer got bored, it would run out of the courtyard and stroll in the area around the old residence. The Qian family's and Zhou family's children all liked the creature very much and played with it. Sometimes, they would even carry the animal in their arms. The little creature was quite clever and could tell whether someone had good or bad intentions towards it. When it met Qian Wu or some other kid who frequently played with it, it would obediently let that person carry it and would occasionally lick that person's palms. However, if it met someone who had ill intentions and wanted to steal it, it would run like the wind. Even an adult man who sprinted swiftly wouldn't be able to catch it. The little roe deer loved to play the most with its master's other pet, the little golden kitten. The tiny kitten had a smell that was irresistible on its small body. Usually, the little kitten would climb on its head and take a nap, while it obediently kept its neck steady and slowly walked around with the kitten on its head. If someone wasn't careful, he or she might even believe that the little roe deer had a golden hat on its head. It was quite a sight to behold. At this moment, the little roe deer was energetically gnawing on the melon rind. When little Shido noticed that his beloved pet also liked to eat watermelon, he left a thick layer of red flesh on the skin of his slice and even used a small knife to peel the skin and chop the flesh into small pieces to put into Tiny's bowl. Had it been before, someone at home would have definitely scolded him for wasting food. When they first split from the main family, the whole family didn't have enough food to fill their stomachs, let alone leave any to feed the little roe deer. At that time, the little roe deer was also not picky and would eat withered grass and leaves as long as there was mystic stone water on them. Now, the family's circumstances were a lot better, so no one would reproach a child for feeding his beloved pet some bits of melon flesh. Anyone who had a pet would treat them well. Yu Shaolian collected all of the melon peels and copied her little brother's actions. She also used a knife to peel away the skin and used the remaining melon rind to feed Little Gray. Ever since the donkey arrived at their home, it had worked hard every day. Whenever they went to the docks to sell braised food or the town to buy things at the market, they no longer had to tire their own feet with the donkey around. As a result, Shaolian took very good care of Little Gray. The current little donkey was like a completely different animal compared to its previous self. Who would have thought that the donkey, that had been so sick that it couldn't stand up and had its ribs showing, would be able to grow into its current plump and strong self. Its fur was now very sleek and soft. Not only did the little donkey look very good, but it also was full of energy. The last time they went into town, they came home along with Uncle Ma, who was from a neighboring village, and his donkey cart. Uncle Ma's cart didn't have anything on it, while the Yu family's donkey cart was filled with food and household supplies. Despite the obvious difference in loads, Little Gray managed to be faster than Uncle Ma's donkey and left them behind in the dust. That was also before they had switched cart wheels. Nowadays, all of the villagers who were going into town liked to sit on the Yu family's donkey cart. Why's that? Well, the Yu family's donkey cart had rubber wheels. Not only did it travel quickly on the windy mountain roads, but the cart also didn't jostle a lot. Had the Yu family decided to pull people into town for a living, then the Ma family's carting business would have long gone down. It was said that, in town, only the Zhou family and the county magistrate's family, basically those who had connections, were able to buy rubber wheels. The Yu family's new donkey cart had been gifted to them by the Zhou family's third young master. Now, all of the villagers in Dongshan village envied the Yu family for being able to have a connection with the boss of Junsho restaurant. They clearly enjoyed his influence in their lives. When Yu Xiaosao heard snippets of this gossip, she felt extremely indignant inside. Who said that we were the ones benefiting from this relationship with third young master Zhou? Without me, did they think that third young master Zhou's business would be so blazingly popular? Without me, could Junsho restaurant, the new restaurant on the block, be able to surpass Fulin restaurant and some other older restaurants' tricks? Without me, Could third young Master Joe enter his grandfather's eye and become groomed as the family's next head? Just who was benefiting from this relationship? Roasted chicken, osmanthus duck, oyster sauce vegetables, these three important dishes all allowed Juncho restaurant to make bank. Oyster sauce, MSG, and fermented bean curd were all the center products of the condiment factory that had many advance orders from various customers. Who gave him all of these recipes? Third young Master Joe was just expressing his gratitude by helping her buy a custom-made donkey cart. That was all, but, in the eyes of other people, it became them taking advantage of him. The next day, when Joe Zixu rushed over hastily to their home, he unexpectedly received several glares and eye rolls from Yu Xiaosao. What's wrong? When did I offend you? Joe Zixu asked in a puzzled tone as scratched his chin cluelessly. Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at him again and replied, nothing, okay. I guess my eyes have a cramp all right. What kind of wind blew third young master in today? It can't be that you miss my family's cooking, right? After encountering her odd demeanor, Joe Zixu carefully said, recently, I've been busy because of the factory, so it's been a while since I last saw you. Could that possibly be the reason why you're angry at me? Xiaosao almost rolled her eyes up into her skull. Just who do you think you are? Do you really think you're the main dish here? This young girl, have been so busy that my feet have almost hit the back of my head, so why would I care how many times you come over? Be angry at you, is that even worth it? After not seeing him for more than half a month, it seemed like Joe Zixu had grown taller again and also got tanner. His previously bright and handsome face had almost become a healthy bronze color. Tisk tisk, who said that pale skin could make up for ugly figures? This guy has a good foundation, so even when he got tanner, he didn't get one iota uglier. Instead, he became even more manly. However, it does look like he's also become a lot thinner too. You've been very busy lately. Yu Xiaosao decided to be merciful and inquired after him solicitously. Joe Zixu had tears of gratitude in his eyes. Well, actually, to be exact, it was that his eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. Xiaosao, you probably don't know just how popular our condiment factory has become. When we first started selling our products, I was afraid that the MSG and fermented bean curd wouldn't sell, so I invited a few owners of some large restaurants from the capital and prefectural city over to Juncho restaurant in the capital. My motive was to have them try dishes that had been seasoned with MSG. Although they were all quite common dishes, their taste was much more tasty and savory than before. I also had some dishes with fermented bean curd in it. As expected, those restaurant owners all asked me what the secret was. I seized the opportunity to promote our Haitian brand of condiments. At the end of the event, I even gave them each a small pouch of MSG and bottle of fermented bean curd. What do you think happened next? What could happen? Obviously, they all sent in orders like it cost nothing. Yu Xiaosao calmly recited the outcome. Compared to her calm and collected expression, third young Master Joe seemed even more excited as he exclaimed, Xiaosao, you truly have a mind that jumps to the right conclusion, your guess is too correct. PSH. Everything went as expected, what are you all excited for? Yu Xiaosao loftily replied, the goods that I produce are all quality goods. If you follow this big sister, you'll definitely have plenty of meat to eat. Fit. Third young Master Joe thought her arrogant expression was too funny. He rubbed her head, which didn't even reach the height of his shoulder, and sighed in admiration, just what kind of brain do you have in your head? How could it possibly have such crazy and bizarre ideas in there? Tisk tisk, everyone always says that people who think too much are unable to grow due to the pressure, surely enough that's right. Joe, Z, Shu, Yu Xiaosao exploded in anger, are you blind? Who said that I haven't grown in height? In the past, I was shorter than Shaolian by half a head and now I've already caught up to her. Do you think everyone is like you, only grow in height but nothing develops in your brain? To grow a handspan, author's note. The distance between the thumb and middle finger when the fingers are spread wide open in a hand, in a month, are you being fertilized by a bunch of manure? Okay, it was me that said it wrong, okay. Joe Zixu gently rubbed her hair and chuckled loudly before he continued to share his joy. Since our condiment factory has opened and started selling to the market, we not only cleared out our stock, which was over 1,000 caddies worth of condiments, but we also owe a bunch of other orders now. I also transferred a bunch of servants from my family's residence over to the factory, so we now have enough workers to work both night and day shifts. Even with that, we still can't keep up with the orders. From the orders we've received in this month, there are some who have to wait until half a year later to be fulfilled. Just from counting money alone, my hands have become cramped. After getting the riches, you still act like you're losing. When she thought of all of that shiny silver from the factory and that she had 30% of the profits, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but have her mouth slightly curl up in a smile. Zhou Zixu sullenly grumbled at her, "This is our factory, but you, as the second owner, only earn the money without doing anything. Ever since our factory has started producing, you haven't even gone over once to look it over. You have such great trust in me. Third young master, let me tell you this common saying, it goes, the capable people are the ones who do the most work. Didn't we already come to an agreement in the beginning? I was only responsible for the recipes and you, third young master Zhou, were in charge of everything else. You're so capable, and you're one of the rare talented people in the Zhou family, so how could I not trust you?" Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a high evaluation. Zhou Zixu deliberately acted as he heavily sighed, "You have it good, all you have to do is to wait to get your money, but it's so hard for me. I've spent so much time at the factory. In fact, once I spent over 10 days there. My mother thought that I was missing and even ran over to the docks to find me." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't believe his act and retorted, "Are all of the subordinates under you incompetent? What about Steward Zhou and that little assistant, Simo Ah? Having assistants but not using them, are you stupid?" Zhou Zixu glared at her for a second and said, "Those two are even more busy than me. For the sake of the factory, Steward Zhou hasn't even gone back to the residence ever since it started producing. His wife even packed up all of their things and took the children with her to live in the staff housing. Simo is in charge of the transport of the products, especially the oyster sauce. It's not easy to store the sauce, so he needs to produce ice when he transports it to a long distance. He's the same as the steward and has been on the road for more than a month. In fact, we had just loaded a ship full of goods for Zhongnan and Simo also went along. In the future, our business will absolutely get larger and larger, so you need to take the opportunity to train more trusted subordinates. If you only rely on Steward Zhou and Simo, the two of them might die from exhaustion." Yu Xiaoxiao sank into contemplation. Third young master Zhou sighed, "It's not that easy to find trusted servants. The most important thing of our factory is our recipes. It's hard to find loyal servants and also prevent the first branch from." Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly interrupted, "You can give a share of the profits as a year-end bonus to the workers. You can give more to the supervisors and less to the regular workers. This way, the success of the factory is tightly bound to the workers' integrity and ethics. I am sure that no one would try to damage their own income." Third young master Zhou felt as if he could suddenly see the light at the end of the tunnel. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That's a good idea. I need to go back and discuss with Steward Zhou to figure out the best way to implement this. Xiaoxiao, you are truly my lucky mascot. That brain of yours, just how did it develop in you? How did your brain develop this way? Without a comparison, there wouldn't be faults. With you around, it makes me seem a lot smarter than I actually am." Yu Xiaoxiao's method of interacting with third young master Zhou sometimes made her seem like a bad friend. Before he could feel unhappy, she continued, "Sit down quickly and rest a bit. I will make you something good to eat for lunch." Zhou Zixu, who had just been insulted, wasn't angry and was in fact giggling foolishly. "Even if I'm conservative in my estimate, it's probably still been half a month since I've eaten the food that Xiaoxiao made. Makes me feel a bit at a loss." Psht. Graceful words and a flowery speech often hide bad intentions. As soon as Fang Zizhen stepped into the courtyard, he overheard that stinky brat from the Zhou family flattering his daughter. He rushed over furiously. Zhou Zixu grimaced as he quietly said, "Lord Fang, when did I ever offend you? You're a high-ranking official, please don't bring yourself down to my level." Fang Zizhen glared fiercely at him, "In the future, stay farther from my daughter. My daughter is still young, so she's not someone that you can dally with." Zhou Zixu's face immediately turned a dark liver color as he stammered, Lord Fang, you You misunderstand me. I regard Xiaoxiao like she's my biological younger sister. I don't have any other intentions. Why did it sound like he wasn't very confident when he said this? Having no other intentions is good. Only now did Fang Zizhen regard third young master Zhou with a more favorable look in his eye. If I, this old man, find out you have some kind of cunning plot going around, I swear I'll beat you up until you're bruised from head to toe, otherwise I'll no longer be surnamed Fang. Godfather. Yu Xiaoxiao had been in the kitchen during this entire time and hadn't heard their conversation. She stuck out her head with a sweet smile on her face and said, "What do you want to eat for lunch today?" "Pork stewed with vermicelli. Is the new batch of century eggs ready to eat? Then also make some century egg and lean meat congee and slice a plate of century eggs, it's pretty hot. Today at noon, not sure if there's any watermelons available. I'll go ask brother Yu to help me choose some to quench our thirst later." Fang Zizhen wasn't a freeloader. Ever since he started coming to the Yu family to bum meals to eat, the Yu family hadn't needed to buy any meat, vegetables, or grain anymore. All of these were paid for by Fang Zizhen. Originally, he wanted to give half of his salary to Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao not only didn't take the money but she also threw a temper tantrum and didn't talk to him for a few days. It frightened Fang Zizhen so much that he never mentioned money again to her. Thus, he only bought more things for the family instead. Yu Xiaoxiao's clothing chest had so much clothing in it that she could wear new pieces every day until the next year and still have more to use. As for her small jewelry box that was used to hold beautiful pieces that weren't very expensive, it was also almost filled to the brim. Once, Zhou Shanhu came over to play and saw her box, which Xiaoxiao had forgotten to tidy up. The other little girl was so envious that drool almost came out of her mouth. Since all of these were given to her by her godfather, she couldn't just give them away. In addition, she wasn't a true little girl, she didn't really like to wear them. The box full of hairpins, bracelets, earrings, and other jewelry could only sit there and gather dust. When third young master Zhou saw Fang Zizhen leave the courtyard, he let out a deep sigh of relief. He scuttled over to the kitchen door and was about to say something when Yu Xiaoxiao ordered him to do work. Go to the west room and take a few mud-covered eggs from the Kong bed and bring them over. Zhou Zixu obediently followed her orders and came back with 6 to 7 century eggs in his arms. From the size of the eggs, one could tell that some were made from chicken eggs and others from duck eggs. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him and then scolded, "You're stupid. These are obviously 2 different types of century eggs. Go back and grab 6 of each. You said to bring some mud-covered eggs over but didn't tell me what type of eggs you wanted," Zhou Zixu complained as he felt wronged. However, he didn't dare to resist and returned to grab the rest of the eggs. Gently strike these eggs on the ground and peel off the mud shells. Be careful not to dirty the insides of the century eggs. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that he didn't look reliable and couldn't help but warn him repeatedly. Zhou Zixu's eyes lit up and he looked at the mud-covered eggs in his hands with interest. He carefully pinched off a bit of mud, revealing the inner shell. He picked one up, carefully looked at it and asked Yu Xiaoxiao, "Is this ingredient needed for the century eggs and lean meat congee that Lord Fang was talking about? Why does it need to be coated in mud? Why don't century eggs need to be cooked before eating? Why?" Yu Xiaoxiao was being driven crazy by his questions and gave him a fierce look. "Why do you have all of these questions? Are you 10,000 questions? Zhou Zixu didn't understand her reference and hollowly chuckled a bit. "I don't have that many, just a few questions, that's all." "Xiaoxiao, what is the vermicelli in? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Is it like century eggs, a new food ingredient that you've come up with?" Yu Xiaoxiao took out a bunch of vermicelli that wasn't homogeneous in thickness from a kitchen cupboard and soaked it in some warm water. Zhou Zixu rushed over and squatted down to pick up one strand to investigate. When Xiaoxiao turned around, she didn't notice him there and almost tripped right over him. If Zhou Zixu wasn't there as a sacrificial cushion, then she likely would have fallen straight into the water basin. "You little good-for-nothing, get out of here. If you continue to hinder me making food, then you can go to the docks and eat instead." Yu Xiaoxiao exploded as she put one hand on her hip while she held a large cleaver in the other. The combination made a ferocious sight that made third young master Zhou tremble in fear. Joe Zixu hastily shrunk next to the corner of the stove and pitifully hugged his knees as he squatted down. He placed a piece of firewood into the clay stove and carefully said, I can help you watch the fire, isn't that okay? Yu Xiaosao cut pieces of streaky pork as she glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes. She stated somewhat in disbelief, "Eldest young Master Zhou, too, do you know how to control the flame in the kitchen?" "I'm not eldest young Master Zhou, I'm third." Zhou Zixu seemed like an abused young married woman. He raised his head to look at her expression and then hurriedly placed a whole bunch of firewood into the stove. How could burning firewood be hard? Don't you just add wood to it? By adding several sticks of firewood in at once, he almost smothered the flame that was burning. The kitchen immediately seemed as if it had caught on fire as thick smoke billowed out of the room. The smoke choked the two people in the kitchen as they coughed endlessly. Xiaolian, who had just gotten back from the docks, immediately saw the thick smoke when she entered into the courtyard and thought that the kitchen had caught on fire. She ran toward the room in large strides and discovered the disaster that third young Master Zhou had caused. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she took out half of the firewood from the stove and blew air into the fire. The fire slowly grew and heated up again. However, the thick smoke in the kitchen lingered and it would be a while before the air cleared. Yu Xiaosao felt tears and mucus streaming down her face from the smoke. She kicked at the main offender and scowled, "This is your doing. You wanted to choke me to death with smoke." Xiaolian hurriedly pulled her furious younger sister back and laughed as she reprimanded her sister, "Younger sister, you're too much. Third young Master Zhou is our guest, how can you order him to mind the fire? He's used to a life of servants giving him food and picking out clothing, so how could he possibly know how to do this?" Yu Xiaosao used the back of her hand to rub her eyes. Both of her eyes were as red as a rabbit's as she glared fiercely at third young Master Zhou, who was still coughing endlessly, who told him to add wood to the fire. He was the one who had nothing better to do, so he had to cause trouble. Zhou Zixu had a wronged expression on his face as he lamented, "Wasn't I just trying to help you? Help me. I think the more you tried to help, the more trouble you caused. PSH, go rest somewhere out of the way." Yu Xiaosao glanced at him with eyes filled with disdain. After a decent amount of time passed, the smoke finally dissipated from the kitchen. Yu Xiaosao swiftly finished 4 dishes and 1 soup. All of them had generous portions. Among them included Fang Zizhen's requested pork stewed with vermicelli, and century eggs and lean meat congee. She also made stir-fried pork liver, 3 earthy treasures, and sliced up century eggs seasoned with garlic paste and aromatic vinegar. Zhou Zixu rapidly inhaled large gulps of the century egg and lean meat congee. He couldn't stop eating. The unique taste of the century eggs with the savory flavor of the meat brought out the best in both ingredients. The congee was thick and viscous, and it wet the throat easily. It was simply so delicious that anyone would want some. Fang Zizhen regarded his table manners with obvious disdain. He was a young master of a rich family but acted as if he was a refugee who hadn't eaten a meal in 800 years. Stinky boy. The century egg and lean meat congee was something I ordered, so if he wants to fight with me, he can't win. Fang Zizhen devoured bowl after bowl of congee, as if he was trying to win a competition. A whole basin of century egg and lean meat congee, other than a few small bowls for the other people at the table, had pretty much been finished by Fang Zizhen and Zhou Zixu. After drinking 3 bowls of congee, Zhou Zixu rubbed at his bulging belly and then extended his evil claw of a hand towards the pork stewed with vermicelli. He picked up a strand of vermicelli and lifted his chopsticks high. To his chagrin, he discovered that the other end of the vermicelli was still in the serving dish. He looked around him out of embarrassment and then stood up to raise his chopsticks even higher before he was able to place the vermicelli in his bowl. After that, Zhou Zixu noticed that everyone at the table was staring at him. He sheepishly scratched at his head and explained, "The vermicelli was too long so I couldn't put it into my bowl easily." Since he had eaten vermicelli before, Fang Zizhen believed he had experience with this. He picked up 2 strands of vermicelli and twirled them around his chopsticks. Thus, he was easily able to transfer the long vermicelli into his bowl. The older man even momentarily glanced at Zhou Zixu with eyes full of satisfaction. Pork stewed with vermicelli was a very typical northern cuisine dish. There was even a popular saying about it: pork stewed with vermicelli, even gluttonous wild wolves will howl for it. From that, it could be seen that this dish was very tasty. The translucent yet snappy vermicelli had been imbued with the savory flavor of meat. No one could possibly resist such a delicious dish. Even third young Master Joe couldn't stop from eating more. Everyone ate the meal joyfully. Although a lot of food had been prepared, almost all of it had been devoured. Fang Zizhen and third young Master Joe acted as if they were competing against each other. They both ate so much that their stomachs were distended. Yu Xiaosao boiled some wild hawthorn berries in mystic stone water and had them drink it to aid with digestion to avoid getting sick. Fang Zizhen rubbed at his somewhat protruding belly and contentedly said, "My daughter's food is seriously too delicious. I can't stop eating. Last time, when I returned to the capital, your godmother told me I had gotten fatter." However, third young Master Joe saw a business opportunity within the century eggs and vermicelli. His bright eyes stared at Yu Xiaosao as he opined, "Xiaosao, I think we can open another factory together to produce vermicelli and century eggs." Yu Xiaosao calmly nodded her head. "I was just about to ask you about this idea. Since you got to it before me, then let's discuss the details of our cooperation then." Third young master was never a stingy person, so he slapped the table and proposed, "Let's go with what we've done before. You supply the recipe and I'll handle everything else. We'll split the income 30 to 70. Yu Xiaosao gave him a thumbs up and agreed, "That's the third young master I know, so heroic. Such daring. I will also include a few more recipes for you." When Fang Zizhen heard that third young Master Joe was only given Xiaosao 30% of the profits, he immediately became resentful. He wanted to reject the offer, yet his daughter had acted faster than he did and sealed the deal. From his perspective, without Xiaosao's recipe, third young Master Joe's factory couldn't even open. Why should he get the lion's share of money and only give his daughter 30% instead? Fang Zizhen wasn't thinking of all of the costs associated with building the factory, recruiting workers, buying raw ingredients, shipping products, which step didn't require capital. After subtracting all of manufacturing costs, third young Master Joe's share of the income wasn't any more or less than Xiaosao's. Compared to the hard work that third young Master Joe had to do, Yu Xiaosao only had to shake her bum around at home and earn money. Getting a smaller share was only natural. However, Fang Zizhen wasn't thinking of this. He personally believed that his daughter was getting the short end of the stick. When he heard that Xiaosao was going to add some recipes for free, he couldn't restrain himself anymore. "You're giving more recipes for free. The Zhou family doesn't care about that piddling bit of money. Daughter, have you truly thought of it? Just how much money can the Zhou family make from your recipes? He's not going to be too stingy to give you a bit more money." "Godfather," Yu Xiaosao was just about to talk when third young Master Joe interrupted her. He nodded his head with a serious expression on his face. "Lord Fang is right. Xiaosao, you can't always let me have my way just because we have a good relationship. Your recipes, I'll buy them at 300 taels each. Lord Fang, how's that?" Fang Zizhen stroked his beard and managed to say with difficulty, "Although it's on the lower side, we can still accept it right now. Daughter, don't recklessly spend the money from these recipes. There are 2 stores in town that caught your godfather's eyes. They're on the same street as Junsho Restaurant. I originally wanted to buy them for you, but I was afraid you'd get mad at me and not take them. If we use your own money to buy them, would you agree now?" They were on the same street as Junsho Restaurant. That was a busy and flourishing section of town. It was said that the stores on that street couldn't be bought with money alone. In addition, one store could easily be sold for thousands of taels. How many recipes did she have to sell before she could buy the 2 that her godfather mentioned? Third young Master Joe noticed Xiaosao's hesitation and also started persuading her. "I know you think the stores are expensive, but they are expensive for a reason. Do you know how much they charge for rent for the store next to us? On the lower end, 1 year's rent is around 300 taels. After 2 to 3 years, you'll be able to make back your money. My eldest brother once tried to find the store's owner and, despite offering a huge sum, he ended up coming back empty-handed. I believe only Lord Fang could convince the owner to sell, anyone else would also fail. In fact, those 2 stores were bought by Lord Wu under his wife's name when he took his position as the magistrate. He was going to leave his position soon. With his family's background, after leaving office, he would definitely have to go back to the capital to climb the ladder. In the end, Tanggu town was just too far from the capital and it wasn't easy to supervise properties from a long distance. He had originally planned on emptying the stores and renting them out. The magistrate didn't expect to have his subordinate come back to inform him that the Lord Imperial Envoy apparently wanted to buy them. Although Fang Zizhen was only a third-rank military official without much power, Lord Wu had heard that the emperor had favored him. In addition, Lord Fang's master and younger martial brother had recently received the imperial decree and gone back to the capital after being sealed the second-rank Zhengguo general. A large part of the army was put under Zhengguo general's command and before long he was going to the northwest to guard the borders. Because military families often had both the father and son going into battle, if hostilities arose in the northwest, Fang Zizhen would definitely also be ordered there. When the military leadership was in the hands of Zhao family's father, son, and disciple, then they would definitely have a place at court in the future. After considering all of the possibilities, County Magistrate Wu decided to give Fang Zizhen a favor and let his subordinate leak out the news that the shops were owned by his family in order to let the imperial envoy ask for them. However, he had never expected that the imperial envoy actually wanted to buy them for his goddaughter. It had been a busy few days at the docks, so Fang Zizhen had forgotten to ask about them. Today, he finally found a chance to talk about them. County Magistrate Wu had been nervously waiting at home. Just what was the imperial envoy trying to do? Did he want to buy them or not? Yu Xiaoxiao thought that this was a good idea. In her previous life, many people had earned money by speculating in real estate. Shops and stalls were a decent investment. The shops that were located in the bustling downtown area were even better and often could be sold for a sky-high price. In comparison, the shops in Tanggu town were already considered not that expensive. Godfather, how much would it cost to buy those two shops? Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that she couldn't raise that much money in a short period of time. When Fang Zizhen saw his goddaughter agree with his idea, he became even more happy than if he was the one buying the stores. He grinned widely. "Daughter, don't worry about the price. If you don't have enough money, Godfather will pay it off for you. Once you have enough money, you can return it back to me." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. She was well aware that if she took him up on this offer, in the future, when she wanted to pay him back, he would find all sorts of excuses to avoid it. Her godfather already treated her quite well, so she didn't want other people to accuse her of taking advantage of his money and power. That being said, her godfather also had her godmother at home. If she ended up leaving an impression that she was an avaricious and insatiable greedy person, then she didn't know what she could do to fix it. The smile on Zhou Zixu's face became even more brilliant. He spoke somewhat cautiously to Fang Zizhen. "Lord Fang, you don't need to worry that Xiaoxiao doesn't have enough money to buy the stores. She's absolutely a wealthy little lady right now. Let's not even talk about the dividends from the factory. Just her dividends from the osmanthus duck alone would be more than enough to buy those two stores." The osmanthus duck had been on the market for almost 2 months now. For every one duck that was sold, Xiaoxiao got half a tael in return. Between the Junshou restaurant in Tanggu town and the one in the capital, those two restaurants probably sold at least 200 ducks every day. In other words, Xiaoxiao earned at least 100 taels every day from this arrangement. In a month, she had an income of more than 3,000 taels. To call her a wealthy woman wasn't an exaggeration in the least. Originally, the contract dictated that the Yu family could get the dividends every month or every 6 months. Yu Xiaoxiao, though, it was too inconvenient to get it every month, so she chose to get it every 6 months instead. Since then, she hadn't gone into town, so she didn't even know how much money had built up by now. Zhou Zixu gave everyone a rough outline just how many osmanthus ducks his two restaurants had been selling on a daily basis. When the Yu family found out that, from the sales of the osmanthus duck alone, they had earned 5,000 taels, they couldn't help but be stunned by this number. When had they ever seen so much money before? They had previously believed that the 800 taels Xiaoxiao had sold her recipe for was an astronomical sum. They would have never thought, or even dreamed, that they might, one day, have over 1,000 taels on hand. Little Shatu's hand loosened its grip on his chopsticks and they pattered down onto the table. He stammered. Second sister. Not even 2 months had passed and our family has earned over 5,000 taels. Then in 1 year, wouldn't we get over 30,000 taels? Someone quickly pinch me right now, yoch. Second sister, you pinch too hard, haha. I'm not dreaming. Won't our family soon become one of the richest families in Dongshan village? When Joe Zixu saw little Shido, who was dressed in scholarly attire, look so shocked, he couldn't help but laugh at the little boy's lack of sophistication. Earning around 30,000 taels in 1 year makes you so happy that you can't find north anymore. That's only the money from the osmanthus duck. If we add on the money you're earning from the condiment factory and the future century egg and vermicelli, in a few years, let's not even talk about being the richest family in Dongshan village. Even in town your family would be considered extremely wealthy. Little Shitu's eyes glittered as if he had stars in them and his face filled with emotion. That's too good. In the future, I won't have to worry about not being able to afford my school tuition. Older brother won't have to be sent out from home to be an apprentice. Older sister and second sister won't be sold into the Joe family to be maid servants. Sniffle, sniffle. I'm so happy right now. Although he claimed he was happy, the little fellow covered his face with his hands and started bawling. You couldn't underestimate little Shido for being too young. All of his family's sufferings and difficulties had all been heavily engraved within his heart. Before they separated from the main family, his whole family had to endure his grandmother's tyranny. They never had enough to eat, never had decent clothes to wear, and never could finish the work assigned to them. When they split from the family, the house was so run down that it wasn't livable and it was possible that, at any time, they might run out of food to eat. His father had been bedridden from his leg injury and his mother had washed other people's laundry until the skin on her hands split from the cold and bled. His older brother had been beaten until he had almost died. To him, those terrible days were still right before his eyes sometimes. At that time, he wouldn't have ever dreamed that there would one day be a day like today. Now, he could eat white rice whenever he wanted and eat large wheat buns whenever he felt like it. From time to time, he could even eat a meal with meat in it. He never would have believed that he might one day enter the town's most famous academy and be able to study and read books for a whole day without any worries. In addition, he never would have expected that this family might have an income of over 10,000 taels as well. Yu Xiaosao stopped smiling and pulled the little fellow into her arms. Little Shido threw himself into his second sister's arms and burst into loud tears. Second sister was like a little immortal fairy from storybooks. There was nothing that she couldn't do or accomplish. He now had an even deeper conviction that his second sister had been blessed by the heavens and taken care of by the gods themselves. As for them, they had merely enjoyed the afterglow of her fortune. Everyone in the Yu family felt their hearts squeeze in pain from the sounds of his heartbroken sobs. One after another they all recalled their circumstances a few months ago. It was like the difference between heaven and hell. The old memories in the air all dampened the environment for a bit. Fang Zizhen felt extremely uncomfortable within his heart when he saw the telltale red rims around his adopted daughter's eyes. He hurriedly interrupted the Yu family's thoughts and cheerfully admonished, "Okay, earning money is something to be happy about. Why are you all crying? My daughter is so capable that she makes more money in a month than me, her godfather. In the future, godfather will have to shamefully ask my daughter to buy things for me. Yu Xiaosao sniffed her nose a couple of times and a sweet smile appeared on her ruddy lips. Godfather. In the future, Xiaosao will show her filial respect to you and will buy you many things that you like. My daughter is a filial one. Godfather doesn't really care about anything else except eating good food. In the future, just make me more creative and fresh dishes. That's better than buying anything else." Fang Zizhen couldn't change that he was a foodie to the bones and, instead, used that as an excuse to request more food. On the side, Yu Hai pretended to be pitiful and sad as he resentfully complained, "Coward, you only know how to show your filial respect to your godfather, but what about me, your biological father? I'll also show my filial respects to you." Her father, who was striving for favor, was like a kitten begging for pets. It was necessary to smooth his fur over too. I also have to show my filial respects to mother and godmother too. In the future, we also need to help eldest brother choose a gentle and virtuous wife and prepare a lot of dowry for Shaolian. We also have little Shido to think about. Second sister is just waiting for you to become the top scorer in the Imperial Court examinations and become a high-ranking official, so you can support me. Little Shido nodded his head furiously and confidently asserted, okay. Second sister, I will study very hard. Although I entered the school about half a year behind the other students, but I am already the top of my class. The teacher told me I have a natural talent and in the future I'll definitely become a capable scholar. Once I become the top scorer of the Imperial examinations, I will definitely get a noble title for second sister. So boastful, you're not even the tiniest bit modest, Yu Xiaoxiao grinned toothily and pinched his face full of baby fat. I've only heard of people asking for titles for their mother and wife before, who has ever asked for a title for their older sister? Little Shido was completely serious as he solemnly stated, second sister, in my heart, you're as important as our mother. Xiaoxiao felt very touched inside and pulled the little boy into her arms to rub and hug. The scholarly cap on little Shitu's head had been bumped off, and his hair, which had originally been neatly combed, was now a giant mess of weeds. Little Shido didn't try to pretend to be an adult anymore and repeatedly begged for mercy. Following that, Zhou Zixu tasted the watermelon as he came to an agreement with Yu Xiaoxiao about more goods. Every summer, the Zhou family always had plenty of watermelons gifted to them. However, he had never tasted watermelon that was this sweet and succulent. Also, if his memory was correct, watermelon usually needed another 2 months before they'd appear on the market. The Yu family had, once again, beaten everyone else. Zhou Zixu accepted Yu Xiaoxiao's proposal to send a plate of watermelon and fruits to every table whose bill surpassed 100 taels. In addition, it was also possible to buy a plate of watermelon too. If the gifted fruit and melon plate didn't whet the appetite, then someone could order more. However, it definitely wouldn't be cheap. Xiaoxiao, you should quickly buy those 2 stores soon so you can open a fruit store. Although Tanggu Town is a small place, there are plenty of rich people around. Furthermore, there are visitors from the south who are touring the north, and they usually have a lot of cash on hand. Zhou Zixu also gave her a proposal. A fruit store. But watermelon is the only fruit that my family has. Yu Xiaoxiao remembered the fruit markets in her past life were all filled with fruits from the north to south. By comparison, this fruit store of hers sounded a bit too pathetic, right? Third young master Zhou thought for a bit and then said, I know a fruit wholesale business, if you need it. Let's forget about it. I suspect that my family's 3 mu of watermelon fields can only produce enough to sell for 2 to 3 months. We'll first open a watermelon store. Once the watermelons are all sold out, then we can rent the store out. We don't have enough people at home, so we all have more work than we can finish. The family's vegetable fields all required someone to take care of them. The long rows of vegetables fields could produce enough to be sold until the end of autumn and the start of winter. Now, the Yu family could earn over 200 taels per month from vegetable sales alone. Many vegetables, when it was past their season, would get too old and have an odd coating on them, which impacted their taste. However, the Yu family's vegetables never had this problem. Now, other than the Yao family, a lot of other wealthy families in town also bought their produce from the Yu family. Also, they all came over to receive the produce. As for restaurants, the Yu family only supplied Junsho restaurant alone. With the mystic stone water as her cheat item that could shorten the vegetable growth cycle, the Yu family's 4 mu of vegetable fields produced enough to supply them all. Other than the vegetable fields, they also had their braised food business at the docks. The weather was gradually getting warmer, so they were afraid that the food might go bad overnight. Thus, Madame Lu always woke up very early in the morning to braise the food now and had Shaolian quickly drive the donkey cart to the docks to sell. Every day, they could also earn 200 to 300 copper coins from that, which came out to 10 taels per month. Don't look down on these 10 taels though, most ordinary people only made that much in a year. In addition, they also had their wholesale seafood business. Every day, the Yu family would continuously buy marine goods from the nearby fishermen. Even with Yu Yang's cooperation, they were so busy that they couldn't tell their head from their feet. Sometimes, Yu Lichun would stroll by, see how busy they were, and would also help them. The 3 mu watermelon fields would soon be ready to go to market, and she wasn't sure who could be available to help sell them. This was truly a big problem. However, Xiao Xiao had already an inkling of an idea of who could help. She decided on doing a wholesale business and was planning to give someone they were acquainted with the opportunity to make some money. The singing of birds awakened the new day. A gentle breeze blew the fresh and delicate smell of the earth upon one's face. Today, the entire Dongshan village, contrary to the usual peaceful and quiet mornings, was bustling with noise and excitement due to certain news. Did you guys hear about it? The Zhou family's factory wants to buy a large quantity of sweet potato flour. The villagers chatted as they waited in line at the entrance of Yu Xiaoxiao's house, where the Yu family was collecting oysters and spoon worms. Another villager was surprised and said, "Really? Last fall, my family harvested a lot of sweet potatoes. We were afraid that they couldn't be kept for too long, so we dried them and stored them in the cellar. After I sell these oysters, I'll go home and tell my husband to grind them all into flour, but I wonder what the price would be." The Zhou family does honest business, unlike those black-hearted merchants who deliberately lower the price. I heard that it will be a little higher than the market price. The person who spoke was a capable-looking man. Another simple and honest-looking man with a strong build looked at the clean spoon worms in his own basket and chuckled, "Yes, that's right. Ever since the Zhou family started buying oysters and spoon worms at our village, my family's living conditions have improved a lot. Now, I don't have to constantly ponder and calculate when my children want to get some fine grain. Yesterday, I bought a caddy of meat to satisfy my children's cravings. Older brother Dedong, you and your eldest son are experts at digging for spoon worms. You guys can earn a few hundred copper coins every day. Even if you eat meat for every meal, you still won't spend all the money," the capable-looking man said with a slightly sour tone. The honest-looking man, who was called older brother Dedong, smiled with embarrassment. "No, that's not true. My eldest son needs to look for a wife soon, so we have to save some money for his betrothal gifts. Older brother Dedong, our Dongshan village isn't the same as before. In the past, our village was poor, so the girls from other villages were unwilling to marry over. Now, as long as you have strength, wouldn't you be able to earn over 100 copper coins every day? Several of my maternal relatives, who have daughters, have inquired about whether there were any competent young men in our village." The person who spoke was a matron, who appeared somewhat well off. Brother Dedong hastily said, "This auntie, can you help keep an eye out for my eldest son? The girl doesn't have to be very pretty. It's fine as long as she has a good personality and is a diligent worker." The matron smiled like a flower and said, "Brother Dedong, if you believe me, then just leave it up to me. My maternal niece has a decent appearance and is a diligent worker. She's definitely capable of managing a household. Go back and discuss with your wife. If she doesn't object, then I'll help you talk to them." All right, I'll have to trouble this auntie." Brother Dedong smiled so broadly that even the wrinkles on the corner of his eyes had deepened. In the past, he had gotten married at an older age because his family was poor. It seemed like his son wouldn't share the same fate as him. As they chatted, Yu Xiaoxiao came to the front of the line and stood on a tall rock with a paper that was rolled into a paper cone. With the paper cone in front of her mouth, she shouted in her loudest voice, "Everybody, all uncles and aunties. Good morning. Good. This is Brother Dahai's daughter. She looks very energetic. Ayo, Xiaoxiao, don't stand so high. Be careful of falling. Brother Dahai's younger daughter is very clever. Selling braised food and planting watermelons were all her ideas. Look at her. Why don't my family have a daughter like her? This little girl, I wonder what new ideas she came up with." Seeing that she had successfully attracted everyone's attention, Yu Xiaoxiao smiled even more sweetly. "Please be quiet, everyone. I have good news that I want to share with my fellow villagers." When the villagers heard that there was good news, they immediately stopped whispering and pricked up their ears to listen to the good news. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded with satisfaction and shouted, "The Zhou family is planning on opening 2 new factories. They need to recruit a group of workers. Both men and women can sign up. After being selected and signing the contract, you will receive a monthly wage that is no less than 1 tael of silver." As soon as Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the crowd instantly erupted. The Zhou family is opening another new factory. Moreover, they're recruiting workers from outside. That's great. I heard that the Zhou family's condiment factory provides excellent treatment for its workers. They get 4 days off every month, and in addition to their monthly wage, there's also a bonus at the end of the year. I was just thinking that it was a pity that the Zhou family only used their own servants in their condiment factory. I wouldn't have expected that they would recruit outside workers for their new factory. I'll definitely go try out no matter what. I'll go too. Who knows, maybe I will get hired. A monthly wage of 1 tael means that I will be able to bring in a stable income. I will be a fool not to go. Didn't you hear what Xiaoxiao said? Both men and women can apply. I have nothing to do at home and I'm not good at digging for spoon worms. Perhaps I should go home and discuss with my husband, and also go apply for the job. Ellipsis ellipsis. Seeing that her words had attracted the attention of the villagers, Yu Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and continued. Third young Master Zhou said they will recruit workers from Dongshan village first. Any families who have extra laborers can all go try. Also, the Zhou family will have a long-term demand for sweet potato flour, chicken eggs, and duck eggs. So, if your family has extras at home, you can exchange them for money. The registration time is only 3 days, so please spread the news and don't delay on applying. This news swiftly spread throughout the entire Dongshan village. Immediately, several families went to the docks together, registered at the Zhou family's factory, and waited for their assessment. Third young Master Zhou had foresight and specially built several more factory buildings when constructing the condiment factory. When condiment factory first started production, it only occupied fewer than half of the buildings. The rest were separated and used as factories for century eggs and vermicelli respectively. 3 days later, the Zhou family's century eggs factory and vermicelli factory were already all set to go. Except for the mud wrapped on the outside, there was hardly any technical skills needed when making century eggs. Xiaoxiao taught third young Master Zhou's trusted subordinate the formula for making the mud. The workers would make century eggs with the mud that he prepared every day. Thus, the staff of the century eggs factory could begin working after a simple training. The century eggs factory didn't need a lot of people. After the interviews and examination, they only accepted several matrons who were quick and diligent workers. However, it was more difficult to enter the vermicelli factory. No matter if it was kneading the sweet potato flour, tapping the straining basin, scooping out the vermicelli, or drying the vermicelli, they all required a lot of technical skills and rigorous training. Moreover, workers admitted into the vermicelli factory all had to sign a confidentiality contract. Anyone who leaked the formula would have to compensate the factory 1,000 taels for their loss, and they would also be arrested and sent to jail. Many people wanted to back out after hearing the first clause. However, when they heard that the factory provided a high wage, excellent treatment, and an annual bonus, most people were still willing to sign the contract after careful deliberation. As long as they didn't have any malicious intents and didn't leak the formula, there wouldn't be any problems at all. The task of kneading the sweet potato flour was mostly assigned to neat and agile young maidens and young wives. The times had changed, and the perspective of the villagers of Dongshan village were also changing. It was no longer considered shameful for young maidens and married women to make money to support their families. Young and strong men were responsible for tapping the straining basin and extruding the vermicelli. They would change shift and take a break every hour because this was a job that depended entirely on strength. If they worked from morning till night, it would be a wonder if their arms weren't crippled. As for the task of scooping up vermicelli and drying them, they chose matrons who worked meticulously and patiently. As a result, more than half of the employees in these 2 factories owned by Zhou family were women. For example, in the past, when the young women and matrons of Dongshan village were free and idle, they would just gather in groups to chat and gossip. Since the Zhou family's factories began operating, the village had become a lot more quiet. Except for the elderly, women would be rarely seen under the old elm tree at the mouth of the village. Of course, except for Madame Shang and Madame Li. These 2 were the typical case of lazy and gluttonous people, who couldn't do anything. Thus, the factory definitely wouldn't accept them. The 2 of them had also went to apply for a job, but when they saw Madame Li's sloppy appearance, she was eliminated in the first round. The reason was that the Zhou family's factories were producing food. If the workers' personal hygiene was bad, how could they ensure the hygiene of the food? Madame Shang was also eliminated in the second round because of her clumsiness. Madame Chong was extremely bitter to see that several of the women, who she didn't get along with, had passed the examination. So she incited Madame Li to get Yu Hai's family to pull strings for them. Madame Li was the same as her mother-in-law, who bullied the weak and feared the strong. She didn't dare to look for Yu Xiaosao, who had a backing, and talked to Madame Lu in private, forcing her to help put in a good word for her in front of third young Master Zhou. However, Yu Xiaosao, who had kept an eye on her as soon as she entered the gates, overheard her words. Eldest aunt, the Century Eggs factory and vermicelli factory don't belong to my mother, so what's the use of looking for my mother? My mother seldom speaks to third young Master Zhou, yet you're asking her to ask him for a favor. Are you sure you're not looking for the wrong person? Let me be frank with you. Third young Master Zhou won't listen to anyone in my family except for me. It's useless for you to look for someone else. With her arms crossed in front of her chest, Yu Xiaosao inwardly scorned Madame Li's bullying the weak and fearing the strong behavior. Did she really think that her mother was still so easily bullied? Dream on. Madame Li looked around and noticed that Xiaoshao's godfather, who was a high-ranking official, wasn't around, so she hastily bent down and smiled flatteringly. Xiaoshao. You see, no matter what, we're still relatives. What are relatives? Aren't relatives supposed to take care of each other? Eldest aunt has never asked you for anything, so please just help eldest aunt once. Yu Xiaoshao's eyes shifted as she pondered and said, it's not that I can't help you put in a few good words. But all the work at the vermicelli factory are heavy and tiring, so with eldest aunt's pampered lifestyle, you definitely can't do it. Then, go to the Century Eggs factory. However, they go by a piece rate pay system there. Those who work faster will be paid more and receives a higher monthly wage, while people who work slower will certainly get less money. Eldest aunt, what do you think? Madame Li still knew herself very well. Whether it was before she got married or after she married into the Yu family, she had hardly done any work. If she received a monthly wage based on piecework pay, then... Madame Li smiled flatteringly and said, Xiaoshao, can you see if there's any other job? It's not that I'm looking down on you, eldest aunt, but you won't be able to do any of the other work. If you don't think that you're suitable for the job, then just keep digging for spoon worms. As long as you're willing to work hard, you will definitely be able to get a lot of money every month. Yu Xiaoshao waved her hands and spoke in a somewhat impatient tone. Madame Li knew that Xiaoko wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. She had the support of her high-ranking official godfather, so she couldn't beat or scold her. Although she had a tummy full of dissatisfaction, she still accepted the job. Well, so be it. Even if she worked slow, she would still get money for each one she made. She was the most satisfied with the fact that Madame Zhong wouldn't be around when she worked. Her mother-in-law wouldn't know how much her salary was, which made it more convenient for her to deduct some money from it and keep it as private savings. However, Madame Li wasn't the only one who wanted to get in through the back door. Xiaoshao's second maternal aunt was a shrewish woman, who fussed over everything. But she wasn't someone who would pick the easy jobs and shirk on hard work. She had heard from her elder female cousin, who had married over to Dongshan village, that the Zhou family was recruiting workers in Dongshan village first. She immediately felt alert within her heart. If all the positions at the Zhou family's factories were filled up by the villagers of Dongshan village, wouldn't that mean that she would have no chance at all? Madame Hu forced Xiaoshao's honest second maternal uncle to accompany her to Dongshan village behind her in-law's back. Why didn't she go alone? Because she felt ashamed. Xiaoshao's maternal grandmother had given Xiaoshao's family several taels when they first separated from the main family. This was something that she had grumbled about for a long while. Every time she saw Madame Lu and the Yu family, she would mention this matter in a sarcastic manner. As the saying goes, don't go overboard to ensure pleasant meetings in the future. This was seriously such a wise phrase. She hadn't expected that the Yu family's living conditions would be completely different within a few months. Not only did they repay all the money, but they also became acquainted with a rich businessman in town. She wasn't as thick-faced as Madame Li. With how she treated them in the past, how could she not be ashamed to come ask them for a favor now? Madame Hu and her husband got up early in the morning, and it was already late in the morning by the time they reached Dongshan village. However, When the two arrived at the Yu family's old residence, the person they were looking for wasn't home. They asked Yu Hai, who was collecting marine goods on the side, and found out that the whole family had gone to work on the fields because the watermelons had ripened. Second maternal uncle, second maternal aunt, go sit down and rest in the yard first. It's almost noon, so my mother will come back to make lunch soon. Yu Hang greeted them politely with a smile. Madame Hu impatiently waved her hands and said, no need, no need. We will just go help out in the fields. Xiaoxia, you should continue with your work. Lu Han had come to help plow the fields before, so he knew where the Yu family's 3 mu of sandy land was. Without the need to be guided there, he brought his wife over to the watermelon fields. Madame Hu whispered, husband, did you see the long line for selling seafood? I reckon that your younger sister probably earned quite a lot of money from doing this, right? How much they earn is their own business. Our village isn't near the sea, so we don't have the luck to earn this kind of money even if we want to. Lu Han was an honest man who spoke bluntly, so his words sometimes made people feel uncomfortable. Madame Hu glared at him and said, we can't collect seafood, but we can come help them when they're busy. Just look at your younger brother-in-law's younger male cousin. I don't believe that he's helping for free. He probably gets some sort of benefit. Since he lives close by, it's convenient for him to come over to help. Yu Zhong is a good and honest man. Younger brother-in-law didn't choose the wrong person. Lu Han still didn't understand his wife's intention, causing Madame Hu to be extremely angry. Humph, that younger sister of yours can't even manage her own household. She doesn't even think about her maternal family when there's good opportunities. Madame Hu finally expressed her inner thoughts. Lu Han glared at her and said, my family isn't like your maternal family. Brothers not doing any proper work and always wanting to take advantage of their married sisters and daughters. Just look at your sisters. Your brothers have been causing so much trouble for them that they're barely able to continue living. If it weren't for my parents' generosity, do you think that you would be able to have such a good life at home? Madame Hu's voice immediately softened. Weren't we talking about your younger sister? Why did you mention my family? It's not like I want those kinds of brothers either. Lu Han looked at her and said, we all know what it was like when my younger sister's family split from the main family. Her family's living conditions had just improved a bit, so as her older brother and older sister-in-law, we shouldn't cause more trouble for her. Just directly tell Muyun about the matter when we see her. She will help if she can. But if she really can't help, remember not to say anything unpleasant, okay? Madame Hu was sharp-tongued and somewhat selfish, but she still listened to her husband's words. I will remember. After all, we did come to ask for their help. I will definitely control my own mouth. As they spoke, they had arrived at the watermelon fields. On the green vines were large watermelons with their bellies swelled up as they basked in the sun. The Yu family, who were in the melon fields, were bending down and gently tapping on the watermelons to find the ripe watermelons. After picking out the ripe watermelons, they plucked them from their vines. In fact, the harvested watermelons had already been piled high on the ground. Oh my, so these are watermelons. They're really big. Each one probably weighs at least 10 to 20 catties, right? It's seldom seen in town, let alone our small village, isn't it? Husband, how much do you think cost for one catty? Madame Hu curiously walked around the pile of watermelons, while clicking her tongue. Yu Xiaosao struggled slightly to hold a big, ripe watermelon as she wobbled over. Seeing this, Lu Han quickly went forward to take the watermelon from her hands. Second uncle, why did you come? This morning, my mother and I were just talking about you and eldest maternal uncle. Yu Xiaosao didn't really like Madame Hu, but she didn't have any bad feelings towards her slightly dull second maternal uncle. Lu Han put the watermelon in his hands with the pile of watermelons. He rubbed his hands and smiled shyly. Your second maternal aunt wants to work at the Zhou family's factory, but we're not sure if they're still recruiting people. So I came with her to ask about it. Yu Xiaosao looked at Madame Hu, who was staring at the watermelon, and said, there are still a few vacant spots for drying vermicelli. It requires people who are meticulous and patient. Both men and women are allowed to apply. Lu Han laughed and said, although your second maternal aunt has a sharp tongue, she's a very good worker. Besides them, Madame Hu picked up her ears and listened attentively, for fear that she would miss something. She nodded vigorously upon hearing his words. Yu Xiaoxiao looked down and thought about it, and then said, "All right. I'll go with second maternal aunt in the afternoon. However, to work at the vermicelli factory, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement. If you leak the vermicelli formula, you will have to pay a compensation and also be sent to jail." Madame Hu quickly vowed, "Xiaoxiao, you can rest assured. I will never say a word about the factory to outsiders. Earlier, you said that you were looking for your maternal uncles. What's the matter?" Madame Hu turned her gaze towards the pile of watermelons. At that side, Madame Lu was busy weighing watermelons for Wang Ergo. Speaking of Wang Ergo, since Xiaoxiao agreed to let him sell watermelons on credit, he was especially concerned about the Yu family's watermelon fields. When he encountered Xiaoxiao and Yu Hai watering the fields, he would rush over to help carry a few loads of water. In the evening, he would also take the initiative to help watch the watermelons, substituting for Yu Hai so that he could go home and rest for a few days. These days, he had been visiting the melon fields nearly every day. Knowing that the Yu family were harvesting watermelons today, he woke up before dawn to come help them. Although he didn't know how to tell if the watermelons had ripened yet, he helped transport them to the edge of the field. Early in the morning, he was drenched in sweat and working even harder than when he worked on his own household chores. He had already repaired his family's handcart and prepared to push a cart of watermelons to the docks today to test the waters. He had planned to sell the melons in town, but when he found out that the Yu family was going to open a watermelon store in town, he gave up on that idea. When it came to selling things, 8 of him would still be incomparable to one Yu Xiaoxiao. There was a good flow of merchants and passenger ships at the wharf every day, so there should be quite a lot of wealthy people. Thus, he followed Xiaoxiao's advice to open up a market at the docks. "Xiaoxiao, I don't really know how to read a scale. What if I lose money?" Wang Ergo used to be an ignorant and incompetent man, and had only gotten slightly better after he got married. His wife, on the other hand, was very capable and there was hardly anything that she couldn't do. But his wife was pregnant right now, so how could he let her rush back and forth to the docks? Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at him and said, "That's easy. The bigger watermelons should be around 20 caddies. Since you're getting your melons from us, I'll give you the wholesale price of 150 copper coins per caddy, so it cost 3 taels. Sell them for 5 taels in town. Sell the smaller ones for 4 taels, and the even smaller ones that looks around 10 caddies for 3 taels. That should do it." Wang Ergo hadn't even reacted when Madame Hu shouted in surprise, "What? A watermelon cost 5 taels. 5 taels is enough for a whole family to eat for half a year. Can you really sell them?" Lu Han quickly pulled on his wife and glared at her, "If you don't have anything good to say, then don't speak. No one will think that you're a mute." Wang Ergo smiled unconcernedly and said, "Lu family's daughter-in-law, people like us will definitely be unwilling to spend several taels to buy a watermelon. However, there are many rich noblemen at the docks. Our watermelons are juicy and sweet. Moreover, we're the only ones selling them. They won't be able to find them anywhere else. Even if it's more expensive, I still wouldn't be worried that it won't sell, let alone 5 taels. Xiaoxiao, your idea is really good. I'll just do that." Madame Lu was almost done weighing the watermelons. Wang Ergo's handcart wasn't very big, and could hold 20 watermelons at most. A total of 368 caddies. We'll round it for you and make it 360 caddies. Xiaoxiao, calculate the price for your uncle Ergo. Madame Lu's math skills was a lot worse than her children's. She didn't have the confidence to figure out such a big number. Yu Xiaoxiao silently calculated in her heart and quickly answered, "Uncle Ergo, it's a total of 54 taels. I'll write you a promissory note. You can take the watermelons after you leave your fingerprint." The provisionary note had already been written and she just needed to fill in the total weight and money owed for the watermelons. Yu Xiaoxiao filled in the numbers with a quill pen, and then she carefully read it to the illiterate Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo didn't hesitate and quickly dipped his index finger into the ink, and then printed his fingerprint onto the note. He said, "You don't have to read it. Even if I don't trust others, how can I not trust you? Later, if my wife comes over, just tell her that I went to the docks." According to the size of the watermelons, Wang Ergo loaded the watermelons onto his handcart and pushed it away enthusiastically. Yu Xiaoxiao's shop in town would open for business tomorrow, so they needed to transport the watermelons to the shop for storage today. She pulled up her sleeves, laboriously picked up a watermelon, and struggled to put it onto the donkey cart. When Lu Han saw her, he quickly said, "Just leave it. I'll load them onto the cart." Madame Hu also tactfully picked up a watermelon and said, "Xiaoxiao, can you carry them with your slender arms and legs? Don't you just need to load them onto the cart? Just leave it to your uncle and aunt." Xiaoxiao also didn't continue to be courteous with them. As she helped, she said to Lu Han, "Second maternal uncle, there's not much in the fields right now, so why don't you also take a cart of watermelons to sell in town? As long as the watermelons don't fall or get smashed, you can keep them for 5 to 6 days. If you can't sell them all in a day, you can continue to sell them the next day." Lu Han quietly moved several watermelons, and then bluntly replied, "The prime cost for a watermelon is 2 to 3 taels. I'm afraid of messing it up. Moreover, we don't have a cart to transport them." End of chapter 170. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.